Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
As the master of the small world, Xuan could sense that the little cat fox's vitality was constantly increasing. Although it's still just a small flame, it's at least stabilized, much better than the flickering flame it was in before. A miracle has occurred again, calls. Xuankai, who had just rescued the kitten, realized that in just a few minutes, without having done anything, he had been so anxious that he was covered in sweat. It was lucky that this little cat raccoon happened to run into Xuan. Otherwise, in another 10 minutes, it might have been gone with death. Although it is very weak now, as long as its life is saved, Xuan will naturally be able to make up for its physical deficiencies. Actually, it's more accurate to say that its sister saved it than that it was lucky. That's right, Xuan unilaterally declared that the first kitten was the older sister, and the one rescued later was the younger sister. Isn't it great to have a younger sister? That way, she'll have the love and care of her older brothers and sisters. If its sister hadn't happened to be out hunting and hadn't been spotted and followed by Xuan, this little guy and its sister would have simply disappeared from the world in this desolate night, in this tree hollow where no one knows them. Perhaps the only things that might be able to spot them are carnivores drawn by the scent or carrion-eating insects. Meow-tilde. Seeing that Xuan had finished his work, the little cat-raccoon sister, who had been obediently staying to the side, meowed at Xuan as if to say, "Thank you for your hard work." Hearing the little raccoon's sweet voice, Xuan felt a warmth in his heart. In addition to the sense of accomplishment of saving a life, he also felt a sense of joy. "Come on, I'll take you to your lodgings." Xuan scooped up both kittens and raccoon dogs with his hands, while the cardboard box beside him floated up on its own. When the older cat saw her younger sister sleeping beside her, she couldn't help but move closer and snuggle up to her, seemingly wanting to give her sister more warmth in this way. Finding these two little guys tonight and providing them with a safe and sheltered home will be enough. Actually, when Xuan came out tonight, he was prepared to come up empty-handed, but unexpectedly, God sent him a gift. Two little cuties. Now that Xuan has snatched the two little ones back from the clutches of death, they need to recuperate properly. Entrusting this task to a yin is undoubtedly the most suitable. As children grow older and make playmates, they naturally become harder to discipline. People think that the law doesn't punish everyone. Furthermore, if the cat owner gets lost, the cat can lead them safely home. Yin, standing behind him, felt nothing but helplessness. Only Xuan could truly control these lawless fellows. His own words carried only half the weight. Both kittens were still in a weakened state, so it was impossible to give them a bath, otherwise it might worsen their condition. Then, under the lights of the villa area, Xuan realized that the two little tabby cats were still covered in dirt. He had been too nervous to notice this before. However, although this cat-like creature has cat in its name and looks like a cat, it is not exactly the shape of a cat. It was full of all kinds of soil, hair, and various small insects. In addition, their intelligent nature allows them to discern a wizard's character, and they will never follow a wizard they do not approve of. Anyway, given the conditions of magical creatures in their little world, not sleeping for a night or two is no big deal, unlike humans who might die suddenly if they don't sleep for a night or two. Fantastic Beast stores rarely sell raccoon cats. Instead, they sell cats like Crookshanks that have raccoon cat lineage. Whenever Xuan goes out for a night stroll, he always tells Atai and the others because he sometimes needs their power. Hearing the noise from Atai, the person who had just closed their eyes after lying down on the bed under Yin's strictness, opened their eyes for a few moments and excitedly rushed out of the room. Don't let its appearance fool you. This tabby cat has a danger rating of XXX. You wouldn't believe it. Only then did Xuan see the true appearance of the two little tabby cats in his hands. The older tabby cat was a typical British short-hair silver-shaded tabby, while the younger tabby cat was a calico British shorthair. So whenever Xuan goes out for a night stroll, everyone's sleep time will be delayed. Because the cat-like creature has a magical ability to sense who is morally corrupt or good, it's somewhat like the mythical beasts Zai Zai and Bian. Not to mention those like Atai and the bird snakes, whose strength has reached the level of a morning star wizard. They can still be full of energy even if they don't sleep for 10 days or half a month. But once they take a liking to a wizard, or decide that wizard is their master, they become amazing pets. They have various spots on their bodies and their ears are particularly large, while their tails are like those of a lion. Now that he'd come to his senses with the bright white light shining down, Xuan noticed. The calico, a magical animal, was originally bred in Britain, but is now exported all over the world. Xuan gave a signal, and a tie's flames instantly reduced everything to ashes, a perfect disinfection. Since I can't stay in this little world forever, and trusting it to Ian Xuan is the most reassuring thing. It's a bit like how ordinary people in the tech world keep cats. Wizards who love cats keep tabby cats, just like our Newt's 997 Scamander also keeps a litter of tabby cats. Although the two little creatures in Xuan's palm were still small, their ears were already half the size of their bodies, and their little tails were different from those of cats, resembling those of little lions. However, Nobta and the others knew their limits and only did harmless things. Otherwise, Xuan would have had a tie take action to teach them a lesson about how a tree cannot grow into timber without pruning and jade cannot become a work of art without carving. Roar! This has resulted in more cats and raccoons living in the wild, compared to those living in the master world. At the same time, the whiskers of the raccoon can also be used as the core of a wand, but the magic is not very strong, so Ollivander would not choose the whiskers of the raccoon to make a wand. That is, a mixture of blue, white, and milk colors. There's nothing you can do. If the cat doesn't approve, catching it won't help. Don't be fooled by the fact that cats and raccoons are usually very intelligent and prefer to be alone. They can occasionally attack people. However, there was no need to worry in the small world. Xuan reached out and grabbed at the two little cats and foxes in the air, and a dark mass floated out from their bodies. Therefore, the raccoon is one of the most popular pets in the wizarding world. Although they can give birth to 8 offspring at a time, the supply still cannot meet the demand in the wizarding world. Upon arriving at the villa area, 80 sensed Xuan's presence and instantly woke up. Or rather, he hadn't actually fallen asleep but had simply closed his eyes to rest. The little cats rushed out of the room and surrounded Xuan, staring at the 2 tiny bundles of cats in Xuan's arms. Especially the little phoenix, which still shone brightly even in the darkness, was even happier than Nobta and Xuan when it saw the 2 little guys in Xuan's hands. I don't know why, perhaps due to the influence of Nobta and Xuan, the newborns in the small world don't like to be the youngest. They all hope to have younger brothers and sisters. Yin, these are the 2 sisters I found in the Forbidden Forest tonight. They are very weak, especially the younger sister, the cat-like raccoon. You'll need to take good care of them these next few days. Xuan led the 2 little creatures into the villa area and told Yin about the kittens and raccoons. Recently, Yin, Nobta, and little Phoenix have been sleeping in the same room, so it's a good idea to put 2 more little nests in Yin's room for easier care. Hearing what Xuan said, especially when Xuan mentioned that the cat-raccoon sister had been preparing food for her mother and brothers and sisters, Yin looked at it with pity. Don't assume that magical creatures have no emotions. On the contrary, these very simple creatures place great importance on emotions. Of course, Xuan won't argue with those who are inherently cold-blooded. The younger ones, like Nobta, didn't quite understand what Xuan and Yin were saying, but Xuan's teachings and their interactions with each other had led to a growing number of them not rejecting each other. They might think that this would divert the care and love from Xuan and the other magical animal elders. But on the contrary, they welcome and even look forward to having more companions. After giving his instructions, Xuan left the villa but did not immediately return to his dormitory from the small world. Since its birth, it has never experienced such an atmosphere, nor such lively older sisters. In the past, it had only played and frolicked with its brothers and sisters. So unless they evolve to have an unapproachable buff like birds and snakes and don't show malice, they will generally give other magical creatures a friendly feeling. At this moment, Yin and the others were playing in the yard with their older sister, the little cat Tanuki. Even the younger sister, the little cat Tanuki, had woken up, but she was still weak and could only stay in Yin's arms and watch her older sisters play and frolic. After thinking it over, Xuan decided to finish inspecting the remaining areas. It wouldn't make a difference. There might be other little creatures like the kitten waiting to be rescued. The next morning after breakfast, Xuan entered the small world of foxes. Seeing that the little cat and Yin seemed to be getting along well, Xuan was relieved. He was worried that the little guy might have a stress reaction and not allow anyone to get close, but it seems that this is not the case. Meow tilde. Xuan plans to let them drink this special milk for the next month. Anyway, it won't take much, just a few dozen drops. As long as it can help them recover their health, it's worth it for Xuan. However, Xuan also needs to return to his dormitory now, and secondly, he needs to get up early tomorrow. If something happens in between, it will be difficult to handle in the small world. Xuan held it in his arms. Judging from its energetic appearance, the special milk that Xuan prepared for it and his sister had worked quite well. Xuan also introduced Yin and the others to the cat sister who was awake in his arms. The little guy, who lacked a sense of security, raised his paws at them in a friendly manner in Xuan's arms. What Xuan didn't know was that Yin and others who had stayed in the small world for a long time, as well as magical animals that could be said to have been born in the small world, were constantly absorbing spiritual energy. Carrying the kitten, Xuan entered the room. Originally, she planned to put each of the two kittens in their own little nest, but after thinking about it, she decided to put them together since the two sisters had just moved to a new environment and were still so small. Moreover, Xuan had just observed that Yin, the little cat and raccoon, was not resistant to it. In addition, there were her older sisters, Yin and the others, who were social butterflies and would surely be able to quickly eliminate the cat and raccoon's reluctance and anxiety and make friends with it. Little one, you should rest well here tonight. I'll come see you again tomorrow. Tilde meow tilde. After explaining things to Yin and the others, Xuan put the milk that had just been mixed with the innate spiritual liquid into the refrigerator, and told Yin that if the two little ones got hungry, she could heat it up and feed it to them. In addition, this little cat is still young and doesn't understand many things, such as natural enemies and predators, so it has a bit of a fearless, young-born calf feeling. But that was before my mother remained unconscious. After that, this almost never happened again. It was chattering away there, constantly circling around the kitten and the raccoon dog, talking incessantly. Xuan didn't forget to put on his vest, and the body mask was still the same old thing. Xuan had just spoken to it, so the little cat obediently lay in its nest, looking at Xuan with some reluctance. Seeing Xuan approaching, the cat-raccoon sister couldn't help but run towards him with her short legs, just like she did the night before. Fortunately, the little cat didn't feel uncomfortable with the little phoenix's social anomaly. On the contrary, it was quite curious and even found it interesting. After returning home, Xuan washed up and went to sleep. The little cat and the raccoon were being taken care of by a new Occamy How and the others, so Xuan didn't need to worry about them too much. The familiar presence around me made me feel less strange and afraid. Therefore, there is no such thing as rejection or bullying. They will care for and look after the two little ones very much. As soon as he emerged from the small world, a cool evening breeze refreshed Xuan, who had spent a great deal of time and energy dealing with the little cat and fox. Xuan placed the cat in its soft cat bed and spoke to it gently. The little guy's appearance almost broke Xuan's composure, making him want to stay and take care of it. Seeing the kitten greet them, the three little guys became incredibly excited, as if they had won the lottery. In other words, the innate favorability rating is already at the passing mark of 60. Instead, they found a place to bury the cat and fox corpses, and then erected a tombstone. If nothing unexpected happens, this area will likely become a cemetery in the future. However, after half an hour, Xuan still hadn't found any other magical animals. It seemed that tonight was just the night of Xuan's encounter with the cat-raccoon. Come and let me hug your little sister too. Xuan came to Yin's side and took the cat sister from its arms. Like her older sister, the younger sister showed no aversion to Xuan. She stayed obediently in Xuan's arms, even sniffing around trying to remember his scent. Now that you're all awake, let's give you some names. Otherwise, it's not good to keep calling you cats and raccoons, and we won't know who to call. Let's call the older sister Tuanzi Chinese letter, because she looks like a little glutinous rice ball when she curls up on her stomach. And let's call the younger sister Huahua Chinese letter, since she looks like a calico British shorthair. Okay, never have too high expectations for Xuan, who is terrible at naming things. It's not that it sounds bad, but it's not a particularly amazing name either. It's just ordinary. Oh right, Little Phoenix also has a name. After all, seeing that Nobta and Little Hidden both have names, how could I not have one? The little phoenix Xuan named himself Nirvana. Yes, it's the nirvana from which the phoenix is reborn from the ashes. However, there is only one phoenix in the small world, unlike this little cat fox which has two, so Xuan usually calls it Little Phoenix. But the cat-raccoon sisters are different. They don't have names, so no one will know who they're calling. It's like someone randomly calling out Little Brother Sister 493 on the street, and a bunch of people think they're being called by their nickname and turn around. Dumplings, 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 flowers, flowers, flowers. Xuan repeated their names while teasing the cats and raccoons, helping them get used to the animals, including Yin. Xuan first reached out and gently rubbed Tuanzi and Huahua's little faces, and then gave them a full-body massage from head to toe. Finally, he gently scratched the chins of the two little guys with one finger on each side, and judging from their squinted eyes, they were very comfortable. After playing with the two little guys and Yin for a while, Xuan left the small world. Xuan has another plan for today, to go to the Quidditch stadium to watch a Quidditch exhibition. Normally, the first Quidditch match is scheduled after Halloween. But this year, due to the arrival of Dementors at Hogwarts, Mrs. Hooch, after reporting to Dumbledore, moved the match forward to allow the young wizards to expend their energy. The first Quidditch match of the year was surprisingly between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, so Xuan and Penelope came to watch the game together. This year's Quidditch game was also a rare one for Penelope to continue watching. Xuan thought about it and realized that this year's Quidditch tournament hadn't been too eventful yet. Next year would be the Goblet of Fire, and things wouldn't be so easy after that. However, it's uncertain this year. Who knows who will be the chosen one, selected by the Dementors? So Quidditch players not only have to face attacks from their opponents and Quakes, but now the difficulty has been increased by attacks from Dementors outside the arena. There's not much to say about the match. Ravenclaw's team isn't bad either, at least they're better than Hufflepuff's Quidditch team, even with Cedric on their team. To be honest, among the four houses' Quidditch teams, Gryffindor is arguably the strongest, especially after Harry, the excellent seeker, joined them. In addition, the other members of Gryffindor, such as Captain Wood and the Weasley twins, are all quite talented Quidditch players. Furthermore, Gryffindor's training is arguably the most extensive among the four houses, making them arguably the strongest. Why not say Slytherin is number one? Xuan is talking about strength, not methods. Slytherin was able to go toe-to-toe with Gryffindor every time and even surpass Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff every time because they used dirty tricks. There's nothing you can do. Slytherin Quidditch players have thoroughly studied the Quidditch rules. Even basketball and soccer, whose rules are relatively newer in Xuan's previous life, are easy targets for loopholes. Not to mention that as long as no one dies, it's basically not considered a serious Quidditch match. The Quidditch teams of the four houses are roughly ranked as follows: Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. However, this strength is not constant, since students graduate every year, so the players in each college will also change. Just like Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. He entered school in 1987 and is now in 7th grade. He will graduate next year, and then the Quidditch captain will be replaced, and there will be a lack of an excellent player. However, despite serving as Quidditch captain for so many years, Gryffindor has won the Quidditch championship only a handful of times, or even none at all. Harry was originally the most promising candidate in his first year, but he was slightly injured during his fight with Quirrell in the underground classroom, which caused him to underperform at the end. Last year, the basilisk attack led to the cancellation of all competitions and exams. This is Oliver Wood's last year at Hogwarts. If he can't win the Quidditch championship this year, he might really have to graduate with regrets. That's why Wood has maintained a high level of intensity in training the Quidditch team this year. Harry and Weasley, who complained last year, are now training very hard. Despite their frequent complaints about Wood, they also knew about Wood's dedication and feelings for Quidditch. Over the years, Wood has been the most hardworking one, even though he always ends up with a bloody head, a broken bone, or an injury in every Quidditch match. But Wood never complained, and in that respect, the entire Gryffindor community respected Wood as their Quidditch captain. Therefore, even though Wood's Quidditch team has never won a championship over the years, the Gryffindor students have never complained or grumbled and have even wanted to change captains. And every year Gryffindor failed, Wood blamed himself for not leading the team well, feeling extremely guilty and taking all the responsibility upon himself. How could Harry and the others not like a captain like that? This year, Harry and his friends are really going all out, planning to win the Quidditch tournament and give the championship to Wood as a graduation gift. Today's lesson is about the Red Hat, a magical creature with a danger level of XXX. Xuan sat in the classroom, watching with great interest the red-hatted creature in the cage, which was dwarf-like in stature but also looked somewhat like a fairy. The red-hatted creatures generally live in trenches of ancient battlefields, dungeons of castles, or places stained with human blood. Generally speaking, their traces can be found wherever there has been bloodshed. Xuan does not currently possess the magical creature Red Hat. In fact, he does not yet. According to recent reports from Oleg and Jeffrey, they have collected several magical creatures, including Red Hat. So Xuan wasn't in a hurry. He could wait until he had a holiday and go out for a trip, then he could add new magical creatures to the small world. It should be said that this year, the power that Xuan had built up before finally began to yield results. With such a long period of groundwork laid, and the fact that other wizards had sold their magical creatures to Oleg and his group, they had received quite a few galleons. Furthermore, Oleg and his men were methodical and followed the rules, and the prices they offered were not low, at least a few cents higher than the average market price. With a good reputation, people are no longer afraid of being scammed, so naturally more people come to our door. Xuan's early investments are starting to pay off, not only with Oleg and Jeffrey, but even the Magic Research Institute sent a letter saying they've researched something new. It seems the gifts from the upperclassmen in the always available room have enabled those guys to figure something out. Everyone has their own expertise, and it's impossible for one person to match the efforts of an entire organization. Of course, we can't even talk about the chosen ones, like the protagonists in novels. Even the aforementioned headmasters signing guarantees for students did so in their personal capacity, not as Hogwarts professors or headmasters. Few wizards in the wizarding world are willing to publish books. Most of those who are willing to record their knowledge use it as a family asset and foundation, rather than contributing it selflessly. In addition, in the few years since I came to this world, I was busy making money and improving my strength in the first year. And in the following years, I spent more than 80% of my time in the Hogwarts area. After class, Xuan and the others headed towards the auditorium. Halloween is just 2 days away, so many places in Hogwarts have already started to be decorated with various Halloween decorations. As it turned out, something went wrong, causing a long dispute between Hogwarts and the young wizard's family, and from then on, that practice was no longer allowed. To survive, he traveled all over the country, and with his werewolf bloodline, he spent a lot of money to buy wolf venom potions. For a wizard like Xuan, who came to the profession later in life, this was undoubtedly the most interesting course. Generally speaking, although red hats can be easily driven away with spells or magic, they are still very dangerous for lone muggles. This consent form requires a parent's signature. However, for someone like Xuan who doesn't have a parent, the dean of each college can sign it on his behalf, provided that the dean agrees. According to Professor Flitwick's gossip, Dumbledore is planning to pay for the eccentric sisters to perform, though it's unclear whether it's true or not. Even though Professor McGonagall really wanted him to go, rules are rules, and after all, no professor at Hogwarts in its thousands of years of history has ever signed off on someone's behalf. There's no way around it. Books that are just simple accounts of daily life simply won't sell. Although I often spend time in the library reading various journals and travelogues, as I mentioned before, reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. Someone like Snape would never help, while Professors Flitwick, Sprout, and McGonagall did help 1 or 2. Even if something really happens, that's the professor's own business and has nothing to do with Hogwarts. However, if there are elders in the family, Hogwarts will absolutely not help with signing, just like our savior Harry Potter. Lupin's defense against the dark arts course was indeed one of the more rewarding courses for Xuan. Even though Xuan was well-read, he still couldn't compare to Lupin, who had truly traveled thousands of miles. Moreover, most people who are willing to publish books don't write travelogues, and if they do, they tend to embellish them artistically, as was the case with Lockhart's books last academic year. So as long as the Dursleys don't sign, Harry absolutely cannot go to Hogsmeade. After all, he still has his uncle and aunt. Even if they treat him badly, they are still his elders. Don't think it's heartless. It's just that you should never elevate someone's personal character. In terms of strength, Xuan can be said to be among the top few in the wizarding world, but he just hasn't shown it yet. Lupin was no stranger to these little guys. Unlike Snape, James Potter, and Sirius Black, he didn't either join a faction or rely on his family's protection after graduation. Please give me flowers. They would ambush lost people and beat them to death with clubs in the dark of night. Every year, the Ministry of Magic would receive dozens of reports of red hats attacking muggles. Halloween is here again, and this year's Halloween should be more lively than the previous 2 years, mainly because Hogwarts is rich this year. Dumbledore is rich. On the platform, Lu Ping pointed to the red-hatted creature in the cage, baring its teeth at the crowd, and explained. The lesson included many secrets not found in books, various interesting stories about magical creatures, and occasional anecdotes or funny incidents from Lupin's travels. By the end of the lesson, students not only learned knowledge but also broadened their horizons. During most full moons, Lupin had to lock himself away to avoid hurting others. The cheat system is great for improving strength, but it doesn't help much in terms of improving knowledge and experience. However, when it comes to knowledge and experience, Xuan is indeed at a disadvantage. After all, he is all alone and has no family background or experienced elders to teach him everything. In addition to this matter, the various houses have recently begun collecting applications from third-year students to go to Hogsmeade. A student like Xuan, who is sensible, academically excellent, and well-behaved, would receive help from Professor Flitwick even if Xuan didn't say anything, given his background. Generally speaking, professors are willing to help students unless they are particularly naughty or bad. What's wrong, Hermione? Why are you so angry? Who upset you? As Xuan watched the giant squid spouting water by the Black Lake, he saw Hermione walking towards him, carrying Crookshanks in a huff. Who else could it be but that idiot Ron? It's clearly that stupid rat Scabber's fault, why blame my Crookshanks? Well, it's undeniable that Crookshanks, as a cat, has an incredibly strong deterrent effect on Ron Scabber's mouse. Today, I was even chased by Crookshanks for a long time in the Gryffindor common room. When there's nothing to do, people don't restrict their pets from moving around in the common room. Xuan appeared to be listening attentively to Hermione's complaints, joining in on her rants about Ron and that rat Scabbers. Having experienced love in his past life, he knew that what he needed to do now was to agree with the girl and even join her in complaining about the person who made her unhappy, rather than trying to reason with her. Even if Hermione is wrong, as long as it's not a matter of principle, Xuan will stand by her side. The point about siding with reason over family isn't on Xuan's side, but rather on family over reason. Xuan always thinks the same way, as long as you can't beat him. As for matters of principle, as long as they don't involve anything that is morally reprehensible or world-destroying, they are not major issues. Moreover, Hermione has always been a good person. Apart from being a bit gossipy and arrogant when she was young, she has never been bad at anything else. Therefore, Xuan was willing to trust Hermione, and she deserved Xuan's trust. Besides, Ron was in the wrong to begin with, and Ron had a bad relationship with Xuan before, even targeting him somewhat. It was already a favor not to beat him up, let alone help him. Are you kidding me? Hermione often stood up for Xuan, especially since she disliked Ron. To be honest, Hermione and Penelope couldn't understand how Harry could forgive Ron so quickly and so generously, especially considering how they had become enemies last school year. As it turns out, this guy was really cunning. In order to survive, he used Animagus to turn into a rat and was fostered by the Weasley family. After all, Xuan was the most approachable person to Cultivation. Girls always have so much to talk about, they never run out of topics to discuss. After faking his death, Peter Pettigrew could have continued living in human form provided he was careful. Escaping England, or even Europe, the Americas would have been good options. Xuan would occasionally hear about Peter Pettigrew from Neville. It was common for him to be toyed with and used for magical experiments. It's worth noting that the Weasley kids are all incredibly energetic troublemakers. Ron wasn't even the first owner of Scabbers, it was passed down from his brother. I'd call him the most cowardly and timid person in the wizarding world. As a result, this year they've gone back to being inseparable like before. As for what Ron said about being bewitched by Tom Riddle, not everyone is a fool. Sister Penelope. He's just a pet owner. Only Xuan is the wizard most recognized by Crookshanks. Xuan even believed that if Sirius Black and Lupin hadn't exposed this guy, Peter Pettigrew might have lived his life like that, until death. I knew you guys were here. Is that ruthless enough? It's all about survival. Anyway, Xuan doesn't know about others, but he certainly doesn't want to live such a wretched life, not even as a human being, but as a rat. Just as Hermione finished complaining and was holding Crookshanks while watching the squid squirt water with Xuan, Penelope's very distinctive voice came from behind. After Voldemort's death, fearing that he would be retaliated against as a Death Eater, and also fearing that he would be retaliated against by those Death Eaters. After all, he was one of the people who pushed Voldemort to be destroyed by the Prophet. Penelope was one of Hermione's few best friends, so Hermione, who had just stopped talking, started chattering and complaining with Penelope again. If Ron and his brothers knew that Scabbers, the rat they always held in their arms and often played with like a child, was actually a middle-aged, sleazy man about the same age as their parents, wouldn't they be so surprised that tears of joy welled up in their eyes? In the magical world, there are so many ways to change a person's appearance. Peter Pettigrew could easily fake his death and escape without anyone suspecting anything. Will the thought be amplified even if I don't actually have it in my mind? Even though he was bullied by the Weasleys all the time and ate all sorts of strange things. But Peter Pettigrew didn't mind at all in order to survive, and even lived like this for more than 10 years. Hermione said happily when she saw Penelope dressed in a wizard's robes with a faint smile on her face. After all, 0 multiplied by any number is 0. Hermione Granger. Hermione didn't mind. With Xuan around today, it was already quite remarkable that Crookshanks could stay quietly in her arms for such a long time. Xuan was truly impressed by this. To be so afraid of death that he was willing to cease being human just to survive. On the surface, Xuan and Hermione were complaining about Ron, but secretly Xuan was thinking about Scabbers, or more accurately, Peter Pettigrew. To be honest, Xuan really admired this guy. He was incredibly brave and fearless. In order to save his own life, he revealed James Potter and Lily Evans' location to Voldemort, completely betraying the trust that James Potter and Sirius had placed in him. Xuan wasn't surprised by Hermione's reaction. Girls often repeat the same thing 4 or 5 times, especially to different best friends. Crookshank, who was in Hermione's arms, probably also felt that the two girls were too noisy, so he struggled to get out of Hermione's arms and found a quiet place to lie down in Xuan's arms. It's true that different strokes for different folks. If it were Xuan or even any normal person, they'd rather die than live like this, right? Therefore, this guy blamed everything on Sirius Black and even staged his own death, for which he painfully cut off one of his fingers. Even Penelope, who is seen as a cool and aloof goddess by others, will open her heart and become a chatterbox when she meets her true friends. This year's Halloween must be the most exciting ever. Penelope, arm in arm with Xuan, walked into the auditorium and said that the auditorium was decorated more lavishly this year, since there would be a band performing. Thousands of bats fluttered across the walls and ceiling of the auditorium, while another 1,000, like low, dark clouds, hovered and danced around the long tables of the 4 colleges. With so many bats flying around, the air currents created by their flapping wings caused the candle flames inside the pumpkin to flicker, adding to the festive atmosphere with their intermittent light. As for concerns that the bats might use luminous sand while flying, Xuan said there was no need to worry. The bats in the auditorium were not living beings, and Xuan did not sense any biological information. They were clearly created by Professor McGonagall using transfiguration. Generally, during the Halloween dinner each year, in addition to the food, the ghosts of Hogwarts will also perform on stage in the latter half of the dinner. However, they have a rather perverse sense of humor. Instead of going on stage in an unconventional way, they like to suddenly appear from under walls or tables and then put on various comedic performances. You could say the entire auditorium was their performance venue, except this year they did set up a stage and even installed some musical instruments and lighting, so it actually looked quite professional. Probably. Anyway, this year is the most lively of the 3 years since I enrolled. Xuan continued Penelope's words, but knowing the plot well, he knew that next year's Halloween in the Goblet of Fire should actually be even more exciting. Penelope, unaware of Xuan's thoughts, nodded in agreement. Since she enrolled, this year has been the most exciting. The troll invasion 2 years ago ended before it was even halfway through. This year is also very special for her, as it's the last time. Xuan could understand Penelope's feelings very well, just like he felt before graduating from high school and college in his previous life. What were once ordinary scenes, familiar people, and normal food tasted like they had an extra layer of filter after being accompanied by an emotion called reluctance to part. But probably not right. The Ravenclaw common room was even transformed by some ingenious little wizards, changing its original tranquil blue atmosphere into a dark and quirky Halloween special. After spending some time in the common lounge, Xuan returned to his dormitory. He hadn't yet entered the small world to see the 2 little ones, Hua and Tuanzai, today. Penelope does wear makeup, but she has no interest in putting those things on her face and rarely wears makeup herself. Friction tilde on a smooth surface tilde rubbing tilde. Some girls who know how to do makeup even draw scars or blood on their faces to attract the attention of other girls. And then there's the final performance by the Hogwarts ghosts, their mysterious gliding. Xuan thinks it would be much better if they were given a catchy background music track. Perhaps it was because Xuan's taste was rather niche. Xuan looked at the jubilant wizards around him with a fake smile. She sat obediently next to Xuan, watching the movie with him. That was enough. Xuan arrived at the long table in Ravenclaw School and sat down. It was already quite late. Many young wizards were already sitting there, chatting away with their friends. According to Xuan, someone this beautiful doesn't need makeup at all. In fact, makeup might even lower her attractiveness. At most, she could just wear light makeup and lipstick. Well, how should I put it? As for this band's performance, Xuan can only say that it was very stylish and had its own unique characteristics, just like their name suggests. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, the Quirky Sisters band went up to perform. Are you really not worried about not being able to finish this much? There wasn't even enough room on the long table. To make sure the table could hold all the food, the house elves even made a shelf with 2 tiers. From age 11 to 18, 7 years of her childhood were spent at Hogwarts, so it's no wonder Penelope became so sentimental. When the time came, Dumbledore gave a speech. Instead of starting the performance right away, he served everyone food first, and only began after everyone had eaten and drunk their fill. Especially Hua, who was snatched back from the jaws of death, needs the most care during this period. The 2 sisters are currently in a period of recuperation. Xuan wasn't entirely flattering her. Penelope was naturally a cool and aloof girl with great skin, so she didn't need makeup to cover up any imperfections. Because this is a full 7 years, which, according to Xuan's previous life, completely includes high school and university. This combination is going to ruin the show's effect. I wonder if these people even exist in this world. I really want to listen to their albums. Everyone was naturally very happy to see Xuan come in. After all, Western cuisine is quite different from Eastern cuisine. They are used to serving food in individual portions, so they usually divide the food into small portions for each person to take as they please. Having been exposed to the New World music scene, Xuan simply couldn't appreciate this style of music. He felt that his youth belonged to artists like Joe and Sun, who were relatively unknown. So it doesn't matter if there's leftovers, you can save them for the next meal or let the house elves finish them. This is different from eating from a big pot in Donghuang. Most of the young wizards were reluctant to go back to their dormitories to rest after returning to the common room. Instead, they chatted with their companions about the highlights and interesting things that happened at the dinner party. Hua and Tuan Zai, the two clingy little ones, definitely took over Xuan's arms, and Xiao Yin and the others didn't compete with their two sisters. Braised meat, Yorkshire pudding, mashed potatoes, syrup tarts, buttered peas, cranberry sauce, sausage, lamb chops, rice pudding, mixed fish soup, tripe, chicken and ham scones. The girls were mostly showing off small accessories they had made specifically for the Halloween party or Halloween-themed outfits. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone returned to their respective college dormitories. Judging from both the variety and the quantity, it's clear that Dumbledore practically ripped the Ministry of Magic off when school started. Or they might take out toys like Wizard's Chess or 15 Connect 4 and start playing. Entering the small world, I haven't rested at all tonight, and am watching an animated movie in the yard. Having graduated twice as an adult, Xuan understands that feeling very well, and it was even stronger at Hogwarts. Today is the day to go to Hogsmeade Village. I'm so excited. I heard from Sister Penelope about Honeyjuke's candy shop, Literati quill shop, Lady Patiff's tea house. Hermione and Xuan waited together outside Hogwarts Castle with the other young wizards, while Professor McGonagall checked the lists, registration forms, and underground students one by one. This was Hermione and Xuan's first time visiting Hogsmeade Village. After 3 years, they were finally able to go openly and legitimately. It was Hermione's first time, but it wasn't Xuan's first time. Don't forget, he got the Marauders map a long time ago, so he naturally knows the hidden route to Hogsmeade Village. Of course, he also went to Hogsmeade Village with other students in the past 2 or 3 years. Otherwise, where did he get all that seemingly endless candy from Honeyjuke's candy shop? Of course, Xuan only chose to go to Hogsmeade Village when other students were there. Otherwise, going during non-Hogwarts student hours would have been foolish enough to expose himself. Third graders go to Hogsmeade Village quite often, basically 4 weekends a month. If there are no major problems, it will be open 3 to 4 times a month. At this frequency, there is no need to go during non-student hours. However, the invisibility cloaks mentioned above are all time limited. They have an invisibility effect at first, but they become ineffective after a while, and the effect is not as good as expected. In addition, there are special spells to break the invisibility spell, such as revealing the original form immediately. Harry felt utterly powerless after being caught for forging a signature. Unable to use the invisibility cloak, with the Dursleys unwilling to sign, and Professor McGonagall refusing to go easy on him. Seeing Penelope's interested expression, Hermione knew exactly what Penelope was talking about. Being young, Hermione was still a bit shy, so she couldn't help but go over and playfully tease Penelope. It turns out that Dumbledore had spoken with Harry privately beforehand about the invisibility cloak. The invisibility cloak could block human senses, but it couldn't block Dementor's senses. This brings us to a spell called Manifestation in Human Form. The invisibility cloak we usually talk about is actually a kind of magical item, either created by casting an illusion spell or an illusion technique, or it is woven from the fur of an invisible beast. Why not just wear an invisibility cloak and secretly follow the main group to Hogsmeade Village? But your voice, scent, and physical contact, yes, are still there, so why is Dumbledore always able to find Harriet, who is wearing an invisibility cloak? Naturally, this is because Dumbledore was already able to cast this spell silently and without a wand. And even Travers of the Death Eaters later used this spell to sense Harry's presence. If we can only talk about things that are commonplace, we will lose the beauty and fun. Hogsmeade Village isn't a particularly large place. As the name suggests, it's basically the only village in England entirely inhabited by wizards. How big do you think it is? Harry also wanted to go to Hogsmeade with Ron, Neville, and the others. After failing to forge the signature, Harry remembered the invisibility cloak he had received from Dumbledore. You can either walk there or ride a flying broomstick. It's not far anyway, and there are definitely Dementors guarding the way between Hogwarts and Hogsmeade. This refers to the invisibility spell on the invisibility cloak being unbreakable, but Dumbledore was able to find Harry every time because he broke it from a different angle. As for Xuan's ability to change his form, that's also true, since the abilities of the bird snakes are really useful. So he decided to take Penelope and Hermione with him to try it out later. Even though Professor McGonagall felt great sympathy and wanted to help Harry, she had to refuse out of a sense of duty as the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. Before this, Harry had already gone to Dean's advice and forged Dursley's signature, but Professor McGonagall discovered it. But the invisibility cloak is different. It is a real, complete cloak that makes a person invisible, permanently effective, and impossible to break. Xuan ignored the savior who was beginning to despair. All he could do now was watch helplessly as the others went to Hogwarts Village for a visit. Don't forget, the Hogwarts Express that young wizards take to Hogwarts every year stops at Hogsmeade Village. Every time the Hogwarts Express opens, there's no transportation available between Hogwarts and Hogsmeade Village. Given that the overall wizarding population in England hovers around 5 figures, it's clear that there won't be many people here, and the scale won't be very large. Xuan, who was incredibly thick-skinned, wasn't affected or embarrassed at all. In fact, he felt that whether the setting of Lady Patiff's tea house was good or bad could only be determined by his own experience and critique. The reason, of course, was that the Dursleys refused to sign his will. Because the shop is always foggy and you can't see your surroundings, quite a few young wizard couples like to date here. After all, they don't want their every move to be seen by others. This spell is actually very simple. It's a spell to make invisible people appear, that is, to make the caster sense whether there are people around. However, going to Hogsmeade Village often isn't very interesting. It's like the scenery of my hometown, just a dilapidated lake, a dilapidated mountain, and dilapidated buildings. Is it really that beautiful? Madame Patiff's tea house is indeed quite nice. It's a steamy, somewhat cramped tea house, and everything inside is decorated with lace, even the small round tables. Even if an invisibility cloak can completely make a person invisible, you are still actually in this space, just not in a way that can be perceived by the naked eye. As it turns out, it actually looks quite good in the eyes of tourists. While Xuan and Hermione were talking, our savior Harry Potter wasn't so happy because he was the only one left behind this time. Dementors are not only stationed at Hogwarts, but also at Hogsmeade, which is not far from Hogwarts. The Marauder's map is now in Xuan's hands, and neither George nor Fred have it. Perhaps he'll be stuck at Hogwarts forever. Of course, as one of the 3 Deathly Hallows, the invisibility cloak is naturally different from a regular invisibility cloak. However, Xuan was certain that if he told the Gemini about the Marauder's map strategy, they might be able to create their own version of the Marauder's map. In fact, according to previous years, people usually go to Hogsmeade before Halloween, not after Halloween like this year. However, because of Sirius Black's escape from prison, the students' journey to Hogwarts was delayed, as Hogwarts was also under surveillance, waiting for Sirius to walk right into their trap. Hogsmeade was founded by Hanges of Woodcockfield and is the only village in England that is entirely populated by wizards. Unlike Diagon Alley, where there is still a possibility of ordinary people appearing, here it is entirely wizards. After walking for a while, Xuan and his companions finally saw Hogsmeade Village in the distance, a picturesque village consisting of many cottages and shops. Of course, that's how it feels from a distance. But once you go inside and see those neurotic and unkempt wizards, you'll realize that it's completely out of place with the beautiful scenery outside. This is Davy's Bands, a shop that specializes in selling and repairing magical equipment. This is Elegant Wizard Clothing, a large chain clothing store with branches in London and Bari. They have all kinds of clothing and socks. That shop over there is Honeyjuke's Candy Shop. They sell chocolates and all sorts of magical sweets. Most of the goods on the Hogwarts Express trolley are supplied by Honeyjuke's Candy Shop. Upon arriving at Hogsmeade, everyone parted ways. Penelope led Hermione and Xuan toward Honeyjuke's Candy Shop, which was the first stop for most of the young wizards. Don't doubt it, they are edible. After all, these candies were made using some magical materials and contain some spiritual power. There's also the mint-flavored, toad-shaped mint toad candy, which jumps around in your stomach after you eat it. However, Xuan had no intention of continuing to shop while carrying large bags and small packages. He found a place where no one would notice and put his and Hermione's packages into his small world. On the surface, of course, he put them into his own storage space. The Weasley twins are definitely VIP customers here. They buy a lot of their materials from here. After putting away their packages, Penelope led them to the Wenrenju Quill Pen Specialty Store. One should not flaunt one's wealth. With Xuan's strength, he naturally has nothing to worry about. But why create trouble when one can easily avoid it? This place sells a lot of materials for pranks and magic tricks, and its products include ginger eggs, burp candy, frog egg soap, and nose-biting tea, etc. Xuan and Hermione followed the crowd into Hunajuke's candy shop. The small shop was packed with students coming from Hogwarts, and the shopkeeper, Ambrose Froom, and his wife were busy as bees. I'm just here to accompany the two of them shopping. After all, guys know that. That's impossible. Don't be fooled by the small unit price, which is only 50 cents or $1, but people can easily buy cars and houses with that. There was no way around it. Even Penelope, who bought the least amount, spent 3 or 4 silver coins. Hermione, who was visiting for the first time, basically bought whatever caught her eye. Song would have been unable to accept things like sugar rats if it weren't for these things. There's also the delicious and filling crucible cake, which is a great choice to keep on hand, as well as the hard and crunchy nut brittle and the ginger salamander biscuits that look like salamanders. Jelly-like snot that looks like a slug, pepper sprites that breathe fire when eaten, sizzling bee candy that makes you float in the air, and a candy mouse that looks like a mouse and screams. Xuan had no particular idea about where to go. Unlike Hermione, he wasn't visiting for the first time, so he wasn't curious about the place. The so-called shopping involves deciding what to buy in advance, going there, taking it directly, paying, and leaving without much selection or inspection. The advertising slogan for the ice rat is "You'll hear your teeth squeaking. Once you eat it, your teeth will shiver from the cold." Xuan chose roughly these, and Hermione and the others mostly did the same since Xuan chose very popular and trendy candies. Xuan started using galleons as the unit of measurement, because it wasn't just him and Hermione eating. There were also little guys like Xiao Yin in the small world eating as well. I took some of the other candies, wanting to try them out. In any case, Xuan politely declined, as did Hermione and the others. After paying in line, feeling the envious glances from the other young wizards, Xuan and his friends walked out of the Honey Duke candy store carrying large and small bags. Besides Honeyduke's candy shop, another shop that most young wizards love is Zonko's joke shop, which is also George and Fred's favorite shop and dream. In a place like Hogsmeade, where all sorts of people mingle, Xuan didn't want the information about his possession of items that had been used to cast the unseen stretch charm to be openly exposed. Girls are different, comparing prices is normal for them, and it's not necessarily for the sake of shopping but rather to enjoy the process. Xuan didn't understand what was wrong with the wizards, why they were so fond of rats, even making candy look like rats. As magical creatures, their digestive systems are many times stronger than those of ordinary animals. Many young wizards with limited funds have saved up copper nuts and silver secos for quite some time, just to come to Honeyduke's candy shop to buy their favorite candies. Here, Xuan also saw many unique wizard-style candies. The lively chocolate frog and the birdie bots every flavor beans, where every bite is an adventure, were nothing compared to these. Xuan and Hermione picked out their favorite candies with small baskets. Pineapple preserves made by soaking pineapple pieces in syrup, super bubble gum that could blow bubbles the color of bluebells, and pink coconut ice cream with sparkling pink cubes. More importantly, they even brought the rat back to life, and it seems to enjoy the taste of a live rat. There are also licorice wands shaped like magic wands, box chocolate crucibles containing hot whiskey that resemble cauldrons, chocolate balls containing strawberry jelly and cream chunks, and liqueur-filled chocolates. However, they also chose candy quill pens made using sugar carving techniques, which look just like real quill pens. Have you ever seen a sandwich-filled gummy candy that explodes slightly in your mouth? Every time Hogwarts opens for business, it's their busiest time but also their most profitable. Don't be fooled by the small number of young wizards buying, the sheer volume leads to a significant increase. Just like the small shop next to Xuan's school in my past life, you say it doesn't make money. So many quills and parchment. Hermione's eyes lit up instantly as she entered the Wenrenju Quill Pen Specialty Store. All sorts of stationery, such as quill pens and parchment, filled the shelves, including rainbow ink, extra-large quill pens, and parchment with various beautiful patterns. Xuan felt that this Wenrenju Quill Pen Specialty Store was just like those popular stationery boutiques when Xuan was in elementary, middle, and high school. They sell all sorts of stationery there, but those stationery items are either cute or cool. Even a simple notebook can be turned into something special. However, after Xuan graduated from high school, the rise of e-commerce deprived these boutiques of their fertile ground for survival, and they all went out of business. It could be said that this was Xuan's youth. Once upon a time, the entire campus was filled with graduation yearbooks, envelopes with anime illustrations, notebooks with sentimental messages, and uniquely shaped pens. Hermione and Penelope were completely absorbed in it. What girl doesn't want her stationery to be pretty instead of plain when she's in school? Most of the customers at the Wenrinju Quill Pen Specialty Store are girls, while boys prefer to spend their money at the Xuan Joke Shop, where they can buy quill pens with unique functions. Xuan was also quite interested in looking through the latest new products. These novel stationery items rely on the continuous release of new products. If the same old patterns are always used, most people will not buy them again after they have them, and those who do not have them will not think of spending money again when they see that the styles are too common. This is similar to game skins. The more novel the skin, the fewer people own it. Driven by vanity and the desire to show off, people want it more. It's the same principle. Anyway, I have all day today, so there's no rush. There are only a few shops, so I can spend an hour at each one. This time, unlike at the Hanajuke's candy store, I didn't buy lots of candy this time. Candy is different. Once it's eaten, it's gone. Stationery can last for quite a while, so you can just buy more when you run out. Anyway, the restrictions on traveling to Hogwarts Village have been lifted now, so maybe there will be new items available. After leaving the Wenrinju Quill Pen Specialty Store, I took Hermione, who was visiting for the first time, to explore other places, such as the Condiments Talk Shop, the Hogsmeade Post Office, which houses hundreds of song owls, and Pighead Bar, among others. There is another place, which is Hogsmeade Station, but Xuan and his group have been there several times a year, and there is nothing interesting to see. Xuan and his friends didn't go into the Pig's Head Bar, even though they knew it was run by Dumbledore's brother, Aberforth. But its tattered wooden sign, adorned with a severed pig's head, and the white cloth wrapped around the head, soaked with blood and blackened over time, revealed its true nature. Even without going inside, you can see from the doorway that it's dark and small inside, and you can smell a strong muttony odor from a distance. As for why not look through the window? I'm sorry, but the windows are covered in a thick layer of grime, so not a single ray of light can get in. Penelope had never been inside, nor had Xuan, but according to the warriors who had been inside, the ground inside was initially thought to be compacted mud. But it was actually a pile of compacted grime that had been there for who knows how long. 2 years ago, Quirrell, disguised as a human, pretended to concede defeat here and handed over the Norwegian Ridgeback egg to Hagrid, extracting information from him about how to deal with Fulv the Cerberus. By the way, both the three-headed dog Louis and the Norwegian spine dragon Norbert are now in Xuan's little world, while Quirrell has been turned to ashes for over a year. Even Xuan and his group took a distant look at the screaming shack outside Hogsmeade before finally returning to the Three Broomsticks Tavern, where they enjoyed 10 cups of the famous butterbeer. Compared to the dimly lit Filthy Pig's Head Bar, the Three Brooms Bar run by Miss Rosmerta is much better. The bar and tables felt spacious, bright, clean, and warm, and the whole shop was very clean, making it completely welcoming. In addition, with Lady Rosmerta's unparalleled brewing skills, almost every wizard who comes to Hogsmeade will stop by to sit and taste Lady Rosmerta's cooking. Three Brooms has many signature dishes, including butterbeer, lemonade, mulled mead, red wine, cherry juice, and soda with ice and a small umbrella. Oh, please give me flowers. But the most famous are butterbeer and hot mead. Mead being an alcoholic beverage made by fermenting honey diluted with water. The same applies to butterbeer, a foamy alcoholic beverage with very low alcohol content, even lower than mead. However, even with such low butterbeer, house elves can still get drunk. It has a buttery texture, but the rich foam doesn't feel greasy. The subtle sweetness bursts in your mouth with each bubble. Xuan savored the 2 silver coins for a bottle of butterbeer. The price wasn't cheap. Penelope over there could order mead with a higher alcohol content, since in the wizarding world, 17 is considered an adult. The butterbeer was only given to Xuan and Hermione because they were probably around 15 or 16 years old, since alcohol is not sold to minors, even in the wizarding world. If it were the Pighead Bar, they might not care so much, but Rosmerta, the owner of the Three Broomsticks, is a very responsible wizard. Or perhaps they just don't want to receive a warning from the Ministry of Magic because of this. However, items like cherry juice and soda water are not restricted, and many young wizards who come to Hogsmeade for the first time order these. Although I didn't drink alcohol, I at least got to experience the atmosphere. I can brag about it to my friends when I get back since I've actually been to a bar now. Xuan looked around. Although the bar was almost full, most of the people there were Hogwarts students, and there were very few actual customers. It seems that the Three Broomsticks business has become much quieter since the Dementors moved in. According to Penelope on the way, before the Dementors were stationed there were no seats left in the bar if you arrived late. It's still quite crowded with Hogwarts students to prevent it from feeling too deserted. No wonder Mrs. Zerastar's 10th sentence to Fudge in the future was a complaint. No matter which merchant's business is negatively affected, they all feel the same way. After leaving the Three Broomsticks pub, curious Hermione still dragged the full-bodied Xuan and Penelope to Madame Patiff's tea house to experience the smoky, ethereal atmosphere. As for whether the tea there was good or not, Xuan couldn't comment too much. After all, the tea he drank was quite different. It was imported tea from 2 different countries, very smooth, not bitter, and even had a hint of sweetness. Xuan was drinking tea, while the savior, who was alone and depressed in Hogwarts, was having a heart-to-heart talk with Lupin. Moreover, because of some things he had just discovered, Harry's impression of Snape had worsened. Since almost 99.9% of the students in the house had gone to Hogsmeade, Harry, who had nothing to do and no one to keep him company, didn't want to go back to the Gryffindor common room to be alone. So he wandered around the castle and happened to run into the 810 in Lupin. Upon hearing Harry say that he could only stay at Hogwarts because he couldn't get a guardian's signature, Lupin felt sorry for this homeless child who seemed like a ghost, so he took him to his office. He was given a cup of hot cocoa, some chocolate, and some candy from Honeyjuke's candy store. As a graduate of Hogwarts and a current professor, Lupin was certainly aware of the school's rules and Professor McGonagall's strictness and ideas. Even if the other person wants to help this poor child just like they do, they don't know where to start. However, if it were another close friend of his, Sirius Black, who was still in Azkaban, no, he had already escaped from Azkaban, then Harry's godfather would have the right and the qualification to do so. You should drink it right now, Lupins. Harry found himself getting along very well with Lupin, and Lupin even revealed that he and Harry's father, James Potter, were good friends when they were at Hogwarts, and that he was also very familiar with Harry's mother, Lillian Evans. In the Western world, not just anyone can be a godfather, they are essentially second guardians. Severus, thank you very much. Harry sat silently in his chair, listening to the two's incoherent conversation. Snape, on the other hand, saw Lupin pick up his wine glass, give Harry another once-over, and then leave. When Snape walked in and saw that Harry was also there, he didn't say anything, but he squinted and carefully looked Harry and Lupin up. Harry didn't like that look at all, and he could even see a wary look on Snape's face. Perhaps noticing the confusion and bewilderment in Harry's eyes, as well as his wariness of Snape, Lupin held up his wine glass and explained while smelling it. However, Lupin didn't mention that. Instead, he talked to Harry about the Dementor that Boggart had imagined during the last defense against the dark arts class. He was holding a wine glass in his hand, which was slightly steaming, but Harry didn't think it smelled good. Snape spoke to Lupin with a blank expression. Harry felt that Snape at that moment was like a lackey forcing a minister to take poison, but Dementors are different. Harry had his happiness absorbed by one not long ago when school started, so fear is normal. Although the Dursleys weren't exactly kind to him, it was still much better than someone who was rejected by everyone from childhood and could only eat instant noodles and drink expired milk. A bearded man whose life was full of exploitation and scheming. After saying that, Lupin took a sip of the Wolfsbane potion, and Harry could see that Lupin's body trembled involuntarily after drinking it. Even putting himself in Snape's shoes, Lupin believed that if he were Snape, not giving Harry a direct hit would already be magnanimous. Harry thought so too. Later, the two discussed it and realized that Voldemort was too far removed from Harry's timeline. At that time, he was just a baby. Just as Lupin was about to talk to Harry about his parents, Snape knocked on the door and came in. Lupin saw the goblet Snape had placed on the table and smiled as he thanked him. It was undoubtedly the freshly brewed Wolfsbane potion. In the end, trusting the wrong person extinguished the light in my heart, and my heart died. Lupin originally thought Harry's biggest fear would be Voldemort, but it turned out to be the Dementors. Lupin was just smiling as he listened to Harry's words. He was interested in dark magic. Back then, Snape was one of the most powerful members of the Death Eaters, and many dark magic spells were even invented by Snape. Look at what James Porter did. Bullying someone in school, humiliating them in front of their childhood friend, and even stealing their favorite childhood friend away. Seeing Harry like this, Lupin was heartbroken. This child saved the wizarding world, but no one saved him. At least Dumbledore, the strongest white wizard of our time, is far superior in character to that brute. However, Harry later subtly spoke ill of Snape, saying things like that he was interested in forbidden dark magic and coveted the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, willing to do anything to achieve it. I will drink it, but I might drink some more tomorrow. Lupin naturally knew why Snape was targeting Harry so much. It was all his father James Potter's fault. But now that James was dead, the son had to pay for the father's sins. Song could say it was a terrible sin. Professor Snape kindly brewed a potion for me. I'm not very good at potions, and this one is quite complicated, so I had to trouble him. It's a pity that I can't put sugar in it. For a moment, Harry thought Snape was brewing poison for Lupin instead of a potion, and he almost reached out to snatch it away. In other words, James Potter died, but Lupin felt that if it were him, he would probably dig up his grave and whip his corpse 100 times to vent his anger. Seeing Lupin finish the potion with a long face, Harry wanted to ask what kind of potion it was. But after thinking about it, since Lupin didn't want to say, Harry didn't press the matter. Don't expect Petunia, who is extremely jealous and hostile towards Lily Evans, to talk to Harry about his mother. If you think that's not enough, I made a whole pot of it if you want more. This made Harry incredibly excited. Apart from hearing Dumbledore mention it and seeing it in the Mirror of Eris during his first year, there was very little information about his parents. Xuan, however, believed that Harry was much happier than the boy known as the Fox Spirit who had similar experiences in another world. Of course, Lupin knew that Harry was only saying this because he had been targeted by Snape a lot and was holding a grudge, so he was viewing Harry with prejudice. Lupin didn't want to get involved in Snape and Harry's affairs. He wanted them to handle it themselves. After all, he and Snape had a lot of old grudges and unresolved issues between them. However, Lupin didn't let Harry continue, interrupting him to avoid letting Harry harbor so much resentment towards Snape, since it was ultimately the Potter family who owed Snape. Even disregarding past events, Lupin had to consider the fact that Snape was still willing to help him concoct the Wolfsbane potion after he arrived at Hogwarts. Even though Dumbledore had also contributed, Lupin couldn't ignore Snape's kindness. Hearing that Lupin was willing to talk to him about his parents, Harry was naturally more willing to listen to the Potters than to continue recalling Rhinup's usual nasty behavior towards him. When Ron and Neville returned to the Great Hall in the evening with gifts from Honeydukes and Zonko's joke shop to find Harry, they discovered that Harry wasn't as unhappy or sad as they had imagined. After talking with him for a while, I learned that he had spent a long time with Lu Ping that day and had also learned a lot about his parents from Lu Ping, so he was naturally not so disappointed. Moreover, Lupin wasn't stupid. He was only talking about the fun things he, James Potter, and the other two had at Hogwarts, mostly some mischievous things like going out at night. They naturally wouldn't talk about the bullying of Snape, or the Forbidden Forest, or the Animagus training, etc. Meanwhile, the merchants in Hogsmeade will remind the young wizards to return. If they miss it, they will be given temporary shelter for the night, since things are not peaceful right now. They will also communicate with Hogwarts to inform Professor McGonagall of the situation. Dumbledore turned to Filch, who was standing behind him, and said, "But after so many years as a caretaker, Filch may not have developed much else, but he certainly did develop a keen eye." The portraits around were also very lively, with everyone inside watching and gossiping. Everyone then performed their respective duties. The class leaders from each college counted the number of people and let everyone find a place to rest, while Xuan cast a cleaning spell on the ground. I searched the third floor and found nothing. In the Great Hall, Xuan and Penelope listened to Hermione recount the fat lady's words from someone else. After all, this floor is constantly being walked on and treaded on. Even if house elves regularly clean and tidy it, Leaky wouldn't tolerate a single cleaning spell now. They discovered the fat lady hiding behind a stone in a painting in another corner. Dumbledore and his companions approached her and asked what had happened. Harry and his friends peered over the crowd toward the door to the Gryffindor common room and discovered that the portrait on the door was gone. When Harry and Ron returned to the Gryffindor common room, they followed their usual route to the tower, only to find the corridor crowded with people, and no one went inside. Between Sirius Black, a young boy, and Voldemort, who leads the Death Eaters, the answer is obviously obvious. Not only that, she even sneaked up to the Gryffindor tower, but the fat lady was dutiful and refused to open the door even though her hiding place was destroyed. He has devilish eyes and his soul is as dark as his name. It's him, he's here, he's in the castle, Sirius Black. The professor, upon returning from the search, reported to Dumbledore that, so far, no trace of Sirius Black had been found. The sharp-eyed Harry also noticed sharp scratches on the door, but before he could take a closer look, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall arrived. The professors and I will be conducting a thorough search of the castle. For everyone's safety, you may have to spend the night in the Great Hall. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that the fat lady had disappeared from the portrait, which had been maliciously vandalized. Pieces of cloth were scattered all over the floor, and the door was covered with deep scratches. Then Percy, in that unpleasant tone, indicated that he was the prefect and asked me to go. But perhaps happiness is always accompanied by some unexpected events that make you unhappy. Seeing Dumbledore's move, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Xuan also noticed something. Dumbledore must have an item with considerable space that could cast the unseen stretching charm, but he didn't know which accessory it was. With a sudden inspiration, Harry followed closely behind Dumbledore and his companions while everyone made way for them. Xuan and the others were among the last group of students to return to Hogwarts, as Professor McGonagall had given them the return time before they left, so no one dared to be late. Seeing the professor's nervous expressions and the other young wizards' heated discussion, they learned that when they left Hogwarts for Hogsmeade, Sirius Black had sneaked in when there weren't many people at Hogwarts, and the defenses were weakened. However, Neville and Seamus still shared what they had seen and heard in Hogsmeade that day, such as Honeyjuke's candy shop with its wide variety of sweets, Zonko's joke shop with its various magical toys, and the Three Broomsticks pub with its butterbeer. Professor Flitwick and his colleagues searched the entire Hogwarts castle in pairs, while Professor McGonagall and Filch locked all the magical doors and windows and activated all the security measures. So everyone gained something today. Some gained happiness, some gained candy, some gained medicine, and some even gained love and a unique experience. After Dumbledore finished his speech, he waved his hand, and all the tables and chairs flew to the wall and stacked up. With another wave, countless purple sleeping bags appeared. Mr. Filch summoned the ghosts and have them search every painting in the castle to find the Fat Lady. Although it wasn't like the future Battle of Hogwarts, it can still be said that a considerable amount of resources were used. Xuan and the others returned a little later than the other junior wizards, almost at the last minute. As soon as they got back, they were called to gather in the auditorium. No, they were also sent back to their dormitories to get a dozen things. I searched the astronomical tower and the owl roost but found nothing. If it weren't for the attack on the Fat Lady, it would seem like Sirius Black's arrival at Hogwarts was just a false alarm. I've ordered the prefects to stand guard at the auditorium entrance and report to me immediately if anything happens. Oh, and I think you might also need this. However, Ginny, who was watching Harry and his friends, soon came down from the front and explained that the fat man who managed the entrance to the common room was missing. What happened? Why isn't anyone going in? Xuan, lying in his sleeping bag, was not asleep. Or rather, most of the young wizards were not asleep so quickly. They were all whispering among themselves. Xuan felt a strange sense of familiarity with this scene. It was the same when the trolls invaded Hogwarts 2 years ago. The enemy sneaked into the castle before they were discovered. This is England's safest magic school. Xuan and Hermione found a corner to stay in, which was the closest place to the entrance of the Great Hall. Penelope's sleeping bag was placed to the side, since Dumbledore would have the prefects take turns resting at midnight and the professors would guard the Great Hall. Let the professors rest for now, otherwise the long night will be hard to endure. Most of the professors at Hogwarts are quite old, with the youngest being Lupin and Snape, who joined this year. Fortunately, magic also has the ability to enhance physical fitness. Otherwise, people like Professor McGonagall, who are all quite old, would find it too much for their bodies to withstand all-nighters. Hearing the rustling sounds around him, Xuan turned his head to the left by the moonlight and saw Penelope, who had finished her night watch. On the right is Hermione, who is already fast asleep. The two of them spent the whole day playing in Hogsmeade Village. When they returned, they heard that Sirius Black had already entered Hogwarts, which caused another uproar. They didn't have Xuan's strong physique and were already feeling tired, especially Hermione, who was younger. Xuan suspected that Sirius Black was hiding somewhere on the way to Hogsmeade Village, observing Ron, mainly to see if Peter Pettigrew was on his person. I still hope that everyone can return to their respective colleges tomorrow and end this situation. Penelope, who had just crawled into her sleeping bag, naturally noticed Xuan's movements. Turning her head, she saw his concerned gaze and felt incredibly happy. Sirius Black naturally knew that news of his escape had spread throughout the wizarding world, so Peter Pettigrew, who had always been by Ron's side, was certainly aware of it as well. Penelope smiled and closed her eyes. It was a rare experience tonight. Although she was very tired, with Xuan by her side, she would probably sleep even more soundly tonight. Like the vast universe, Dumbledore was very skilled at creating atmosphere with magic. Xuan wasn't interested in listening to what was happening over there. It was too late, he should be asleep. Should we remind Potters? Peter Pettigrew must have guessed that Sirius Black's escape was to find him, so given his timid nature, he naturally wouldn't run away and would stay obediently in Hogwarts. However, the fat lady in the Gryffindor common room was very dutiful and wouldn't open the door even though the painting was scratched. I've thought of many things, but none of them are feasible. Severus, no professor at Hogwarts, would help Sirius Black infiltrate, and I believe the castle is safe. She gently shook her head, then silently mouthed to Xuan that she wasn't that tired, just a little unaccustomed to it. Therefore, it was normal for Snape to have such suspicions. After all, they didn't know that apart from Lupin, the werewolf James Potter. All the other main characters were illegal Annies without any class. Xuan was even less worried. He naturally knew why Sirius Black had entered Hogwarts and even why he had escaped. Besides Xuan, Harry was also one of them. Putting aside Dumbledore and the various professors, even if Sirius Black were resurrected, Voldemort wouldn't be able to get by without a large group of Death Eaters. Not to mention that Xuan was by her side. The two women who were closest to Xuan naturally understood his strength. Even if Sirius Black really passed through Dumbledore's guards, Xuan was still there. It's just that I saw the Daily Prophet's photo in Azkaban of the Weasleys winning the lottery and going on vacation this summer. He really has a knack for getting into Hogwarts all by himself. Have you ever wondered how he even got in? For example, I had expressed my concerns about appointing Lupin as a professor at the beginning of the term. Penelope, who stayed up until midnight, was also exhausted. She was already tired after going out for fun today. We all know that people are most excited when they are having fun and don't feel tired. Dumbledore and Snape patrolled the Great Hall as they talked. Their voices were not loud, but in the quiet night, almost anyone who was not asleep could hear them. Xuan nodded, silently replied with a good night, and then told Penelope to rest. He didn't come to Hogsmeade with Ron, which is naturally because he's scared and hiding in Hogwarts. Others might not recognize Peter Pettigrew in his animagus form, but how could Sirius Black, who had spent so many years with him, not recognize him? Maybe, but let him sleep for now. In his dreams, we will enter a world that is entirely our own, where he can swim in the deepest ocean or fly among the highest clouds. Zhaos. Why did they choose this particular time to escape? Dumbledore came up behind Harry, looked at the back of his head, and said these words intentionally to Harry, who was not asleep, as he could sense that Harry was not asleep. He also knew what Snape meant. It was only after seeing that Peter Pettigrew was still alive that Sirius Black pieced together everything. When he was arrested, he was still wondering what was going on, but he never expected that it was his most trusted brother, James, who had betrayed him. Furthermore, no one believes that Sirius Black would still be staying in Hogwarts Castle now, let alone planning to storm the Great Hall. Wouldn't that be walking right into a trap? Just look at Hermione on the other side and you'll know. As for worrying about Sirius Black barging in, taking advantage of the time when there were few people in Hogwarts and the defenses were at their weakest, Sirius Black sneaked into Hogwarts Castle through a secret passage. But after it was over, all that fatigue came rushing in at once. Plus, because I was on night watch, I went to bed several hours later than usual. I would normally be fast asleep by this time. When they found out he wasn't there, and since he had transformed into his animagus form, the Dementors automatically ignored him. This is why he was able to escape from Azkaban and avoid the Dementors' guards. Xuan didn't care what Harry was thinking. He only thought the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall was very beautiful. The relationship between James Potter and his group of four was a well-known rumor throughout the wizarding world, not to mention Professor Dumbledore and the victim Snape. You're hopeless, I told you Crookshanks wouldn't do that. Do you think it's just missing a bite to eat? Why would it eat your filthy, ugly, stinking rat that's even missing a finger? Before he even got there, Xuan could hear Hermione's angry questioning voice from afar. It seemed that Hermione was indeed very angry this time. Even without listening to Neville's explanation on the way, Xuan could guess what had happened just from that one sentence. It should be Ron the Rat Scabbers, that is, Peter Pettigrew, the #1 cowardly middle-aged greasy man, after learning that Sirius Black had broken into Hogwarts. He felt that even the Gryffindor common room was no longer safe, and this time it was the fat lady who prevented him from entering by not opening the door. But what about next time? Peter Pettigrew is certainly not the kind of person who would entrust his life to someone else. Otherwise, he wouldn't have broken the confession of loyalty to betray James and staged an explosion to fake his death. Sensing something was wrong, Peter Pettigrew naturally fled the Gryffindor common room and disappeared somewhere. Ron, unable to find his mouse, overheard that Lavender Brown's rabbit had been killed by a fox, and concluded that his mouse had also been killed and eaten by Hermione's cat Crookshanks. Furthermore, Crookshanks has a history of 650 precedents with Scabbers, meaning they specifically targeted and attacked him, which is why Ron believes this. Xuan. While he was thinking, Xuan didn't stop walking. He walked directly behind Hermione, who happily called out when she saw him. I had planned everything perfectly beforehand, and I even encouraged myself with great confidence. They were afraid that Xuan would think they were provoking or angering him, and that they would be retaliated against without any evidence. Everyone knows that Penelope, this soon-to-graduate senior, is truly angry and will openly seek revenge, and the other party wouldn't go to such lengths. Now that he has fully developed his skills and reached the level of the top few, he is qualified to become a chess player. If Xuan really dares to treat me like Flint and the others, I will definitely dare to complain to Dumbledore and write to the Daily Prophet to expose his evil deeds. The conflict stemmed from the first year's night outing incident, the second year's secret chamber air incident, and the basilisk attack incident, which was unknown to others but understood by the two of them. Looking back, Ron felt it was a miracle that he hadn't been taught a lesson by Xuan, or perhaps Xuan had been lenient and generous before. But the current fate of Flint and the others terrified Ron. Ron, who had been shouting and yelling arrogantly with his face flushed red, as if he were standing on a moral high ground, fell silent the moment he saw Xuan arrive. But the young wizards weren't fools. Of all times, Flint and the others had to be taught a lesson, but they ended up getting themselves killed after attacking Hermione. At the same time, Xuan could also feel that he was beginning to receive Dumbledore's attention. He was so ruthless, so vengeful, and yet so outstanding and had such charismatic leadership skills. He was starting to resemble that person. Cut off those guys' outstretched claws, beat them until they feel the pain, and they'll know that Xuan is not someone to be trifled with and won't dare to mess with him anymore. During that period, most people dared not do anything bad or give any disrespectful looks to Xuan, Penelope, and Hermione. In fact, Xuan's actions were not without consequences. Although there was no direct evidence, everyone in Hogwarts knew that he was behind it. Then why be so submissive? Provoking me is the way to strike back hard. In just over 2 years, Ron has accomplished quite a few great feats. Among all the people at Hogwarts who would do this for Hermione, and who also have the power to do so, are Xuan and Penelope. There's a difference between imagination and reality. That's why Ron chickened out after actually meeting Xuan. Even afterward, Professor Flitwick subtly spoke to Xuan about it. Don't misunderstand, he wasn't blaming him, but rather praising him for doing a good job. More importantly, he didn't leave any evidence against him. There was no way around it. Flint and his friend's miserable state had truly left many young wizards with psychological trauma. Putting aside the physical pain, Ron felt that being in this state, and with the news spreading throughout the entire academy, might really mean he had to drop out. There was no other way. It wasn't that he was acting on his own whims, but rather that everyone had witnessed the miserable state of the Slytherin students after the battle between Gryffindor and Slytherin, which later spilled over into Hermione's life. Ron doesn't think he's as good as Flint and the others, even though he got a free ride with Tom Riddle last year, which boosted his power and gave him a new wand. They also realized for the first time how terrifying Xuan could be when he was provoked. She knew she couldn't reason with Ron Weasley, this unreasonable guy. And if she kept talking, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to resist pulling out her wand and casting a spell on that rotten mouth. Even Snape thought so and even tried to make things difficult for Xuan in class, but he managed to defuse the situation. Ron believed he was in the right, so what if Hermione had Xuan backing her up? At Hogwarts, could he really be unreasonable? Even without direct evidence, it's understandable that Flint and his gang said they didn't know who did it since Xuan used the Oblivion spell. Especially Ron. Thinking back, he had offended Xuan quite a bit in the past. Hermione was in the same house as him, and although she was a muggle, she had such good grades. Ron was jealous and had talked behind her back a lot and even said a lot to her face. The once learned, approachable, and helpful light of Ravenclaw, when angered, transforms from warm sunshine into raging man-eating flames. For a while, Ron had been avoiding Xuan whenever he saw him, but this time he was a little too angry and went straight to cause trouble for Hermione. Don't forget, Wen also has that iconic slug scene from before. So what? The Xuan of today is no longer the same person who just transmigrated to this world and entered the magical world. But seeing the miserable state of Flint and the others that day, everyone felt a pang of sympathy and a chill ran down their spines. If they were in Flint's shoes, they wouldn't know if they would still be able to stay at Hogwarts. Ron was confident against Flint and the others in a one-on-one fight, but against multiple opponents, let alone defeating them without sustaining any damage like Xuan did afterward. The chances of winning were almost zero. He was more likely to end up like them. Tell me what happened, although Neville told me part of it on the way, it wasn't complete. Since everyone's here, I'll share my thoughts and let everyone judge the situation, and let others add their opinions. Xuan glanced at Ron, who was silent, and spoke softly to Hermione. Hermione naturally guessed what Xuan meant. Since Ron had pinned the blame on Crookshanks and made him take the fall, then they should lay things out and let everyone judge, so as not to say that Xuan was abusing his power. Okay, Xuan and Hermione both know about Xuan's recent bad reputation, but he doesn't care. The other two, on the contrary, feel very safe, so they didn't say much. Hermione recounted the events in a very objective manner, without any bias or defense. Just today, when I was holding Crookshank in the auditorium, Ron suddenly ran over angrily, saying that his pet rat, Scabbers, had been missing for several days, and he couldn't find it no matter how hard he looked. Even if he went out to play before, he would come back within a day at most, and he would usually stay in the Gryffindor common room and wouldn't wander off. Now he's nowhere to be found, and we've been looking for him for so long without success. Therefore, Ron believes that Crookshanks ate Scabbers because there was a precedent of Crookshanks being aggressive towards Scabbers, so it's normal for Ron to have this reasoning. Hermione did not deny this, because many students in the Gryffindor common room saw it that time, and it was indeed true. However, Hermione disagreed with this statement because ever since the last incident, she had kept Crookshanks locked in her room to prevent it from running around unless Hermione was with it. Hermione's roommates can attest to this. It's definitely true. In other words, Crookshanks is either within Hermione's sight or locked in his dorm room, isolated from Scabbers with no chance of contact whatsoever. Even when they're out together, Hermione and Ron would avoid each other, even if Crookshank was nearby. Therefore, Ron's statement was clearly a miscarriage of justice. In addition, Crookshank never eats raw meat, only cat food specially prepared for it by Xuan. It won't even eat cooked food that everyone in the auditorium serves it, making it a very picky cat. Ron's rat was rather ugly, and sometimes it even smelled bad when it scurried around. Hermione didn't believe the rumors that Crookshanks were interested in it and even ate it. After Hermione finished speaking, everyone felt that she made sense, especially the female students from the other three houses besides Slytherin, who usually had a lot of dealings with this fat orange cat. Despite its adorably ugly appearance, it was being held by quite a few girls, which shows what kind of cat it was. As everyone knows, Ron's mouse was indeed as Hermione said, and Hermione's roommates also testified that Crookshanks never left the dormitory without their company. As a result, most people sided with Hermione, believing that Scabbers' disappearance had nothing to do with Crookshanks. Seeing that everyone was on Hermione's side, Ron disregarded Xuan's intimidating presence and started arguing back. He was also clever. Instead of focusing on his own disadvantages, such as the timing of the crime, he started with the motive for the crime. They insist on the last attack Crookshanks on Scabbers, believing that Crookshanks has always harbored ill will towards Scabbers, and that it's in a cat's nature to eat mice. Apart from Crook Mountain, no other creature would be interested in such a rat. Even if Crookshank is picky and doesn't eat rat meat, it will still kill the rats, though it's unclear where they'll end up being disposed of. In fact, everyone can see the situation very clearly now. Even Harry and his friends, who are standing behind Ron to support him, don't think this is a problem with Crookshanks. It's not that Scabbers got lost or something happened to him, it has nothing to do with Hermione or Crookshanks. Ron is starting to act a bit unreasonably. That's what they were thinking, but Harry and the others couldn't leave at this time. If none of them supported Ron, then there would really be no one to help him. They felt too embarrassed to speak and give Ron an explanation, so they could only stand there silently. A group of people started discussing animatedly, but Xuan didn't rush to speak. Instead, he waited until everyone had been discussing for a while before speaking, requesting Flowers 0. Ron, I can immediately refute your claim that Crookshanks is the only one interested in Scabbers. Don't forget, there are plenty of owls at Hogwarts. As soon as Xuan finished speaking, everyone suddenly realized that the most numerous creatures in Hogwarts, who could also enter and leave the castle, were undoubtedly the owls that delivered messages and items. Yes, owls eat mice too. Indeed, once my pet owl Rurin came carrying a dead mouse and gave me quite a fright. So it's very likely that the rat Spotted was eaten by the owls. Not necessarily, maybe they don't know where they went and got lost. Hearing what Xuan and the others said, Ron's face, which had been flushed with excitement, suddenly turned pale. What Xuan said seemed to be true. After all, Ron had seen his old owl Errol hunt mice, but Errol wouldn't attack it because he recognized the mouse Spotted. But the other owls wouldn't recognize him. And with so many owls constantly flying around the castle, it seems more likely that the wandering Spot would be preyed upon by them than Crookshank, locked in his bedroom. At this point, Ron even believed that this was indeed the truth. Apart from Xuan, everyone else thought this was the most likely possibility. Xuan, who knew the specifics, naturally knew that Peter Pettigrew had hidden himself. Xuan wasn't stupid enough to say that the mouse wasn't a mouse, but an illegal animagus Peter Pettigrew from over a decade ago, who betrayed James Potter and Lily Evans, the guy who got Sirius Black wrongfully imprisoned. Not only will no one believe it, they might even think Lee is a fool. Just look at Ron and Harry's behavior in the original timeline, and you'll know that if Lupin and Sirius Black hadn't forced Peter Pettigrew to turn back into human form on the spot, they would never have believed it. Especially Ron, don't forget, Peter Pettigrew has been infiltrating the Weasley family for over a decade. How could a human endure that long? Xuan just wanted to say, there really is such a thing, now you've seen it, haven't you? 3. And what Ron said about Crookhill attacking Scabbers, I think that's also a different kind of omen, a warning. Ron remained silent and the others stopped their discussion, waiting for Xuan to continue. Hermione's Crookhills has raccoon blood, and I don't know if you know anything about raccoons, these magical creatures. The raccoon cat is very intelligent and has the ability to detect people who are morally corrupt or suspicious. It is also very protective of its owner. I remember the time Crookshanks attacked Scabbers, it was when Scabbers was close to Hermione. Before that, even when Scabbers and Crookshanks were in the Great Hall, Crookshanks never attacked Scabbers. In other words, when Scabbers approached Hermione, the Protector and Crookshanks, who possessed sensory abilities, believed that he would harm Hermione, so he attacked proactively. After Xuan finished speaking, many junior wizards who knew about the cat raccoon nodded in agreement with the information about the cat raccoon in Xuan's words. It must be said that everyone was once again amazed by Xuan's extensive knowledge of magical creatures. Last school year, based on some unimportant information, they guessed that the monster in the secret room was a basilisk, and now they have deduced another idea based on the bloodline of Crook Mountain. I also remember that it was exactly as Brother Xuan said at that time. Crookshanks jumped out of Hermione's arms to attack Scabbers when Scabbers darted to Hermione's side. Neville's own testimony further convinced others that Xuan's guess was correct. After Neville's personality and memory improved, he made the most of the memory orb his grandmother had given him. He often uses it to relive the events of each day like a memory archive, so when Neville says that, it's true. Moreover, after Xuan and Neville said that, the others vaguely remembered it as well, including Ron over there, whose expression became even more unpleasant. To be honest, according to George, Fred, and Ron, that rat Scabbers has lived for over 10 years. Can an ordinary rat really live that long? Perhaps this rat has the blood of a magical creature, but I can't see any magical creature characteristics in it at all. Crookshanks's ability to distinguish itself and the invisibility of the toad-left are both obvious. Therefore, Crookshanks, who has cat-like blood, attacked Scabbers when she approached Hermione. I believe Scabbers is no ordinary rat, and Crookshanks' initial attack was also to protect his master. It's not, as you said, the cat's natural instinct to catch mice. Before Ron could even speak, Xuan added fuel to the fire, making Ron wonder if his spotted rat really had a problem. We had both suspected that Banban might have magical animal blood. After all, we've used it to experiment with magic quite a bit before. But each time it recovers very quickly without any injury. It really is different from others. Besides George and Fred, no one else was speaking in such a coordinated manner. Seeing that even the twins were saying the same thing, Ron began to question his life even more. Don't forget, the Scabbers rat came from Percy, went to the twins first and then to Ron. Seeing that he had stirred up the waters, even to the point of practically poisoning Peter Pettigrew's eyes, Xuan chuckled inwardly but maintained a serious expression on his face. He was about to acknowledge a master. The truth is, of course, that Rat Spotted has some magical animal lineage. It's that the other party is a person. The reason its injuries healed so quickly must be because Peter Pettigrew healed himself. He must have hated the Gemini twins terribly, but there was nothing he could do but silently endure it. Then, seeing the mouse Banban like this, the Gemini, who had been cautious and dared not go too far before, naturally felt as if they had discovered a treasure. This magical mouse was the perfect target for their magical experiments. The first prank spells that the twins learned were favored by Scabbers the rat, right up until they were handed over to Ron. With Ron's protection, things improved considerably. The days of enduring humiliation and hardship under the Gemini's rule were definitely its darkest days. Xuan guessed that Peter the Pettigrew might have had murderous intent during this period, wanting to kill the Gemini. However, he endured it all in the end. He didn't feel any remorse for cutting off his finger to create the explosion and betraying and framing his friend in order to save his own life. It's just a little bullying now, which is tolerable. Even if George and Fred are killed, the chances of them being exposed are extremely low. Who would suspect that a rat killed someone? But Peter Pettigrew wasn't willing to take even this small risk. Fred and George's deaths would definitely enrage Arthur and his wife, triggering an investigation and even involve the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry of Magic may not be able to find out, but don't forget that Arthur and his wife are still members of Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix, something Peter Pettigrew knows. The Order of the Phoenix is full of talented people, and there's also Dumbledore, a big shot in the organization. If Arthur and his wife really can't find the murderer, they can ask them for help. Lupin is also in the team. Peter Pettigrew thinks the risk is too great. As for secretly teaching George and Fred a lesson, sorry, based on Peter Pettigrew's understanding of these two energetic guys who are so overpowering even dogs would find them annoying. This approach will not only fail to deter them but will likely excite them even more. They will definitely spend all their time and energy figuring out the reason. Don't doubt it, they may not be diligent in their studies, but they definitely will be in this kind of situation. What could Peter Pettigrew do in this situation? He could only silently endure it and lick his wounds in the quiet of the night. For him, this might be the price of living, but as long as he can survive, he can endure anything. At this point, the matter is very clear. Scabbers' disappearance has absolutely nothing to do with Crookshanks, and Ron has wronged him. A dejected Ron turned to leave, but Xuan had no intention of letting him off so easily. Wasn't he so arrogant just now? Did he think he was in the right? Why is he so silent now? I say, Ron, perhaps you owe Hermione and Crookshanks an apology. Ron, whose face was pale, was not only sad but also angry. Even after all this, Xuan still wouldn't let me go and wanted to embarrass me. Sorry. Ron was furious, but knowing he couldn't fight City Hall, he simply apologized and strode away. He felt he needed to find a place to be alone. The stares of others felt like needles, making him extremely uncomfortable. In reality, no one was mocking him, they just felt some sympathy. They didn't think Xuan was being aggressive when he apologized, as apologizing for making a mistake is normal. But Ron's damn pride made him think that everyone was laughing at him, so leaving was the best option. Harry and the others, along with George and Fred, followed, fearing that Ron would be too badly hurt again. After all, they are his good friends and roommates and his foolish younger brother. He should step in when necessary. Ignoring Ron and his group who had left, the other young wizards began asking Xuan about the cat raccoon, and many of them were very curious and wanted to get close to Crookshanks. The aloof cat leaped into Xuan's arms, dodging the hands that reached out to touch it. It wasn't just any cat, its noble body wasn't to be touched by just anyone. Because of the cat-like creature's protectiveness and ability to detect threats, many young wizards are tempted. They also want to have a pet with cat-like blood, just like Hermione, to protect and remind them. Based on current observations, Ron's 12-year-old rat Scabbers is definitely problematic, while Crookshanks is perfectly fine. Many young wizards are still asking Hermione which magical animal store she bought it from, how much it cost, and whether there are any other pets with the same cat-like bloodline there. Hermione, however, showed no impatience whatsoever and answered everyone's questions very seriously. Xuan knew what was going on. It seemed that it was almost time for Lupin to transform into a werewolf. Even though he had taken the Wolfsbane potion, Dumbledore and Snape were not completely at ease. Generally speaking, the necessary condition for an ordinary person to become a werewolf is to be bitten by a werewolf in wolf form during the full moon of each month. Besides, Snape has taken defense against the dark arts classes before. But thinking of his godson who had completely gone astray and spent all his time bickering with Poot, Snape sighed silently. He turned on the projector and began to teach the class. Most people lack the confidence to defeat a werewolf one-on-one, and even one-on-many is not guaranteed. 012101524 Felu, 163,140,1561. The authority over werewolves has always wavered between the beasts and humanoids departments within the Department of Magical Creatures Control. More importantly, both colleges have talented people who can help manage the students, so there's not much to worry about. Xuan looked at the information about werewolves in his textbook. In the Ministry of Magic's danger level classification, they had reached the highest level, XXXXX. Xuan thought that the sales of the magical creatures shop in Diagon Alley were likely to skyrocket in the future, so shouldn't Hermione be given a big bonus? How wonderful are the Ravenclaw hawks and the Hufflepuff badgers. One is knowledge-seeking and the other, though mediocre, is very obedient. Neither of them likes to cause trouble. Generally speaking, werewolves look no different from ordinary people when they are not in the same position, except that they transform into wolves during the full moon of each month, and they experience extreme pain during the transformation. Perhaps it was because he saw that the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students were very well behaved. Unlike those silly lions from Gryffindor next door, Snape offered a rare explanation. Your Professor Lu Ping is unwell, so I will be teaching the next couple of classes. Please turn to page 394. A werewolf that reverts to its wolf form during a full moon is at least a high-ranking wizard in terms of combat power. Add to that its formidable physique, brute strength, unreasonable speed, sharp teeth and claws, and the risk of infection, and it's no wonder that people would drive away werewolves upon sight. However, any scar left by a werewolf bite or scratch, regardless of whether the werewolf was in wolf form at the time of the attack, is permanent. Moreover, werewolves do not reproduce naturally, but rather through infection to create new members of their kind. Discrimination aside, many wizards frequently participate in hunting or researching these creatures, so werewolves have a very negative impression of wizards. Many wizards have been retaliated against by werewolves in this way. You hate werewolves, huh? Well, we'll turn you into one. As for why Snape didn't substitute for Lupin's classes in the first month or two, Xuan recalled that the full moons in the first 2 months happened to fall on weekends, so it didn't affect Lupin's classes. Upon hearing Snape's words, the entire classroom was filled with the rustling of pages turning. No one asked why they had skipped to such a far back. Of the 4 houses, Gryffindor, needless to say, was definitely Snape's most hated house. This has led to a significant increase in the probability of werewolves attacking humans. And because of their werewolf identity, they have faced discrimination, humiliation, and even exile, causing the relationship between werewolves and wizards to deteriorate tenfold. And his own Slytherin, where he now resides, is also rife with all sorts of trivial matters, and he often has to clean up the messes of his little snakes. Infection occurs when the werewolf's saliva mixes with the victim's blood. Furthermore, in the days following the transformation, the person will become extremely weak, and their complexion will turn deathly pale. Although the young wizards had various thoughts in their minds about why defense against the dark arts was Lupin's class but Snape's, none of them were stubborn enough to ask. This is why they were so violent during this period. They wanted to vent and relieve their frustrations in this way. Seeing the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students so obedient, Snape felt incredibly pleased. Sometimes he even thought that if he weren't the head of Slytherin, but the head of one of these 2 houses, he would definitely have a very comfortable life. Such behavior also gave werewolves a very bad reputation in the wizarding world, which is why Lupin was expelled from Hogwarts after his werewolf identity was exposed. Ravenclaws leak Xuan, Hufflepuff, Cedric, and other excellent young wizards. If attacked by a humanoid werewolf, one will not turn into a werewolf, but will exhibit some wolf-like personality traits and preferences, such as a craving for raw meat, but otherwise will be unaffected. This also shows that in the eyes of wizards, werewolves are no longer human, and sometimes they are not even humanoid. Therefore, they are generally discriminated against in the magical world. On this day during Defense Against the Dark Arts class, Xuan sat down in the classroom and found that Lupin, who usually arrived early to wait, was nowhere to be seen. It wasn't until class was about to start that Snape walked in from outside the classroom door. When the young wizards saw Snape walk in, they looked at each other in surprise, but dared not discuss it casually. After all, the fear of Snape had already taken root in their hearts. Gryffindor is full of troublemakers, and the only decent member of Slytherin is his godson, but that's about it. The fact that Snape substituted for Defense Against the Dark Arts also sparked discussion at Hogwarts. There's no way around it, life at Hogwarts is just that boring. Even the smallest things can spark discussion, especially among prominent figures like Lupin and Snape. Various rumors emerged, such as Snape, who had long coveted the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, harming Lupin by giving him a potion that damaged his body. This forced Lupin to take a break and had Snape take over his lessons. This information was naturally spread by our savior Harry Potter. After all, he personally witnessed Snape giving Lupin a potion to drink. Also, Snape felt that Lupin's pace in class was too slow, so he asked Dumbledore to let him teach a few lessons of defense against the dark arts to give Lupin a demonstration. There's also a story that Lupin, out of compassion, allowed Snape to metabolize for a while in order to fulfill Snape's wish to become the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Anyway, all sorts of rumors circulated, and along with them was the claim that Snape disliked and hated werewolves. Otherwise, why would they jump straight to the werewolf chapter and assign so much homework, 2 parchment scrolls worth? It's practically torture. Xuan ignored the rumors that were spreading like wildfire. He found some of them absurd, especially the last one. Lupin also fulfilled Snape's wish, and the two had a very good relationship. Xuan could only smile and remain silent. During Quidditch, almost everyone from Hogwarts comes here, and with the added excitement of watching the game, most people are full of enthusiasm and emotion. What's there to discuss? As a werewolf, Lupin is definitely on the other side of the hole on the Willow of Men, which is actually the screaming shack outside Hogsmeade. The rumor circulated for over a decade, and even though Lupin didn't return to the Shrieking Shack after graduating, it didn't subside. Instead, it spread throughout the entire English wizarding world. If nothing unexpected happens, this will be the match where Harry was attacked by the Dementors and fell from the sky. Especially those young wizards who are particularly curious about everything, they all pestered their elders to tell them the story of the Screaming Door. However, this is something that happened on the original timeline, so maybe the Dementors won't attack anyone this time, or maybe it won't be Harry who gets attacked, right? Unlike the young wizards at Hogwarts, even students from ordinary families like Hermione. It's a bit like the stories of the snail fairy that adults used to tell Xuan when he was a child in his previous life. But in the wizarding world, of course, horror and bizarre stories are more attractive and popular. As a result, the villagers of Hogsmeade mistook the screams and howls for those of ghosts. To prevent others from approaching the Screaming Shack, Dumbledore and Lupin encouraged the spread of the rumors. Ever since I was a student, Lupin would go there every full moon. It's the scariest haunted house in all of England, though that's just a rumor. The relationship wasn't bad, but it wasn't the traditional kind of good. It was more like the kind of good that would almost lead to a bloody fight. Xuan should just quietly sit in the audience and be a spectator. Originally, there were restrictions preventing them from eating. They could only watch from afar in the air. But Harry actually broke the restrictions and ran out on his own initiative. Why not eat it while he could? He'd been hungry for so long. For the Dementors, this was like a steaming hot feast laid out before them after a whole day of hunger. Now, what does wind and rain matter? As long as it's not raining knives, the game will continue. However, the dim lighting, wind, and rain completely obscured human perception, and given that Harry was flying so high, it was normal for him to be targeted. Just wait, once Xuan has completely taken control of the wizarding world, all those messy and inhuman rules will be cleaned up. Looking at the gloomy sky outside, the howling autumn wind and the cold rain, the trees in the distance seemed completely unable to withstand the storm, and many trees were broken. That's all right. To be honest, Xuan simply couldn't understand why the Quidditch match wasn't cancelled and continued as scheduled in such stormy weather, even with thunderstorms. What was Hogwarts thinking? Weren't they worried about the students getting hurt? Furthermore, Lupin is not currently at Hogwarts. Some young wizards even went to the school infirmary to check on him but couldn't find him, which led to all sorts of rumors circulating. This is also why Xuan dislikes this sport. Not only are the rules unfair, but they also seem to have a death-defying mentality. Ruthless and deadly tactics are commonplace during competitions. It would be strange if they didn't make a move. The young wizards who went on stage must have been mentally prepared, and with Dumbledore and the others around, everything should be fine, right? Such weather is undoubtedly the best protection and disguise for Dementors. If it were a clear blue sky, Dementors would be discovered as soon as they approached the Quidditch pitch, Wang lies. Lupin was bitten by a werewolf when he was young and turned into a werewolf. He and his parents thought they would never be able to go to school. It was Dumbledore who personally went to Lupin's house to invite him. At the same time, he had Lupin go to the Shrieking Shack every month to transform, a safe and secluded place where Dumbledore also cast many spells, so that even the ghosts of Hogwarts could not enter. Oh, international Quidditch matches are like that too. Unless it's a situation where death is inevitable, it won't be cancelled. Teams that are afraid can concede. Since Lupin had no humans to attack or any other outlet for his frustration when he transformed into a werewolf, he had no choice but to cause all sorts of destruction or scratch himself and scream. For now, Xuan can just watch. It's not like he's the one going on stage. In the magical world, where medical technology allows anyone to be saved as long as they are not dead, no one is willing to admit defeat. They even take pride in being injured and feel that even if they die, they will be remembered in history. This is the general environment of the wizarding world, which contradicts Xuan's previous beliefs, especially since Li was an adult who had already formed his own subjective views before he transmigrated. If you stay in this kind of environment for too long, you can't change it, so you're easily assimilated by it, let alone young wizards whose values haven't been fully formed yet. As mentioned before, if you're afraid of getting hurt, then just admit defeat. Then another round of discussion erupted about where Lupin was now. All I can say is these kids are really bored. Didn't Snape have enough homework on those two parchments? Armor for protection. Xuan cast a variant of the iron armor spell on himself and Penelope, which was essentially like putting a thin outer shell over their bodies, preventing rainwater from getting them wet. After all, in such a storm, it's a problem whether you can even hold an umbrella securely, and a raincoat can't protect you completely. Since we're here to see a famous scene, we naturally need to protect ourselves. Furthermore, if you're watching a Quidditch match with an umbrella, it will definitely obstruct your view. In this Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff match, there were many things you wouldn't be able to see. Amidst thunder and lightning, the competition finally began. Due to the harsh environment, there was no commentary for this competition, and even with loudspeakers, it was difficult for everyone to hear clearly. Xuan looked at Dumbledore and the others in the teachers' seats. They were indeed old but still vigorous, not even carrying umbrellas or wearing raincoats. However, upon closer inspection, Xuan realized that he wasn't the only one who knew how to use the new ironclad spell. The professors over there all had one. They were all seasoned veterans with considerable strength, so their application of the spell was naturally quite good. 400 boom. At that moment, Xuan suddenly saw a bolt of lightning descend from the sky, directly striking a Gryffindor seeker's flying broom. The flying broom, now on fire, could no longer fly and could only scream as it made a forced landing. It then took off again after getting a replacement broom from its partner. Many young wizards were amazed, not only because it was the first time for the contestants to participate, but also because it was the first time for the audience to watch a competition in such harsh conditions. It was thrilling and exciting. The excitement of watching the game, the surge of adrenaline, and even the raging wind and rain couldn't dampen people's enthusiasm. They're here. Just then, Xuan looked at Harry and the Hufflepuff chaser who were chasing the golden snitch into the air and said, "These two are really risking their lives to get the golden snitch. It seems Harry can't escape the Dementor's mischievous kiss after all." Unfortunately, the thunderstorm made it impossible to see Harry and his friends in midair. Just when Xuan thought that Harry was about to crash, he realized that the plot seemed to be a little off. Because Harry wasn't directly captured by the Dementors, he narrowly escaped their pursuit thanks to his superb flying skills. However, Hufflepuff's chaser wasn't so lucky. He was caught by a Dementor, who held his face in his hands and gave him a deep, loving gaze before he fell from the sky amidst gasps from the crowd. What's even more unsettling is the densely packed row of Dementors behind Harry Potter. At this moment, it was as if Harry had disturbed the Dementor's lair. Even though he had already swooped down to get away from the height the Dementors had just been at, they were still relentless and showed no intention of letting Harry go. The target wasn't just Harry, but everyone in the Quidditch pitch below. Xuan ignored the Hufflepuff chaser that Professor Sprout had caught and took out his wand with Hermione. The Dementor's menacing appearance doesn't seem like they're here to make a friendly greeting. As the Dementors continued to descend, the already cold temperature in the Quidditch stadium dropped further, causing many people to shiver. Not only Xuan, but Dumbledore and the others all took out their wands with serious expressions. Such a scale and number of Dementors was also a challenge for them. Protecting oneself is not a problem, of course, but with such a large venue and so many students, there's a risk of overlooking someone and causing a student to be attacked by the Dementors. This is a huge mess. It wasn't just Xuan who felt this way. The Aurors from the Ministry of Magic stationed at Hogwarts who were rushing over were also terrified. What the hell is wrong with this Dementor? How could it suddenly start attacking people? Didn't they say they were completely tamed and obedient? It seems I shouldn't have accepted this assignment to guard Hogwarts. I originally thought it would be an easy task, but now it looks like it might be a death sentence. I'm about to follow in the footsteps of my colleagues who were guarding the Hogwarts Express a few months ago. All students, stay where you are. Those who have learned the Patronus charm, take out your wands and follow the professors as they cast spells. The professors spread out, covering the entire field to protect the students. Dumbledore maximized the power of the amplification charm, drowning out the sounds of the wind, rain, and the young wizard's exclamations. With Dumbledore as their leader, everyone calmed down and did as Dumbledore instructed. The professors each cast a levitation spell on themselves and stood ready in front of the young wizards. Fortunately, the professors at Hogwarts are all experienced, having survived at least one or two calamities caused by the Dark Lord, and are generally able to reach the third level of the Patronus charm, summoning their own Patronus. Arriving at the area where Xuan and his group were Madame Pomfrey, the school doctor with a kind face. But at this moment, holding a wand and looking serious, she had the air of a battlefield medic. Could this be a real doctor? Fake doctors saving lives and stitching up wounds. A real doctor, eliminate all the enemies and you'll save the patient. As Harry swooped down from the air, he saw the people below who were waiting in a tense atmosphere, and he also heard what Dumbledore had just said. His tense mind relaxed a little. However, this moment of relaxation gave him an opportunity, and the Dementor, who was closely following behind, seized the chance to give him another unforgettable stare. Before losing consciousness completely, Harry saw a flash of gold, along with a familiar woman's scream before finally passing out and losing all feeling. Xuan, who was watching from the sidelines, saw it clearly. Harry was eventually caught by the Dementors and he fell from the sky like a rag doll. Take protection. Seeing Harry attacked by a Dementor even right in front of him, Dumbledore was enraged. His magic surged and the aura unique to the strongest white wizard erupted. Who could have imagined that Dumbledore, usually so amiable and seemingly easy to talk to, could be so terrifying when angry? A silver-white phoenix flew directly from the tip of Dumbledore's wand, shining like a small sun in the gloomy weather. Seeing that Dumbledore had taken action, the other professors did the same, as did the professors who had all learned the Patronus charm. In an instant, the entire Quidditch pitch was filled with silvery white light, and all sorts of guardian spirits darted through the air. 2 days have passed since the weekend Quidditch match between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor, and Harry Potter has woken up during those 2 days. However, because he and Hufflepuff's chaser were both hit head-on by Dementors, he had to stay with Madame Pomfrey. Firstly, it's to facilitate real-time monitoring of his physical condition. Secondly, this is the second time he's had his positive emotions absorbed by a Dementor in a short period, causing him to fall into a coma, so he needs close attention. This time, Harry lost his Nimbus 2000 flying broomstick again, but Gryffindor won the competition. Unlike the original match where both players lost, in the moment before he was about to faint, the golden figure he saw was the golden snitch. He simply curled up and caught it, thus Gryffindor won the match. This made Wood, who had been mentally prepared for defeat, ecstatic, and he declared that Harry was the great hero of Gryffindor. These past few days, Neville and Ron have been coming to keep Harry company whenever they don't have classes, which is also at Madame Pomfrey's request. Of course, there's also Ginny, Harry's biggest fan, who gave Harry a homemade recovery card. Aside from having to close his eyes to cover it, it had no other drawbacks. This time, Harry's positive emotions were drained by the Dementors, leaving him without any joy. With his friends by his side, he will likely recover faster. At the same time, they also retrieved Harry's flying broom, which was broken into several pieces. It was beyond repair. Ron's wand had only been slightly broken before, but this was already damaged to that extent. It seems that the Nimbus 2000 is completely useless. Harry can stay in the school infirmary until the end of the week, but Xuan and the others can't. They still have to attend classes. Perhaps the increased workload for the professors is due to the Dementor's invasion. So Lupin, who had just finished his werewolf transformation, returned ahead of schedule, but judging from his pale face, his physical condition did not seem to be very good. Oh, yeah. From the moment he was born, he provoked Voldemort, the greatest dark demon of the time. Later, when he came to Hogwarts to attend classes, Lupin learned about Harry's feats at Hogwarts in the previous 2 years. No, thank you, here's some chocolate as a token of our appreciation. Go and eat. Yes, a friend of mine used to have a pet mouse, but it only lived for 3 years before it died. He was heartbroken. Then the two of them chattered on and on to Lupin about the argument between Xuan and Ron, and even if they missed something, other students around them helped to fill in the gaps. The matter wasn't particularly complicated, so it was quickly discussed. However, for some reason, Professor Lupin's expression changed so many times while he was listening to this story. My dad went to the Fantastic Beasts store in Diagon Alley these past few days and pre-ordered a magical creature with cat-like blood for me. I'll be able to see it when I go back home for Christmas holidays. Watching the students leave happily, Lupin returned to his chair, rested his chin on his hands, and his shifty eyes showed that he was anything but calm. Lupin stood up and came to them, speaking to them. The two boys exchanged a glance. The news had spread throughout Hogwarts after the last fight. Could it be that Harry the Savior has this constitution that attracts darkness? Lupin, who was sitting on the podium, couldn't help but straighten up when he heard the discussion between two students who were packing up their things below the stage. Seeing the students' expressions, Lupin knew that his face had frightened them. He turned around, took out some chocolates from his drawer and distributed them to everyone. I envy you. A cat raccoon hybrid pet isn't cheap these days. Speaking of which, have you found Scabbers, that rat from Gryffindor Ron Weasley's collection? Then it becomes food for the punkinks, who can survive in this environment. It even serves as a form of protection for them. The students were naturally happy to receive the chocolates from Lupin. No child dislikes sweets. The assignments on those two parchments in particular were a blatant expression of emotions. Punkinks are creatures with only one leg. They only appear in remote areas and emit a misleading light. Once someone is found by the light, their perception will be distorted. However, considering that Lupin had been unwell and not at school, it was normal that he didn't know. After thinking about it, the two of them spoke up. So when Lupin returned, he waved his hand and declared that the assignment was cancelled and didn't need to be done. Then there were the two Dementors' attacks this year. Lupin didn't know what to say, so he could only send a large box of chocolates as a gesture of sympathy. Lupin, upon returning, naturally learned that his friend's child had been attacked by Dementors once again. He was furious, but also felt something was inexplicably strange. After finishing the lesson on the relevant information and countermeasures regarding the punkink, it was almost time for get out of class to end. Lupin didn't continue the lesson but told the students to pack up and leave. Have you heard? It seems that the mouse with the missing toe is indeed something wrong with it. It actually lived for a full 12 years, which is quite outrageous. How could I not know what Snape meant? It was nothing more than a venting of retaliation. Coupled with Lu Ping's pale face, it was somewhat frightening for a moment, so they could only ask the question cautiously. Peter Parham. Damn it. Professor Lupin, isn't there anything you want to know? Similarly, Lupin, who had just returned, learned that Snape had jumped to the back of the classroom and confronted the werewolf while he was teaching. He couldn't help but twitch his lips, feeling utterly speechless. It was Lu Ping who said that other professors might not have dared to say such a thing. Could you tell me about this rat that's lived for 12 years? I wasn't at school before, and I'm really curious about this rat that's been so popular for so long. He doesn't have much else here, but there's plenty of chocolate. This was rare good news for Harry in the school infirmary. In fact, Harry went to the infirmary once or twice a year. He was practically a VIP. After Lupin returned, Defense Against the Dark Arts resumed its original schedule. Who cares if Snape skipped a class, right? Simply put, East might be mistaken for West, and trees might be mistaken for flowers and grass. Because of this misleading behavior, people might walk in the wrong direction and end up in a swamp or mud pit. Haha, little dumpling, little Ashua, you two are so clingy. As usual, Xuan entered the small world to accompany his companions. As soon as he entered, he was spotted by the two sharp-eyed little ones. It came running over with its short legs and climbed up Xuan's pants to his shoulders, lying on either side of him. Judging from his practiced manner and the fact that he didn't sway at all while perched on Xuan's shoulder, you could tell he was a repeat offender. The two little bodies nestled perfectly on Xuan's shoulders, and from behind, you could see their two little feet swaying happily. Xuan smiled and gently tapped the two little ones' noses with his fingers to stop them from licking his face, otherwise he would get his face covered in saliva. Xuan had kept the two little ones in the small world for a while now, and under Xuan and a Yin's careful care, they had recovered their health and grown a little. But it is still so small and exquisite. He reached out and hugged Nopta, who was leaning closer. Nopta was no longer the little guy he used to be. He was 2 meters tall when he stood up and had a wingspan of 4 or 5 meters. He could be considered a big guy. Of course, there is still no true overlord in the small world. The most powerful one should be a Tai. Even when lying down, it's about 4 meters tall, and when standing up, it easily reaches 6 or 7 meters. Its wingspan is over 10 meters, and that's not even the limit. As Atai's strength increases, its size also continues to grow. There's nothing I can do about it. All my previous progress had been smooth sailing without any bottlenecks. It's fair to say that Atai is the most diligent person in the little world. Xuan arrived at the room where the bird snake Xiao Yi and the others were. Perhaps they had entered their final metamorphosis period, because the bird snakes were becoming increasingly sleepy, and their sleep was basically measured in days. Xiao Yin, who was about the same age, had also grown a bit, now about half the height of a yin. As for the other little one of the three, Xiao Fenghuang Nirvana, he was still the same size. The bird snakes used to be just like Xiao Yin and the others now, they liked to stick close to him. They were small, and Xiao Yin was the first resident of the small world, hatched by Xuan himself. There's nothing we can do about it. Phoenixes are long-lived creatures, so slow growth is perfectly normal. Once outside and standing before 80, Xuan and the others seemed to shrink in size for a moment. As 80's strength increased, his aura grew stronger and stronger. Ordinary wild beasts would probably have their legs go weak and wouldn't dare to move in front of him. Speaking of which, the snake monster that was captured last year also grew rapidly in size. After all, the small world had plenty of food and abundant spiritual energy, making it a treasure trove for the newborn snake monster. Previously, Atai's progress was about 99%, and after training, it reached 99.9%, giving him a feeling of victory in his grasp, as if he could break through with just a gentle breeze. Cerberus, Unicorn, the Stral, Grindelwald, and Rainbow Fish. With 2 people perched on his shoulders, Xiao Yin in his arms, and 2 guardians flying to his left and right, he looked like a grand and arrogant group of spoiled young masters on an outing. Since the last time, Xuan has made it a habit to personally inspect the magical creatures every now and then. Judging by the time, it's about time, so he'll go and check on them. It can be said that the bird snakes are very special to Xuan. Now, apart from the necessary food and drink, Atai spends his days frantically training and improving himself. After the birds and snakes finished eating, they stayed with Xuan for a while longer before falling asleep again. Therefore, Xuan has stopped summoning the bird snakes to help keep watch lately, and he rarely sees them anymore, because they are always asleep when Xuan comes in. At the same time, the birds and snakes also broke through to the mid-stage of the Morning Star Wizard, reaching a similar level to Xuan. Her protruding belly slowly contracted, and the muscle lines on her body began to emerge. More importantly, it seemed that she had gained intelligence and her IQ had improved considerably, at least to the level of a child of a few years old. Next, Xuan went to check on the other magical creatures in the small world, especially the magical creatures that were fighting. If it weren't for the fact that after checking them, they weren't found to be undamaged, and that the aura of malnutrition and acidity on their bodies was getting stronger and stronger, Xuan would have been really worried. As it turns out, 99.9% is not the end. 99.99% is not either. And 99.999% doesn't seem to be the end either. Now Atai is stuck in such an awkward place. I never expected that I would get stuck at the very last moment. It's no wonder that this itchy feeling makes people feel anxious. Today was a lucky day. When Xuan arrived, the bird snakes were awake, so Xuan quickly took out some food to replenish their energy. Let nature take its course. There is still enough time, even more than enough. It's not a life-or-death situation yet. Perhaps it's because of the anxious feelings that Atai and Lilai had before that this happened. The A-tide giant spiders have also multiplied into a small population in the small world. With Xuan's restrictions, the number of A-tide giant spiders is now around 3 digits. Seeing this, Xuan naturally wouldn't continue to disturb the birds and snakes here and let them rest well. Evolution also requires energy to replenish itself. Watching them grow, Xuan felt a sense of pride, like watching his children grow up. This is what makes Xuan happiest. After all, compared to their previous muddled state, the giants that have gained intelligence are not only easier to command, but also easier to become stronger. Xuan also went to see the mountain monster and the river monster. These two monsters had been in the small world for a long time, and their size had increased. Their originally bloated bodies had also been optimized. However, one thing that was extremely difficult for both it and Xuan to accept was the challenge posed by the Morning Star Master and the Bright Moon Carver really that durable? Not only the little snake monster, but the original snake monster also grew stronger at a rate no slower than its successor. However, while Atai was anxiously and somewhat self-destructively training, Xuan instead tried to persuade him to stop. Especially for Atai, whether it was his previous experience of being trapped in the underground vault by fairies or his desire to protect Xuan after being rescued. Both of these factors contributed to his insatiable thirst for power. Xuan needs elite troops, not mowed-down minions. Too many would also disrupt the ecosystem of the small world. Both Xuan and it felt incredibly frustrated. Why couldn't they break through such a small gap? Xuan was happily patrolling his own little world, while Lupin in Hogwarts had a ferocious expression on his face, with a copy of the Daily Prophet from a few months ago in front of him. Inside were the Weasleys, all happy and excited, and that mouse wriggling and twisting in Ron's hands. How could Lupin not recognize Peter Pettigrew's animagus form? Especially considering the forelimb with a missing toe, and considering that only one finger remained after the explosion, with no other body parts visible. How could Lupin not realize that this was Peter Pettigrew's plan to fake his death? No wonder Sirius Black kept shouting that he was innocent when he was arrested and taken to Azkaban. That's what happened. Lupin continued to think about it. Why did Black choose to escape this summer of all times? And looking at the date on the Daily Prophet, it was clearly before Black's escape. It seems that Black in Azkaban also saw this report, which is why he used his animagni to escape. As a defense against the dark arts professor, Lupin was certainly familiar with Dementors. They showed no interest in animals, not even wizards Annie 24 Magus, which was why Black was able to escape from Azkaban. If Lupin could find Black right now, he would love to talk to him in person and maybe even team up with him. The last time Black forced his way into Hogwarts and the Gryffindor common room, it wasn't to attack Harry. His target was Ron's pet mouse, Scabbers, who shared his dorm room with him. However, his actions led people to mistakenly believe that he was trying to kill Harry and revive Voldemort, since he was still seen as Voldemort's lackey in the eyes of the world. But that's not the case. Lupin has never believed it all these years. Black betrayed James and Lily, but Black was the one who kept the secret of the faithful charm. Now it seems that things are not like that. Lupin has not been doing nothing all these years. He naturally wants to find out what exactly happened that night that led to the loss of 4 close friends, so he has been searching for the answer for more than 10 years. Recalling the information he had gathered over the years, Lupin had already guessed that it was because Black had, in order to ensure the safety of James and Lily, had James and the others transfer the keeper of the faithful charm from himself to Peter Parham. Everyone thought Sirius Black was the secret agent, and all the attention was on him. But in reality, Black was taking advantage of this psychology to try and pull off a scheme. The plan was good, but no one expected that Peter Parham would betray James and Lily, leading to their deaths. Then the other party orchestrated an accident to prove his death, extricate himself from the situation, shift all the blame onto Black, fake his own death to escape, and have been lurking in the Weasleys' house as a rat all this time. This way, they could wait for Voldemort to revive, and since Arthur and his wife were also members of the Order of the Phoenix, they could also obtain information about Dumbledore from them. A win-win situation. Lupin really had to admire Peter Pettigrew. Although he knew Peter's cowardly and fearful nature, to be able to do this was truly remarkable. Unfortunately, I don't know where that rat Banban has gone now, otherwise I would definitely catch it and torture it severely. You know, I saw him once or twice in the last 2 months. He must have recognized me by then. The first time was on the Hogwarts Express. He must have been incredibly smug when he heard that, right? Damn it. If I had the map of the survival point right now, you wouldn't be able to escape. Lupin was overthinking it. Given Peter Pettigrew's cowardly nature when he saw Lupin on the Hogwarts Express, why was he so smug, thinking he was being played like a puppet? Sorry, absolutely not. At that moment, he even wished he could hide himself, make a hole in the ground so the other party wouldn't notice him. Fortunately, the Dementor's attack on the others saved him from certain death. There's another point Lupin got wrong. It wasn't after the birth of Harry, the prophesied son, that Peter joined Voldemort's side after being threatened by him. In fact, Peter Parham had joined Voldemort long ago and had been secretly transmitting intelligence to the Death Eaters all along, without Lupin and his companions knowing it. With a mole inside, it's no wonder they couldn't win, especially against someone like Peter Pettigrew, whom no one else suspected. If it weren't for the prophetic Harry Potter and Lily Evans's use of a protective spell to deflect Voldemort's attack with her own life, causing him to suffer a backlash and be devoured, Voldemort might really be in power now. This also shows how ruthless Voldemort was. He must have gone all out when he cast the unforgivable curse on Harry, otherwise he wouldn't have ended up in such a terrible state with even his soul shattered. After emerging from the small world, Xuan estimated the time and went to the auditorium. It was almost lunchtime. He had picked a lot of fruit while patrolling the small world today. Here he would share it with everyone. This was just an extra supply. Hermione and Penelope, on the other hand, had an unlimited supply of fruit in their dorm room, which was never lacking. This benefited their roommates, especially Martha, who had a good relationship with Xuan, and Xuan didn't mind preparing an extra portion for her. With Xuan as an outsider, Hermione's roommates felt indebted to him, and Hermione herself had changed quite a bit, so her relationship with her roommates wasn't as strained as it had been in the original timeline. That's why, as long as Hermione isn't bullied, Xuan won't interfere with the girls' affairs. Having attended high school and university in his previous life, Xuan was all too familiar with the grudges and affections between girls. They could easily have conflicts over trivial matters, and there were various small groups among them. Can you believe that one dorm room has 5 people and 6 or 7 group chats? It's a tangled mess that's impossible to untangle. Xuan can't and doesn't want to get involved. The reason Penelope and Martha ended up in a separate dorm room was also due to a bunch of messy issues. Not only Hermione and Penelope, but also their parents-in-law received timely deliveries of face masks from the mother-in-law, and the dried fruit and meat produced in the small world were also plentiful. Penelope's side has items from a wizarding family, as well as some wizarding items, while Hermione's side has items from the technological world. Since people can't visit often, gifts are naturally essential. It's never wrong to give many gifts, but a little extra is always a good thing. Xuan brought a large basket of fruit, including jujubes, pomegranates, apples, pears, and oranges, and asked the most enthusiastic Geminis to cut them up so everyone could have a taste. In fact, there are 1 or 2 kinds of fruit on the table every day at Hogwarts, so in theory, everyone should have plenty of fruit. But as anyone who has tried it knows, the fruit that Xuan brings always tastes better than the fruit at school. At first, everyone thought it was just psychological. However, after several visits and discussions, everyone agreed on this point, which meant that the fruit Xuan brought was of better quality than the school's, and it also showed that Xuan was a very wealthy man. Speaking of which, our headmaster Dumbledore is away from school again, and has gone to the Ministry of Magic to cause trouble for Fudge again. This time, it's even more serious than the incident on the Hogwarts Express at the start of the school year. He had assured them that the Dementors wouldn't attack the students, but how long has it been since then? And yet, this has happened again, with one of them swooping down and indiscriminately attacking all the students. This time, Dumbledore was truly furious. As a headmaster, protecting students was his duty, but being repeatedly humiliated would make anyone angry. Anyway, Dumbledore went berserk that day and wiped out the entire enemy force. Apart from a dozen or so Dementors that ran fast, he wiped out all the others. One by one, the Dementors died upon exposure to light. This time, the Ministry of Magic's Dementors suffered heavy losses, and they couldn't even complain or reason with it. They even had to pay the price and clean up the mess. It's unclear whether the Ministry of Magic will send Dementors to Hogwarts again after this incident, and the safety of Dementors is now highly questionable. However, Sirius Black's recent entry into Hogwarts has stirred up a lot of people's emotions. In the end, how to weigh things depends on the conversation between Dumbledore and Fawkes. If it weren't for the professors being there, we definitely wouldn't have been able to escape, so we've felt very uneasy these past 2 days, even though the Dementors are gone now. Xuan didn't mind. He would see what these guys thought. He would help if he could, and if not, they shouldn't try to morally blackmail him. Neville didn't say the second half of his sentence, but Xuan knew what it was without even guessing. Thank you, brother Xuan. The position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts is truly cursed. It seems that Voldemort, who desperately sought it but could not obtain it, really did put a curse on this position. Hearing Xuan's words, Neville scratched his head and smiled sheepishly, saying, "That was indeed what we thought at first, but as you saw, Professor Lupin came back looking pale and weak, so we were too embarrassed to ask him for help again. They came to Xuan instead of others because they trusted him and recognized his teaching abilities. Perhaps Lupin over there should thank Neville and the others for their understanding. Could you please teach us the Guardian Charm? Furthermore, the Patronus Charm is part of the defense against dark magic. You should be looking for him." In the light of the guardian deity, the Dementor vanished in an instant. Recently, because of Sirius Black's prison break, Dementors have taken up residence at the school. However, since the beginning of the school year on the Hogwarts Express, and just 2 days ago on the Quidditch pitch, Dementors have attacked us. There was no way around it. They still vividly remembered the bone-chilling cold they felt at the Quidditch pitch a couple of days ago. 2 days ago, Xuan and his 2 companions made quite a splash. Together with the professor's guardian spirits, the 3 guardian spirits defeated the Dementors. It was still Rita Skeeter's report. It seems she found a student at Hogwarts as her informant, otherwise it wouldn't have been so timely. The Daily Prophet published the article the day after the incident. We'll never know how much that weirdo gave her, but given her persuasive skills, it probably didn't exceed 1 galleon. Penelope's ability to reach this level is understandable, given that she's a 7th-year student with consistently excellent grades. However, no one would believe that Hermione, also in the same year, could summon her Patronus without Xuan's guidance. They also hoped that they could effortlessly pull out their wands and summon their guardian beasts in front of Dementors, just like Xuan's eagle and Hermione's otter. That was absolutely awesome. Seeing that Xuan had agreed, Neville happily replied, and the other young wizards who had been listening intently were also very happy. Upon closer inspection, Xuan realized he was completely unaware of what was going on. It seemed this wasn't just Neville's idea, but everyone's. Not only Dumbledore went, but many parents of young wizards also went to the Ministry of Magic to protest after learning about it, and even the Daily Prophet reported on it. Also, we're all a bit uneasy about the defense against the dark arts professor position. It's rotated every year, and Professor Lupin only lasted a few months before suddenly falling ill. We're a little scared. Otherwise, how could they come and go, or come and go without a trace? Lupin should be considered the one in the best situation after taking office, only being dismissed after his werewolf identity was exposed. The worst thing is that Neville and his team haven't learned much from Lupin before Lupin leaves or some unforeseen event occurs, making it impossible to continue. That feeling of being stuck in the middle is the most frustrating. Just as Xuan was pondering, Neville suddenly spoke up and asked a question. As soon as he said that, many of the young wizards who were still making a ruckus fell silent and looked over quietly. "Young men, your hunch was incredibly accurate. Go ahead and say it." Xuan wouldn't refuse such an opportunity to gain favor. as his plans desperately needed manpower. Xuan originally thought that Naoe and the others were going to talk about something else, but he didn't expect that they wanted him to teach them the guardian charm. He couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. All right, that's not a big problem. I'll talk to Professor Flitwick and get a free classroom first, then I'll let you know. Neville, you guys need to compile the headcount and give me the list so we can see how big the classroom is. If Hogwarts didn't have informants she'd bribed, Xuan wouldn't believe it even if you beat him to death. Other students at Hogwarts also learned the Patronus charm and reached the third stage to summon their Patronus. Brother Xuan, can I ask you something? Professor Lupin's defense against the dark arts class this year is incredibly skilled. He's not like the stuttering Quirrell or the fraudster Lockhart from before. You all saw how good he was when the semester started. When Hermione and Penelope arrived at the Great Hall, they learned that Xuan had agreed to teach Neville and the others the Patronus charm. They all offered to help, saying that with so many people, Xuan definitely couldn't handle it all by himself, so they took the initiative to speak up. Even if you don't say anything, you definitely won't escape. And Martha too, come and be my assistants. Xuan smiled and said to the two women, there will definitely be times when you can help me. Penelope and the other woman smiled and nodded, indicating that there was no problem at all. Martha on the other end laughed and said, looks like I won't get to enjoy these dried fruits and meats for nothing all this time. What goes around comes around. That's right. Do you think my food, Xuan's, is so easy to eat? Xuan followed up on what Masha was saying, and the group chatted and laughed as they ate their dinner. Having agreed, Naoe and his team acted swiftly, delivering the list to Xuan on the third day. Wow, Xuan looked and saw that there were quite a few people, about 20 in total, including our little Luna. Xuan dared to guarantee that this would not be the final number. After he had been teaching for a while and some people had learned something from him, there would definitely be many more applications. Those who are willing to sign up now are all people who trust Xuan very much, and those who usually have a good relationship with Xuan, about 893 people are Ravenclaws, which is almost half. Once Xuan teaches one or two people the Guardian spell, the current number might double. However, applying for a smaller classroom would be enough for now. With that in mind, Xuan took the list and went to Professor Flitwick's office to knock on the door. Please come in. Professor Flitwick smiled and waved his hand. Xuan nodded and left the office. He's only in third grade, and he hasn't even finished the first semester of third grade yet, and he's already reached this level. He still has almost twice as long before graduation. Thank you, Professor. Dean, you're so busy, I'll definitely try my best not to disturb your work. I'll only ask you to step in if there's absolutely no other way. There's nothing you can't solve. In his hand was watermelon juice. Then Xuan sat down and chatted with Professor Flitwick for a while. Only after the professor brought it up again did he reveal the purpose of his 10 visits. Given the environment of the wizarding world, Xuan was extremely grateful that Professor Flitwick was willing to guide him in this way. Thank you, Professor. However, in some other applications, even the best horseman cannot match the level of Professor Flitwick and his colleagues. This was a teaching from a master of magic, imparting all his knowledge to Xuan. Even if it was just a guardian spell, it was still incredibly valuable. After receiving the list of personnel from Xuan, Professor Flitwick said happily that he was even happier than if he himself had been recognized, as his young wizards had been accepted by everyone. As the conversation progressed, the two went beyond the guardian charm and began discussing the application of other spells. For Xuan, this conversation was truly invaluable. No need, Dean, please sit down. I just happened to bring you some juice, please have a taste. This is extremely useful for Xuan, who is about to teach everyone the guardian spell. Just like Xuan used it by rote, while Professor Flitwick and his colleagues were able to make it more creative. Aside from feeling gratified, Professor Flitwick had no other emotions. His students surpassing him was the happiest and most desirable thing for a teacher to see. Professor Flitwick's appreciation for Xuan was undisguised. In addition, he was someone who liked to mentor younger generations. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been willing to stay in the position of Professor of Charms at Hogwarts for so many years. After all, he had never actually been a teacher. When he taught Hermione and Penelope, it was a one-on-one interaction, unlike now where it's one-to-many, so the issues and perspectives he needed to consider were different. You're such a rascal. What do you want to drink? I'll pour it for you. Even though you know it's a sure thing, it's still nice to get it done. Little did Professor Flitwick on the other side know that he was also very surprised. He could see his students' skill and level in spells from this conversation. Hearing Professor Flitwick's words, Xuan nodded. Even if there was something wrong, he should say that there was nothing wrong. In the following time, Xuan and Professor Flitwick had a detailed conversation about the Patronus charm. He didn't expect that Professor Flitwick would not only tell him some tips on the Patronus charm, but also share some teaching tips and experiences. Xuan took out a case of juice from the small world and also took 2 extra sec bottles of loose juice. The whole case was naturally to be left for Professor Flitwick. It contained 6 flavors: grape juice, apple juice, pear juice, grapefruit juice, guava juice, and passion fruit juice. Despite the fact that Xuan has also mastered the guardian charm to the point of being able to summon a guardian, and appears to be on the same level as Professor Flitwick and the others. Hearing the knock, Professor Flitwick, who was grading papers, spoke up. Seeing that it was Xuan who entered, he smiled and said, "It's rare to see you come back to see me, Xuan. It seems there's something I can help you with." Therefore, Xuan was very fortunate to be assigned to Ravenclaw, where he met elders like Professor Flitwick who took care of him, and friends like Penelope and the others. "No need to be so polite. You go ahead and do your work. I need to continue grading papers." In addition, Xuan himself was very outstanding. It was Flitwick who guided Xuan into the academy and eventually made him the pride and role model of his academy. Of course, Professor Flitwick would not hesitate to teach him. No matter what requests or ideas Xuan had, the other party would help if they could and would try their best to achieve what they couldn't. At the same time, that kind of protection was also visible to the naked eye. The children also enjoy being with their peers, as it makes them feel more comfortable and at ease. "I have approved their request for classrooms. Is everything all right now? I happen to have a pretty good grasp of the guardian charm. Would you like to hear some of my experience?" Xuan didn't take the professor's teasing to heart. After spending more time with him, he also came to appreciate the short but kind-hearted professor. "I see, that's a great idea, and the fact that everyone is willing to approach you shows that they recognize your talent. I noticed it last time at the Quidditch pitch. Your patronus is the Ravenclaw house crest and also Ravenclaw's patronus. That's fantastic." Professor Flitwick had a premonition that by the time Xuan graduated, he would definitely surpass him in the field of spells. Xuan sincerely thanked Professor Flitwick. During his years at Hogwarts, this short professor was undoubtedly the best elder to Xuan. After leaving Professor Flitwick's office, Xuan went to the auditorium and told everyone that he had already applied for a classroom. Knowing that Xuan was so efficient, everyone felt more confident, and a few even asked if they could join. Xuan would certainly not refuse this, since the more people there are, the easier it would be for him to gain favor with them. Xuan also said that his promise to set up this study support group was ostensibly to help everyone learn, but secretly it was to gain favor and make people admire and respect him, and to cultivate his own team. "To be honest, improving these Hogwarts students is raising the bar for the future under my command." That's right, Xuan chose this name to tell everyone that he wasn't forming cliques, but simply wanted to help everyone learn. On the surface, you cannot say that Xuan is learning from Voldemort to form cliques and engage in factionalism. First of all, this study support group was not established by Xuan himself, but rather by Neville and the other students after they felt a sense of crisis following the attack by the Dementors. During this period, Xuan demonstrated his mastery of the Guardian spell, which led everyone to have the idea of having Xuan teach them, and they asked Xuan for advice. Out of friendship and a willingness to help each other, Xuan agreed. Then, with everyone's list, they went to Professor Flitwick to apply for a classroom, instead of just finding any empty classroom themselves, or like Harry and his friends in the Commend timeline using the room of requirement. Xuan followed the normal application process, applying to and registering with the school, and even submitting the list of names without any intention of hiding anything. Since he applied so openly and legitimately, the college can't possibly refuse Xuan's application on the grounds of an illegal gathering, can it? In fact, with Xuan's current strength, he doesn't necessarily need to be so cautious. A tie is only one step away from becoming a bright moon wizard. But now is not the time for Xuan to overturn the table and become the chess player, because he has no one under his command, or to be precise, he doesn't have enough people. Look at Voldemort. For the sake of his rule, he knew how to cultivate his subordinates and build the initial foundation even when he was still in school. This is Voldemort's strongest support, unlike the Death Eaters who joined later under Voldemort's pressure. Those guys would scatter like monkeys when Voldemort fell. They either run away directly or they turn around and betray the other Death Eaters. Only the Death Eaters who followed Voldemort from the beginning remained loyal, never abandoning him even after he lost power, and even secretly preparing to resurrect him. Xuan would be very envious and desperate for such loyal subordinates. What could be more loyal than someone cultivated from their student days? The two wizarding teams under Xuan's command, Oleg in the Far East and Geoffrey in England, have become quite loyal to him over the years thanks to his combination of kindness and severity. However, most of the other wizards under his command joined for personal gain, while a small number gradually became loyal. Xuan didn't care too much about this. If one's own strength is extraordinary, it doesn't matter whether you obey sincerely or not, as long as you are obedient and do things well. Xuan never intended for these guys, whose values were already firmly established, to become his core base. At most, they were just a transitional group. What truly mattered was the unwavering loyalty of the wizards he had cultivated from childhood. Voldemort enjoyed this kind of benefit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have repeatedly applied to Dumbledore for the position of defense against the dark arts professor after graduation. This is a clever move and idea, mixing personal opinions into teaching. Li, who traveled from Donghuang, understands this all too well. It's like having one's thoughts imprinted on one's mind. Voldemort has already set an example for Xuan with his actions and fate. Xuan only needs to take the essence and discard the dross, combine it with his own actual situation, and the knowledge from another world, and surpassing Voldemort's achievements will be a piece of cake. In the future, Xuan will firmly grasp schools like Hogwarts in his own hands and implement his own will within them. For now, let's just treat it as practice. Xuan scheduled the first study support group meeting for Saturday evening, as other times were not suitable. After a full day of classes, everyone might not have enough energy for another class in the evening. At the same time, some people happen to have classes in the evening, which is difficult to reschedule. They may have classes that clash with their schedules from Monday to Friday. If they have a class on Sunday night, they shouldn't cause trouble. Therefore, Saturday night is the most suitable time, requesting 0 flowers. On Saturday night, after everyone had signed in, Xuan prepared to officially begin. The purpose of signing in was twofold. Firstly, to submit a document to Professor Flitwick, proving that one had genuinely applied for the classroom and was actually doing something about it. In addition, it would also make it easier for Xuan to identify people and see if there are any promising talents among them. He might be able to get to know some of them better, increase investment, and plan ahead. Everyone has heard of the Patronus charm to some extent. It is famous for both its power and complexity. Not to mention the shocking scene last week when all the professors used it together on the Quidditch pitch. This ancient and mysterious spell will summon a magical guardian spirit, a reflection of your soul and a response to all your most positive emotions. 0, unless you truly summon your guardian spirit, you will never know what your guardian spirit looks like, just like my guardian spirit. Cry. Xuan held his magic wand for a moment, and a beautiful silver eagle appeared in the classroom, displaying its majestic appearance. Whether it's its lifelike feathers fluttering in the wind or its human-like eyes, it tells everyone that this is not fake, but a living, real creature. Everyone's attention was drawn to the majestic eagle until Xuan called it back, and everyone's bright eyes turned to look at Xuan. His eyes were fixed on one thing. "Coach, this guy is so cool, I want to learn that." Xuan smiled. That move wasn't meant to show off, but to pique everyone's interest, which was very important. Don't be fooled by how easily Xuan and Hermione seem to have learned it and can even summon their Patronus. In reality, the difficulty of this spell is beyond imagination. Hermione and Penelope are both considered geniuses. Xuan didn't know about the people in front of him, so some of them might need a long period of training to reach the first stage. If they didn't have a certain amount of motivation to support them at the beginning, they might give up on the tedious practice that follows. Xuan didn't want his first batch of students to give up so easily, so he needed to use some tricks and methods. This was also part of Fritch's experience in passing on his teaching skills. The Patronus charm is currently the only spell in the wizarding world that can drive away and harm Dementors and groundbats. This spell relies on the positive and uplifting power within us. The semi-tangible positive force that is ultimately awakened is actually what we call the guardian spirit. To summon our guardian spirit, the class leader must recall the happiest memory we can think of. The stronger the joy brought by the memory, the more powerful the spell. After feeling this power, you draw a circle with your wand to accumulate power for the spell, and then you chant the incantation, "Call the gods for protection." This is how the spell is cast. The first step we need to take is to reflect on the happiest, most joyful, and most fulfilling moments of your lives. Xuan simply explained the key points of protecting the 610 divine curse, and then asked everyone to think about the happiest moment in their lives. I've already talked about spells and casting techniques, but no amount of theory can compare to doing it yourself. Instead of sitting quietly and pondering, the young wizards excitedly discussed with their companions what made them happiest and most joyful. Because there are so many happy things, sometimes it's hard to say which one is the best, so you need advice from others. Xuan supports this approach. In the process of recounting the experience, everyone is essentially reliving their past experiences, and the act of telling the story evokes positive emotions. In other words, at this time, the young wizards are in a happy, joyful, and cheerful state. And the success rate of casting the Guardian Charm in this state is often higher than usual. Because the success of the Guardian spell, especially when first learning it, is directly related to the caster's mental state at the time. Therefore, casting the Guardian Charm becomes particularly difficult when the caster is in a low mood. But the young wizard's current radiant and enthusiastic state will definitely increase the success rate by more than 10 percentage points. After the discussion ended, the chanting of Patriot spells rose and fell. Xuan and Hermione would see who needed help and give them individual guidance. Xuan didn't know whether it was because he taught them well, or because these young wizards were inherently intelligent, or because the atmosphere tonight was just right for learning the Guardian Charm. Until the evening lasted an hour and a half, almost everyone successfully performed once or twice during that time. Success here refers to their ability to produce a cloud of silvery white gas or smoke from the tip of their wand, which is the initial state. Even if most people only succeed once or twice, and the silvery white smoke that rises out is very weak and sparse, it at least proves that it was a success. Actually, many times it's not that we're afraid of hardship or fatigue, but rather that we're afraid of putting in effort without any reward or response. That's the most painful thing. But after a night of hard practice, everyone has made some progress. Even if not much, it's enough. This can be said to have given everyone confidence and injected a strong boost. The most difficult first step has been taken, and all that's left is to keep going. I never expected that everyone would be able to succeed tonight. Watching the others leave, Penelope, who was left behind, sighed to Xuan and Hermes. Yes, I didn't expect everyone to be able to gain something. I remember when Xuan and Penelope taught me together for the first time, I think we only reached this level. Hermione was undoubtedly the most emotional. After all, she learned it last year with the help of Xuan and Penelope. But she knew all too well how difficult the Patronus Charm was to learn. I was able to reach this level because I had one-on-one guidance and instruction from Xuan and the other person. And I also believed that I had a good talent for magic. Now that everyone has achieved this so easily, it's not out of jealousy, but rather a sense of Chinese letter Gankai, a feeling of mixed emotions, often including regret or nostalgia. The environment just now had a significant impact on everyone. This curse is very much affected by people's mood. Tonight, everyone was in an excited and happy state. Once they leave and go back to practice on their own, they will find it particularly difficult to succeed. All right, let's hurry back, it's almost curfew, and I don't want to get caught by Filch. Xuan smiled and summarized the conversation. The main reason is that these guys are well-informed and quick to act. In such a short time, they went from receiving the news, making a decision, to writing the application, and all the work and actions were completed in such a short period of time. It seems they really can't wait. Come on, have breakfast. Since no one is looking for you now or the first batch has already finished, you should hurry up and eat breakfast, otherwise you won't have time again later. Seeing that no one was looking for Xuan for the time being, Penelope brought over the breakfast that had been prepared according to Xuan's taste. Based on her long experience at Hogwarts and her understanding of other young wizards, there must be quite a few who are just finding out and are working hard to write their applications. Someone else will definitely be looking for Xuan soon. After all, Penelope overheard something, and according to the young wizard who attended last night's study group, omnipotent is the worst possible description for Xuan. After such a barrage of compliments, the young wizards, hearing such incredible stories, felt they had to have everything others had. Moreover, everyone witnessed what happened at the Quidditch pitch that day. Who wouldn't want to be like Xuan and his companions, having their own Patronus fly out with a wave of their hand to defeat the Dementors and protect themselves? Actually, Hogwarts did teach the Patronus Charm, specifically in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class for older students. However, in recent years, Quirrell and Lockhart have broken everyone's hearts. It was only when Lupin came that they picked up the spell again, so there weren't many senior students attending the study group this time. Therefore, Lupin has already been teaching them, and they showed their own style at the Quidditch pitch last time. Although it was just wisps of silvery white smoke, when gathered together it was enough to drive away Dementors. The older students aren't in a hurry, but the younger students are. Everyone knows that the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts changes every year. This is because Xuan rejected the first-year students who had just enrolled. He only started with second-year students. The first-year students should focus on their studies. Besides wanting to train his subordinates, he also wanted to live up to the trust that Neville and the others had placed in him. Xuan had to ask Naoe and the others to tell them that the Learning Mutual Aid Association had stopped recruiting new members because there were too many people, and they couldn't provide enough guidance. The advantage of this is that we help and encourage each other. This made the students who were a step behind frantically slap their thighs, wondering why they couldn't be faster. First, there's the age issue. After all, the learning support group includes students from 2nd to 5th grade, a range that's quite large. Otherwise, attending large lectures with hundreds of students at the same time is something that even in Xuan's previous life, only less important elective courses in university were like this. Just as Penelope had expected, after they had eaten and drunk their fill, many more young wizards came to submit their applications. Therefore, Xuan decisively rejected them, thinking it best not to mislead them or create the impression that they were overconfident and unrealistic. Of course, Hermione is doing well too. They are both still working hard to learn. After all, she is still a child, so let's not expect too much. Even with Xuan, Hermione, and Penelope, the situation last night would have been almost at its limit with more people. It's impossible to group them all together in a general way, as the younger wizards naturally can't compare to the older students in terms of either theoretical knowledge or spellcasting ability. Moreover, the danger of the Dementors is imminent, so seize every opportunity. They've only been in school for a short time. They might not even be able to cast the Levitate charm or the basic Transfiguration charm smoothly yet. They shouldn't be too ambitious. More importantly, the more people there are, the harder it is to manage and teach them. With so many people now, Xuan is considering whether to divide them into 2 classes for teaching. Once trust is lost, the chances of making up for it later are extremely slim. Dividing them into small groups can help them support and encourage each other, and Xuan did not form the groups randomly. Therefore, the first element of Xuan's class division is to divide students into classes based on their grade level, with upper grade classes and lower grade classes. The second element is that each class must also be divided into small groups. Although the first batch of young wizards only had one more lesson than the later batch, they were arguably better than the later batch in both theory and practice. Later, Xuan and Penelope discussed it and concluded that with so many people, they should indeed be divided into 2 classes of about 50 people each, which would be just right. Sure, why do people like to date older women? Isn't it because older women are mature, sensible, and caring? In the end, including the original first batch, the second batch that joined last night, and the third batch this morning, there are now more than 90, almost 100 people. Moreover, it's not just a simple and crude way of dividing people into equal groups. There are techniques involved in class division. Xuan is giving them a chance. But teaching others magic spells isn't like those elective courses where you just stand on the podium, explain using a PowerPoint presentation, call on a few students to answer questions, and have a discussion. Xuan wouldn't pretend to be something he's not, doing this just for his own fame. He genuinely wanted to help everyone learn the Guardian spell. Xuan divided the group into groups of 5, with the ratio of the first batch to the second batch roughly 2 to 3. This way, there would be people to help guide the newly joined wizards. The professor's spell naturally requires careful observation and appropriate guidance and advice. It's truly astonishing how many people I've gathered. I never imagined I'd have such a large following of nearly 100. This year's senior students are lucky, but that doesn't mean they'll be so lucky next year. Besides, who doesn't like to show off their knowledge and act as a teacher in front of others? Humans are inherently lazy, and self-discipline is a very precious quality when one is alone, especially when one's values and worldview are not yet formed. That's quite a lot for Hogwarts. Besides, who says this learning support group can only learn Guardian charms? Other spells are fine too. Once you learn spells, you can learn other things as well. Isn't that how Xuan's future team is formed? Xuan smiled and accepted the breakfast Penelope handed him. Simple pasta, some steaks already cut into small pieces with a knife and fork, some pea shoots mixed with butter, some asparagus, and Hermione also handed him a glass of milk, just relying on their knowledge of the Guardian spell. Look at the way they act. Ron, who was also having breakfast in the auditorium, looked grim and spoke in a tone that was 3 parts jealousy, 3 parts incomprehension, 2 parts anger, and 2 parts indifference. Harry was surprised to learn for the first time that pie charts could be used to express a person's tone of voice. However, he also knew why Ron had this idea. Last night, after Neville returned from Xuan's class, he demonstrated a wave of Guardian charms. Although there were only scattered specks of silvery mist, the first step had already been taken. Once upon a time, Neville, who had a stutter and a bad memory, was the object of ridicule by many. But now, with the help of Xuan and the others, he has become mature and steady, and has a deep understanding of herbal medicine, which has earned him the favor of Professor Sprout. He also learned the Guardian spell, which is usually taught to older students. After returning home for the summer vacation, he had grown quite a bit taller, and his baby fat had also disappeared. He was starting to look like a handsome young man. This is the perfect example of a winner in life, with everything going in a positive direction. Because of their previous conflict with Xuan, they naturally couldn't join Xuan's study group. Ron and Harry were mainly there to keep their good brother company. Everyone at Hogwarts knew about Ron's conflict with Xuan. Even Dean and Seamus, who shared a dorm room, submitted their applications early this morning after Neville returned and saw the results. They made it in time. To be honest, Harry was naturally very envious and wanted to join the study group, not for any other reason than simply wanting to learn the Patronus charm. As the only person in Hogwarts to have his emotions drained twice by Dementors, rendering him unconscious, no one was more eager to learn this technique than him. However, this is content that is taught in higher grades. I couldn't learn it before, but now that I have it, I'm holding myself back because of my good friend's problem. This was very difficult, especially since Neville and the other two had all betrayed him, making it even more impossible for him to do so. Harry, you wouldn't join that study group, would you? This was the first thing Ron said to Harry after he woke up this morning. Hearing this and seeing Ron's eager eyes, what could Harry say? Harry could only nod helplessly, knowing he had to spoil his best friend. He also promised not to join the study group and to stand by him through thick and thin. Actually, Xuan was also quite confused. As for Ron, Xuan had never had any thoughts of disliking or being hostile to him, or rather, from the very beginning. On the contrary, he treated Neville, Harry, and Xuan the same. However, as time went on, one of them had a relationship with Xuan that resembled that of an older brother and a younger brother. Another was distant and ambiguous, and the third was completely hostile. Xuan really couldn't understand it. At first, Xuan even let Ron off the hook for some of his actions. After all, although Xuan's physical age was similar to his mental age was much younger. So it seems this guy genuinely can't stand seeing others succeed. Or is it that his inferiority complex makes him jealous of those who shine? Especially the fact that they sent a basilisk to attack him last school year was something Xuan had never expected. According to the usual plot development, shouldn't Draco Malfoy, the Slytherin mastermind, be the biggest villain, and be the one who's most annoyed by a muggle-born wizard like Xuan? How come it's Ron Weasley when it comes to me? Moreover, he was no longer in the same college as him, and they didn't even attend classes together. How could things have turned out like this? Xuan couldn't understand it. His two older brothers were still good friends with him. It was true that even family members had different personalities. Draco Malfoy over there knew that Xuan was not someone to be trifled with, so he never spoke to Xuan whenever he saw him, and the two schools rarely had any contact. At the same time, Draco also discovered that Xuan's personality was such that if you didn't provoke him and there were people he cared about, he was quite easy to talk to. At least recently, Draco and Xuan were able to nod and smile when they met. If you mess with them, just look at what happened to Flint and his gang last time. Everyone was terrified. Draco found that when he didn't provoke Xuan, it was indeed quite comfortable to be around him. No wonder so many people liked to be friends with him, and Draco himself liked it too. So in addition to his shabby appearance, there was another reason why he looked down on Ron Weasley: his inability to offer advice on current affairs. Not only Xuan couldn't understand it, but even Draco and many others couldn't imagine why Ron and Xuan would get along like this. To be precise, Ron is the only one at Hogwarts who openly has a bad relationship with Xuan, and who has no intention of hiding or changing his ways. Even after George spoke with Fred and Ron, it was to no avail. He was even questioned about who their real brother was. Those words almost made the Gemini furious. If Ron weren't their own brother who would care about him, anyone with eyes can see Xuan's abilities. Although he was born a Muggle, he is exceptionally talented. In terms of magical talent, he can be said to be the most outstanding at Hogwarts. Being an orphan doesn't matter. Through her own efforts, she built a business empire. Otherwise, how could she have obtained those storage items that had been enchanted with the traceless stretch spell so easily? Furthermore, one can tell from his usual diet and clothing that Xuan is not a person who lacks money. He is gentle and kind, and his conduct is impeccable. He is the leader of Ravenclaw and a good friend to everyone. Why is Ron going against Xuan like this? Hasn't he realized his predicament? Fred and George were truly exasperated with their younger brother. Others might not know, but they who spent every day with Ron certainly knew what he was thinking. What the hell was he thinking? At first, it was nothing more than jealousy. Later, they couldn't back down and insisted on putting on a brave face. When they realized they couldn't reason with Ron, they gave up and ignored him, taking their good intentions for granted. Harry, we can ask Professor Lupin to teach us the Patronus charm. Didn't you say last time that Professor Lupin is a good friend of your parents? So, it shouldn't be a problem for you to have him teach us the Patronus charm, right? Just as Harry was thinking about how to learn the Patronus charm, Ron's words gave him a wake-up call. How could I have forgotten Professor Lupin? Based on our previous conversation and considering my parents' feelings, he definitely wouldn't refuse my small request. Let's go. We'll go find him now. If you think of it, you have to do it, Harry excitedly told Ron, and they rushed off to find Lupin. So you've come to me wanting me to teach you the guardian charm, is that it? Lupin, sitting in his office, saw Harry and Ron rushing to him. He initially thought something serious had happened, but it turned out to be about this. However, it's not a difficult thing. Lupin had naturally heard of the study group that Xuan had set up. In a place as small as Hogwarts, anything that happened would definitely spread far and wide. Otherwise, Lupin wouldn't have heard about Ron's rat scabbers from those young wizards last time and thus discovered that Peter Pettigrew was still alive. Lupin was pleased to see Xuan's action and could even be said to have encouraged it. Don't think he'll be upset or feel that Xuan stole his thunder. He's clearly a student. How could he take over his responsibility of teaching defense against the dark arts? Is he looking down on him? Lupin was long past the age of being competitive and seeking the limelight, and besides, that wasn't his personality. As a werewolf, he didn't like to make himself known to everyone like Lockhart. The main reason is that he is a werewolf, and he can hide his werewolf identity. He can just live a quiet and ordinary life and reach 167. This was Lupin's idea, and he was also very grateful to Professor Dumbledore. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed when Dumbledore wrote to him requesting that he become the professor of defense against the dark arts. After all, the entire wizarding world knows about the malevolence of this location. But when he was 11 years old, Professor Dumbledore came to his house to personally invite him to study at Hogwarts and even built the Shrieking Shack for him. Lupin was grateful to Professor Dumbledore for allowing him to live the normal life he had always dreamed of. Therefore, Lupin would not have any objection to Xuan's actions. Similarly, like Professor Flitwick, he was happy to see Xuan do this. After 2 or 3 years of development, Xuan now has enough people at his disposal, and he can start a new plan. Xuan's study support group has been held about once a week. It's already December, and there's only a week left until Christmas. If I count, it's been 4 or 5 times already. This idea is strongest among wizarding communities in the United States. Having visited Hogsmeade so many times, Xuan wasn't actually that interested in it anymore. He just treated it as an occasional trip to relax and replenish his supplies. Since the last official opening, Xuan and his class have gone several times. Because Hogwarts requires young wizards to return to school before dark, it does not affect evening classes. The headquarters in England, the Far East branch, and then it's time to continue expanding to the United States, Japan, non-continental countries, and other European countries, where we should also begin to establish our presence. Only those who have experienced war know the preciousness of peace. What we cannot have is always the best. Once Xuan had manifested his divine power before the people, defeated Voldemort, and unified the English wizarding world, it would have been difficult for him to enter the wizarding worlds of other countries. If the English wizarding world remains stagnant in the future, no, it could even be said that it will be severely weakened once again after Voldemort's return. It will definitely be absorbed by the United States. It's because even without Xuan, he could still learn this spell. They also knew why Lupin said to wait a while. After all, Lupin's face was still very pale and he looked very weak. The outside world is changing rapidly, and Voldemort is secretly gathering power to prepare for his resurrection, while these people are still just drifting through life. Aside from England, which had just been ravaged by the second-generation Dark Lord Voldemort, and the Far East, which was experiencing intense turmoil, wizarding communities in other countries also had ambitions, such as unifying the wizarding world. Little by little, while others haven't fully noticed Xuan yet, we should first drive the nails in so that a small spark can start a prairie fire. I've agreed to teach you the guardian charm, but it won't be quick. It will take some time. Instead, they seized this opportunity to catch up and surpass others, maintaining good communication with the technology world, and they are also reforming in line with the times. Of course, that was passive. With Xuan around, things will be different if he takes the initiative in the future. Lu Ping spoke up, not asking why the two didn't join Xuan's study group but instead sought his help. Lu Ping didn't want to interfere too much in the students' conflicts, as long as it didn't go too far. Moreover, Lupin also discovered that Harry might indeed have a constitution that attracts Dementors, and that teaching him the Patronus charm was also a way of protecting him. So now everyone is quietly enjoying life, and maintaining this unchanging routine seems to be the best choice. Time passed by unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye, Hogwarts was covered in snow. The heavy snow arrived as expected, and everyone put on thick coats. I'll have to wait until my health improves before I can teach them. Harry and Ron were overjoyed to see that Lupin had agreed. Whether it's Harry or Ron, for the sake of their parents, James and Lily, Arthur and his wife, he would grant their request. In fact, Hogsmeade reflects the state of wizarding in England as a whole. They have been relying on old tricks and have no innovation whatsoever. Even if I don't start teaching right away, it's enough that I've already agreed. The magical world of Japan has considerable strength, but it basically follows the lead of the American Ministry of Magic. Whether it was the first or the second Dark Lord, they basically only wreaked havoc in Europe, and the impact on their home continent was not significant. Regarding the current wizarding world in England, or even the wizarding world worldwide, Xuan could only say that if the wave of reform swept through the wizarding world, most people would find it difficult to survive. Everyone wants to unify the wizarding world, and everyone is wary of someone else unifying the wizarding world. Today is the weekend, the day when Hogwarts opens its doors to Hogsmeade Village. After receiving Lupin's assurance, the two left the office. Ron was undoubtedly the happiest, not because he was able to learn the Patronus charm. There's a sense of being content with modest wealth, or perhaps they were terrified by Voldemort's rampage in the wizarding world. Back then, anyone who dared to show their face was doomed. However, with Xuan around, this shouldn't happen. He's already started making plans. Moreover, the wizarding world is not a monolithic entity, whether it is the wizarding world in England, the wizarding world in Europe, or the wizarding world on the entire planet Earth. Fred and George, who were building a snowman in the snow, suddenly saw a series of footprints appear on the previously empty snow. The two exchanged a smile. As twins, they naturally understood each other's thoughts and pretended nothing was wrong as they walked towards the footprints. When they reached the footprints, the two men grabbed forward suddenly from the left and right. Sure enough, it wasn't thin air, they had grabbed a person. Very clever, Harry. Unfortunately, he's not smart enough. Let me go. Fred and George were among the few people who knew that Harry had an invisibility cloak given to him by Dumbledore, so they could naturally guess who it was at this moment. He was standing right at the exit to Hogsmeade Village, and who else in the entire Hogwarts community could go to Hogsmeade without family permission, besides our poor savior Harry Potter? I want to go to Hogsmeade. We know. We have a better way. We know, don't worry, we'll help you. Then Harry was dragged into the castle by Fred and George. If Harry hadn't been wearing the invisibility cloak, people would have thought it was a bullying incident or a misunderstanding. Not long after, Fred and George left and returned to the place where they had just built the snowman. They had been to Hogsmeade Village quite often. They were tired of Hogsmeade, whether it was open to the public or they secretly went there through the secret passages, so they came here to build snowmen and play. As for Harry, after Fred and George told him the location of the secret passage, he excitedly ran to it. He was overjoyed to finally be able to go to Hogsmeade Village. Even without the Marauders map, George and Fred, with their combined abilities, could easily figure out Hogwarts in 4 or 5 years. It may not be a comprehensive surveillance system like Marauders map, but at least it can find those secret passages. Their reason for helping Harry was simple. They felt sorry for the younger brother, and they also had a good relationship with Harry. They were in the same house, both were members of the Quidditch team, their parents had a good relationship, and in this generation they were good friends with his younger brother Ron. His sister Ginny was his younger sister. And so Harry went to Hogsmeade Village wearing the invisibility cloak, and Fred and George were very worried that something might happen to him. Most people at Hogwarts knew that Harry was being targeted by Dementors. Whether it was being knocked unconscious by a Dementor on the Hogwarts Express the first time, or being attacked by a Dementor in full view of everyone at the Quidditch pitch the second time. It's obvious to everyone that the Dementors have a huge crush on our savior Harry Potter. If Harry were to walk out like this in broad daylight, he would definitely be at risk of being attacked by Dementors. Wizards cannot see people under the invisibility cloak with the naked eye, but Dementors are different. Fred and George know from Xuan that Dementors' perception is different from that of humans. It is not through the ears, nose, and eyes, but through the perception of life force. The invisibility cloak does not have the ability to conceal human life. That's why they told Harry about the secret passage leading to Honeydukes' candy shop. Going out through the secret passage would mean avoiding Dementors and being much safer. Xuan, who was strolling around Hogsmeade with Hermione and Penelope, suddenly saw the door of Honeydukes' sweet's house open in front of him. A pink lollipop floated abruptly in the air, but there was no one around, only footprints at its feet. Xuan knew perfectly well that this was Harry, who had secretly come to Hogsmeade Village wearing an invisibility cloak. "What's wrong?" Seeing Xuan suddenly look in a certain direction, Penelope asked, "That must be Harry, right?" Before Xuan could answer, Hermione spoke first. She knew, as a fellow student of Harry, that Harry possessed an invisibility cloak about the footprints and floating candies. To be precise, all three of them knew since their dorm mate Neville was Xuan's underling. Upon hearing Hermione's words, Penelope looked over and saw the footprints and floating candies, and understood. Harry, who was excitedly watching, suddenly felt someone watching him, even though he was clearly wearing an invisibility cloak. How could someone see him? Harry looked around and spotted the Lee family group standing next to the Wenren Tang feather pen specialty store. It turns out it was Xuan and his group. So it's not surprising that they discovered me. They also knew I had an invisibility cloak. Let's go. Harry coming to Hogsmeade Village is no big deal. Whether he comes or not has no impact on Xuan and the others. The two women looked away and continued walking with Lee. It was so cold, and since the Three Broomsticks bar wasn't allowing underage wizards in today, there was one less place to go. Since that's the case, then the only option is to go to Madame Patiff's tea house for a cup of hot tea. Being able to drink tea in a foreign land, Xuan felt, would be quite a unique experience. Hermione and the others have recently taken a liking to the milk tea that Xuan makes. Anyway, Madame Patiff's tea house has private rooms, so they can do whatever they want inside. Fortunately, Xuan's milk tea uses all-natural ingredients and doesn't rely on artificial sweeteners or creamer. Therefore, Hermione and Penelope don't need to be greedy and drink too much milk tea. Otherwise, the milk tea enthusiast from their previous life would be the best example. Xuan didn't want Hermione and Penelope to end up like that. Neither he nor his girlfriend wanted to be overweight. Harry breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Xuan and the others withdraw their gaze and leave. He naturally knew that the other party had guessed his identity, but they simply didn't expose him. Harry still trusted Xuan's character. Even though he didn't get along well with Harry's best friend and roommate Ron, he wouldn't take it out on him. Harry continued walking, intending to find Neville and Ron. He had only seen Xuan and Dean at Honeydukes' candy shop. As he continued walking through Hogsmeade Village wearing the invisibility cloak, he suddenly saw Fudge, the Minister of Magic, getting off a sleigh. Hagrid and Professor McGonagall were also standing nearby, which made him quite curious. "We have a murder on the run. Sirius Black has come to Hogsmeade, but why is he here?" For Harry Potter. Harry Potter's. Before Harry could even get close, Mrs. Rosmerta's exclamation from several meters away made him hear his name. Then Harry saw Professor McGonagall and Minister Fudge looking somewhat flustered. After glancing around and making sure no one was watching, the two of them pulled Mrs. Rosmerta into the pub. How could such a scene not pique Harry's interest, especially since they had just mentioned him and said that Sirius Black was after him? It seems there's more to the story. Perhaps this time, Professor McGonagall and Minister Fudge will tell Miss Rosmerta that they were also able to eavesdrop on 537. People are scared half to death just coming to the tavern, and they have to be constantly on guard against Dementors. Who would dare to come here? As Harry followed her up the stairs, he overheard Madame Rosmerta's complaints, which were undoubtedly related to the Dementors. Especially after Harry was attacked by Dementors at the Quidditch pitch. And the Dementors, out of the Ministry of Magic's control, forcibly attacked the young wizards. Discussions about Dementors suddenly increased. The publication of Rita Skeeter's report in particular sparked a wave of discussion. During that period, Fudge, and indeed the entire Ministry of Magic, was in a terrible predicament, and Fudge even faced the crisis of being forced to resign. Unfortunately, there have been just too many problems this year. First of all, prisoners have escaped from Azkaban, which is known as the most secure prison in the English wizarding world. Moreover, it was Sirius Black who was known as Voldemort's henchman. The moment anything was associated with Voldemort, a sensitive nerve in the wizards' hearts was touched. Then there are the 2 times the Dementors went out of control and attacked, which undoubtedly shows that Fudge's abilities are fundamentally flawed, and that he has poor control over the Ministry of Magic and the Dementors. Especially the second time, after the first time it went out of control, I had already made a promise, a solemn guarantee that it would not happen a second time. But only a short time later, about 2 months later, it went out of control again. What's even more terrifying is that this time it's completely out of control, heading straight for the Hogwarts students. If it weren't for powerful professors like Dumbledore, the future of the wizarding world might have been completely wiped out for these mostly underage young wizards. It can be said that the children in the story have intricate relationships with the wizards. Even if they are not their own children, they are children of various kinds, such as sons, nephews, or godchildren. More importantly, the wizards feel a sense of impending doom. Now that the Dementors are attacking Hogwarts out of control, will they completely spiral out of control and indiscriminately attack the wizards in 2 months? In this case, although the danger brought by the rampage of Dementors is not as great as when Voldemort led the Death Eaters to sweep through the wizarding world, it will still severely damage the wizarding world. The Patronus Charm is such a difficult and complex spell that most wizards don't know it, which means they have no ability to fight back against Dementors. In a short time, in addition to condemning the Ministry of Magic, Hogwarts was also swept up in a storm of infighting. Everyone was looking for ways to learn the Guardian Charm or to buy various alchemical tools and magical potions. Xuan learned about it from his family's 2 shops. Because of this, both pharmacies and wholesale stores have seen a significant improvement in business recently, with their turnover essentially doubling. Fudge has finally managed to suppress this matter temporarily with all his might. If he doesn't achieve something soon, like arresting Sirius Black, he might as well resign as Minister of Magic. There's also the matter of Dementors. He's been in office for so long, and the Dementors have always been under the control of the Ministry of Magic. But these last 2 times, he really couldn't understand it. And even when he had the wizards in the Ministry of Magic who were in charge of managing Dementors investigate, they found nothing wrong. The spell controlling the Dementors wasn't malfunctioning, so why did it go out of control? Could it be that Harry Potter, the Savior, has a special attraction for dark creatures, appearing every time he loses control and being knocked unconscious by an attack? Fudge didn't know if Voldemort was about to return, but so much had happened in the past 2 years. And according to the Ministry of Magic's investigations, those Death Eaters who had escaped and gone into hiding under Voldemort's command were beginning to stir up trouble and gather in secret. Fudge has been in a real mess lately. After the Dementors attacked the students of Hogwarts last time, Dumbledore no longer allowed them to stay at Hogwarts. Fudge had no choice but to deploy a large number of Dementors in Hogsmeade, the village closest to Hogwarts. That's why Madame Rosmerta started complaining as soon as she saw Fudge. Harry, wearing the invisibility cloak, pushed open the door and went in. Luckily, the door wasn't locked. Seeing that the door, which had been closed, was now open, Rosmerta thought it was just the wind blowing it open, so she went over and closed it again and locked it. What on earth is going on? After closing the door, Rosmerta questioned Fudge and Professor McGonagall again, wanting to get the truth from them. Then Harry heard the truth about what happened 13 years ago, such as Sirius Black betraying James and his wife, killing Peter Pettigrew and leaving him with only 1 finger. He also learned that Sirius Black was actually his godfather. If Harry knew at any other time in any other place that someone else was his godfather, he would be ecstatic. A godfather means he has family besides the Dursleys. It's important to understand that in the English wizarding world, not just anyone can be a godfather, nor is it merely a title. 0.4, however, is a true relative with the same status as one's parents. But why did his godfather have to be that person, that fugitive Sirius Black, the one who betrayed his parents? God knows how I felt after learning the truth: anger, sadness, grief. Harry didn't know, he just felt a mix of emotions. The suffering he had endured over the years seemed to be triggered by the information he had just heard, which made him recall everything all at once. Add to that the series of Dementor attacks this semester, and even if he didn't say it, how could he not feel panic and fear inside? No matter how strong he is, don't forget that Harry is still just a 14-year-old boy. Suddenly, my eyes welled up, my nose stung, and tears streamed down my cheeks. Is that Harry Potter squatting over there? Xuan and Hermione looked in the direction Penelope pointed, and saw a person sitting on a roadside stone not far away, wiping away tears. Sure enough, it was Harry. Let's go take a look, they're all classmates. Xuan told Hermione and Penelope that he was going to visit the Shrieking Shack, but he didn't expect to run into Harry alone in the countryside, feeling sad. If he didn't see him, there was nothing to say. If he did see him, he would at least go up and ask. He didn't mean anything by it. Xuan just pitied this savior who was strong on the outside but sensitive and fragile on the inside. Anyway, that eyesore Ron Weasley wasn't there, otherwise Xuan wouldn't have bothered to even get close to him, let alone approach him, because there's no point in talking to that kind of person, and it's pointless to reason with him. Hermione and Penelope exchanged a glance behind them, then silently followed, albeit a few steps behind as Harry's mood wasn't exactly pleasant. 24. If I went over there myself, it might embarrass the little boy. A little boy might not mention his pride in front of his brothers or other boys. But when there are girls around, regardless of whether they are familiar with them or not, he will never show it. Seeing Hermione and Penelope slow down, Xuan naturally noticed it too. But it was just in time, as he had a rough idea of why Harry was here alone feeling sad. He just hadn't expected Harry to run into Fudge and Professor McGonagall so conveniently. Were they waiting for Harry all along? If that's really the case, then it's terrifying to think about. The moment Xuan and his group saw Harry, Harry naturally noticed them as well. After all, the area was covered in snow and there were no obstacles around, so it was easy to spot someone at a glance. It was fine if Harry was wearing the invisibility cloak, but he wasn't wearing it now. As Xuan drew closer, Harry hurriedly reached out and wiped the tears from his cheeks, though his red eyes and the way he had just cried betrayed him. Although Xuan doesn't like flying on a broomstick, it doesn't mean he's given up on the skill. Having a sword but not using it is one thing, and not having a sword to use is another. Therefore, Harry didn't hide anything. Anyway, they all knew about the invisibility cloak. Don't forget that when Hagrid first hatched Norbert, they all went to Hagrid's hut at night. Xuan shrugged and explained that he himself felt it was a very coincidental thing. Harry was discovered by Xuan and his group the moment he arrived in Hogsmeade. That was a long time ago. Harry had received some help and favors from Xuan in the past. From that time on, Harry knew that Xuan's refusal to join the Ravenclaw Quidditch team wasn't due to his poor flying skills, but simply because the other team really was as Xuan described. Hearing Xuan's words, Harry nodded. He didn't suspect that Xuan was following him. Why would he be following him? He was just making conversation out of boredom. Harry looked at Xuan as he approached, cleared his throat, and asked first, though he couldn't completely hide the soreness in his voice. I control a force that you've all probably heard about. I also know something about the James Quartet, including Snape, though it might differ from what you've heard, Harry. Perhaps at this moment, Harry really wanted to talk to someone and express his sadness and grievances. People are more likely to open up when they are vulnerable. Putting aside his own savior title, Harry knew how vast the gap was between him and Xuan. Xuan spoke first, with Hermione and the other woman sitting down beside him. No one dislikes gossip, right? Don't forget, gossip has existed since the time of the ancestor Fuxie. It wasn't that Harry had any issues with Xuan. Quite the opposite, Harry had never complained about or been unhappy with Xuan, even though his good friend Ron had had conflicts with Xuan over the past 2 years. As for the veracity of the information, I won't guarantee it to you. After all, this information was collected from other sources, and no one dares to vouch for it. But as mentioned earlier, the little boy's pride and self-esteem still prevented Harry from showing his weakness in front of others. More importantly, the person in front of him was Xuan. Besides, even if I didn't say anything, Harry would eventually find out that I might have been touched by a sliver of kindness in my heart, giving Harry this opportunity. The choice was in his hands. At this moment, Penelope noticed that after listening to Harry's story, Xuan, unlike Hermione, did not share the same indignation but was instead lost in thought. I'm just not interested. So that's how it is. Xuan, why aren't you saying anything? After all, Harry is Gryffindor's ace seeker, ace pilot, and key figure in every comeback victory for Gryffindor. Xuan said to Harry, with my current strength, telling you some things is no big deal. Dumbledore can't possibly kill me, can he? Who would have thought that Sirius Black's goal wasn't just to kill you? He was also a close friend of your godfather and your parents back in 920. However, that time they didn't listen to Xuan's advice, which led to them being discovered, or more accurately, reported by Draco, and it was also the beginning of the conflict between Zero and Riz. Xuan, what are you doing here? Furthermore, there is no direct connection between practicing flying skills and participating in a Quidditch team. It is not that having excellent flying skills necessarily means participating in a Quidditch team and showing off one's skills in front of others. Don't say that Harry is better than Xuan in at least one area, and that is flying. But when Harry saw Xuan practicing his flying broomstick technique, he realized that sometimes geniuses are born to crush others. Hermione, who had just finished listening, also spoke up, saying, she and Penelope didn't expect so many things to happen. You could even say that Xuan is Harry's idol, and he wants to become someone like Xuan. Therefore, who wouldn't want to be a winner in life like Xuan, who speaks eloquently, is handsome, is capable, and is popular? Harry even witnessed the imposing manner with which Xuan was taken away by his subordinates. Hermione and the others want to go check out the Shrieking Shack, but what about you? Why are you all here alone? Riding the latest version of a flying broom, Xuan soared through the air with incredible speed and skill, performing some high-difficulty maneuvers that even Ron had shown him about the flying techniques of the Quidditch national team members. I don't know if Harry wants to hear this, but I'm telling you beforehand that the actions of your father and Sirius Black will be different from your current understanding, and you could even say they aren't so positive. It's understandable that Harry would ask such a question, since we can run into each other in such a remote suburb. How could this be? After listening to what Xuan said, Harry sat blankly on the rock, looking somewhat at a loss. Hermione and Penelope looked at Harry with some sympathy. They naturally did not doubt anything Xuan said, even though Xuan had said before that he could not guarantee the accuracy of the information. But after listening, Penelope and the others understood why Xuan had said that beforehand. It was because of what Xuan was about to say. In the very beginning, the character James Potter played was not a good one. Or rather, in the matter of Snape and his friends, there was simply no way to agonize over right and wrong. After all, what they did was truly. Penelope and Hermione didn't know what to say for a moment. By the way, Xuan had already told Hermione and Penelope about Lupin being a werewolf, so that they would be careful. He also told them about the origin of the Screaming Shed. Compared to Hermione and the others who were bystanders, Harry, who was directly involved, was now completely confused. The information he had heard from Professor McGonagall and the others about Sirius Black betraying his parents, including his godfather, had saddened him greatly. Now, Xuan's words have revealed quite a lot of information. And why is there such a big difference between the father Xuan described and the one he saw in the Mirror of Eris? Perhaps he has grown up and matured. Who could have imagined that if James Potter hadn't intervened, he might not be Harry Potter but Harry Severus? You're asking Snape how he knew? Then it turned into Snape fighting 4 people at once. Lily Evans, being a girl, naturally hated this kind of violence from the bottom of her heart, so she tried to stop Snape. As a result, she blurted out the word mudblood, which made their relationship start to become estranged. In the end, we really couldn't beat them. It was precisely because James Potter saved him that Snape was able to keep Lupin's werewolf identity a secret. Thinking of what Xuan had just said, that his mother and Snape were childhood sweethearts who entered Hogwarts together, but one ended up in Gryffindor and the other in Slytherin, and they were forced to separate. He knew all about the things between Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and his brother. Even the strongest white wizard of the time and the first Dark Lord couldn't resurrect Ariana. Did he really have a chance? And to be honest, James Potter's intention to save Snape wasn't entirely genuine. Part of the reason was probably fear that a dead person would cause a huge uproar. After all, the two originally had little contact and didn't know each other, so there was basically no conflict between them. It was only because James Potter stood up for them that this happened. That's getting off topic. So James Potter alone couldn't possibly defeat Snape, especially considering Snape's constant invention of all sorts of evil curses, which caused James Potter a lot of trouble. In addition, doing so would expose Lupin's werewolf identity and cause him to drop out of school. James Potter didn't do that, which is why he took action. It is true that James Potter saved Snape, but James Potter was the culprit who caused the bad relationship between Snape and Sirius Black. As for the so-called incident where James Potter saved Snape, well, you could say Snape should thank James Potter or not, but ultimately it's James Potter's fault. Then there was the college between them and they didn't spend much time together, plus James Potter was there to offer comfort and support, taking advantage of the situation. So over the years, their love, hate, and grudges have become incredibly intertwined. But thinking about what Xuan had just said, Harry's feelings for Snape became very complicated again. Before entering Hogwarts, Harry had naturally experienced the power of bullying and the feeling of being isolated. He had experienced this during his many years in the Dursleys' household. Furthermore, Sirius Black's recollection of eliminating Snape stemmed not only from his own desire to vent his anger, but also from his concern for James Potter. However, this did not affect their relationship until James Potter appeared. He fell in love with the girl with those light green eyes, and at the same time, Snape Severus, who was close to Lily Isles, naturally came into his view as well. Even if the person you ultimately save is your own father, you probably wouldn't feel much gratitude in that situation, right? At first, James Potter underestimated Snape, thinking that how could someone of his pureblood lineage possibly be unable to handle Snape? If his father had defeated Snape in a one-on-one fight and won Lily Evans' heart, that would have been fine, but that's not the case. Why target me when so many other students aren't targeting me? It turns out it's because of my own father. It's a case of the son paying for the father's sins. Snape knew that two of the legendary Deathly Hallows had previously been in Dumbledore's possession, the Elder Wand and the Invisibility Cloak. However, Harry was given the Invisibility Cloak after he came to Hogwarts. Harry put himself in Snape's shoes, imagining his beloved being taken away by his father, and then being bullied by 4 people, almost dying at their hands. However, Snape later discovered that the spell couldn't revive Lily, so he turned to potions instead. Thus began the battle between James Potter and Snape, but compared to Snape, a genius capable of inventing all sorts of minor curses, James Potter was clearly no match. Moreover, according to what Xuan just said, his mother was the only light in Snape's heart, but that light was taken away by his father, who even bullied him in various ways. Even if one person can't beat him, he still has 3 brothers. Boys who are still in their competitive and aggressive years will naturally not be happy to see the girl they like being so close to another boy. He finally understood why, out of so many students at Hogwarts, he didn't target the other houses but specifically Gryffindor. The story is quite simple. During Lupin's full moon, when he was disguised as a werewolf, Sirius Black tricked Snape into going to the Shrieking Shack. If James Potter hadn't intervened in time, Snape might have been killed. Even though Sirius Black is a pureblood member of the Black family, it doesn't mean he can recklessly plot to kill a student. Azkaban would absolutely welcome him. The thought of his father becoming Snape, with his usual gloomy face and words as venomous as a snake's venom, sent a chill down Harry's spine. As mentioned before, compared to Snape's talent in potions, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Snape's talent in charms is even stronger. Perhaps Xuan truly pitied Snape, because he not only talked about Snape and James Potter's student days, but also about some things that happened after they graduated. The main point is that after Snape joined the Death Eaters, he pleaded with Voldemort not to harm Lily Evans. He also told Harry that on the night his parents died, the first person to arrive was Snape, who was always next to Lily Evans, and it was Snape's presence that allowed Harry to truly survive. Don't think that Harry's mission was accomplished by defeating Voldemort with a spell. Before Dumbledore and the others arrived, there was still a window of time during which those enraged Death Eaters were definitely capable of killing Harry. Even without magic, the simplest drowning or burning which do not involve magic will not trigger the protection. It was Snape who, for the woman he loved, especially those identical eyes, protected Harry from the many Death Eaters. And where was this so-called Lord of Prophecy who gave birth to Harry Potter? Of course, some of this information was actually obtained by Xuan through his subordinates, some was combined with information from his previous life, and a considerable amount was also his own speculation. As for whether it's true or not, that's a matter of opinion, but in any case, Xuan definitely smuggled in some smuggled goods. So when Xuan did this, Harry was left unsure of what to feel. All the sadness and grief he had felt earlier seemed to have vanished. Surprise! Harry probably never imagined that his initial intention of coming to Hogsmeade Village to have some fun would turn out to be something far more unexpected than the joy he expected. However, after Xuan said that, James Potter's glorious image instantly diminished considerably. But Harry had experienced that kind of pain, and although he missed his parents, ultimately he had never lived with James Potter and Lily Evans. Hermione has a good memory, and she had also studied those 3 questions carefully after class. She thought they were questions on the potion's final exam, so she reviewed them several times, otherwise she wouldn't have answered them so readily. Hearing Hermione and the others' words, Xuan couldn't help but smile and said, "Hermione, do you still remember the 3 questions Snape asked Harry in your first potions class?" After all, Lupin's version would inevitably contain his own biases, just like Xuan's, except one is biased towards James Potter and the other towards Snape. Who could have imagined that Snape, who was disliked by most students, would have such a poignant story? For a moment, Harry's impression of Snape wasn't so bad anymore. But now, Harry couldn't ask about the other victim or reopen old wounds, but Lupin certainly could. Don't assume that Harry is biased towards his own people and not his own. If Harry hadn't lived in the Dursleys' house for 11 years and experienced all kinds of hardships, he might not have stood by Snape's side. After all, there are right and wrong sides to both sides, but Snape's side would have suffered more losses. She got up and left with Hermione and the others, leaving him with time and space. Yes, and so devoted. I remember the first question was what you would get if you added Narcissus root powder to Mugwort infusion. The second question was where to find a piece of dung stone, and the last 10 questions were what the difference was between Aconitum carmichaelia and Aconitum Davidii. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly bringing up these 3 questions? All right, I've already said a lot of things, so think about it yourself. Also, I don't think Sirius Black was necessarily the one who betrayed your parents, as you just heard. If it weren't for his halo, Harry wouldn't think James Potter was any less despicable than kind. Don't think Harry wouldn't think that way. Although Harry grew up in the Dursleys' house and wasn't treated well, at least he didn't turn out badly. Looking at the original timeline, Lupin felt that James Potter and the others had gone too far after he finished speaking with Harry, let alone the version told by Xuan. I'm sorry Harry felt like his head was a complete mess, he couldn't make sense of anything, and he didn't know what to say, so he could only nod silently. After walking a distance, Hermione and Penelope started talking, since it wasn't really appropriate to say these things in front of Harry. Instead, it was Snape, who nearly died at the hands of werewolves, who hoped that students would learn about werewolves and at least not rush in foolishly, but learn to run away. Hearing Xuan's words, Harry nodded. Normally, Harry might have argued with Xuan. After all, Black was also a pure-blood family. At the same time, he didn't think that Xuan was just making this up to deceive him. Xuan had given him a heads-up from the beginning, and don't forget, Lupin, one of the James Potter quartet, is currently a defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Harry only learned about the Wolfsbane potion because Snape had taken a class early on and learned about werewolves. Seeing Harry's state, Lee knew that he had received too much information today, causing his brain to overload and his CPU to almost burn out, so he simply stopped talking. In Harry's mind, they were all images he had imposed upon himself, gradually shaped by observing the goodness of the parents of others around him. Voldemort's promotion of pureblood honor brought many benefits to the Black family on the surface. Harry had also heard of the so-called 28 races of gods from Zero, Breath, and Neville. Now that we've put it all together, it seems reasonable that Snape might have doubts about Lupin, given his expression towards him and the night he slept in the Great Hall. At the same time, I also thought about why when Snape came to teach, he skipped directly to the werewolf section. Perhaps those 2 parchment assignments weren't meant to be difficult. Harry had no idea that Lupin was actually a werewolf, and that he was the one who created the legend of the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade. Also, when Ron and his friends first went to Hogsmeade, the potion Snape gave Lupin wasn't some kind of poison, but rather a wolfsbane potion. He still possesses some noble qualities. After all, he's approved by your parents and can serve as your godfather, so he must have stood the test of time. Besides, the Black name isn't simple in the wizarding world. The Black family wouldn't stoop to being Voldemort's lackeys. Perhaps you don't know, but when Snape asked this question, there was a hidden meaning, or rather, it contained some secrets. Xuan said with a smile. Hearing Xuan say this, the 2 women looked at him curiously, wanting to know what else was included in it. Just to give you a heads up, these are just my guesses. After all, I don't know what Snape was thinking, and he never said anything. First of all, as you just heard, Harry's mother's name is Lily Evans. You should know that the name Lily also means lily, so it refers to Lily Evans. Meanwhile, the daffodil symbolizes the regret I feel for you until death, while the mugwort represents your absence, bitter sorrow, and remorse carried to the grave. Add to that the water of life and death, and what do you think this all means when put together? The 2 women pondered. Lily, death, regret, bitterness, the water of life and death. This question is trying to express that Snape was deeply grieved and filled with remorse over Lily Evans' death, and that this feeling did not diminish with time but stayed with him until his death. Penelope was the first to give the answer, and both she and Hermione were stunned. Such a seemingly simple and ordinary potion question had an unexpected answer. Professor Snape, his love for Lily is truly admirable. After all, aside from this, Snape rarely blamed Hermione, and aside from this, he rarely deducted Gryffindor points because of her. All 3 of them were aware of the relationship between themselves, Penelope, and Xuan. Then the second question. If we can arrive at such a conclusion from the water of life and death, why did Professor Snape ask where to find the dung beetle? For us, this is undoubtedly a freebie. The answer is in the stomach of a goat. After a moment of silence, Hermione spoke up, and Penelope nodded in agreement. Who could possibly think that Snape, who looked so greasy and always had a gloomy face, was a devoted lover? Perhaps it also reflects his dual identity. A plant can have many names, and a person can have many facets. He was once a member of the Death Eaters, and now he is the head of Slytherin at Hogwarts and a professor of potions. Excrement can cure the poisons that invade the body, but it has no effect on the poison of emotions that infect the mind. How can I cure myself? In retrospect, Xuan felt that the fact that Reese's frequent targeting and reprimands of Hermione in the original timeline might have also served as a form of help and correction. Snape's initial situation in Slytherin was similar to, or even worse than, Hermione's situation in Gryffindor, with the students around him rejecting him. Slytherin did far more than Gryffindor. I heard that Snape was quite handsome when he was young. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attracted Lily Evans' attention in the first place. Back then, quite a few Slytherin girls confessed their feelings to Snape, but our Professor Snape was only interested in Lily Evans. The other flashy girls were completely beneath his notice. However, as he grew up, his personality changed. He joined the Death Eaters, frequently brewed potions, and became unkempt, which led to his current appearance. To change Hermione's situation, one must change the negative aspects of her personality. Hermione's performance in potions class is quite good. Don't forget, she was able to brew Polyjuice potion on her own in her second year. It's understandable that Xuan would have this suspicion. Before Hermione and the others could speak, Xuan continued. The third question is that we all know there's no difference between Aconitum carmichaelia and Aconitum kuznetsovii. They're just different names. Therefore, that beautiful image of youth will always be an unforgettable part of a boy's life. This is information I've heard from many people. One person might lie, but surely a group of people with no vested interests wouldn't lie about this. Of the two, Hermione might be better able to understand Snape's feelings, the kind of recognition that someone is the only light in one's life. If Snape hadn't later defeated and terrified those guys with his own skills, we might have really lost a genius potions master and charms master. The final answer is yes. This wasn't something Xuan added arbitrarily. It was information presented to him by his subordinates during intelligence gathering. However, their words are different. One speaks of living for love, being tenacious and heroic, while the other speaks of malice. Taken together, they are essentially saying that no matter what happens, his love for Lily will not change and will last until death. After spending these past few years together, Hermione knew exactly how Xuan had treated her, and she had long since fallen for him. Neither Hermione nor Penelope noticed that after Xuan gave the answer to Snape's first question, they no longer addressed Snape by his first name as before, but instead added Professor after his name. Xuan then dropped another bombshell. Snape, usually clad in a black robe with greasy hair and known as the Bat, was actually a pretty boy in his youth. Perhaps Snape wasn't described as handsome in the original novels, but in the world Xuan transmigrated to, Snape was indeed a handsome man in his youth. Hermione and Penelope were speechless. Professor Snape was truly a devoted lover. Actually, this second question is related to the first one. As mentioned earlier, Snape was deeply saddened by Lily Evans' death. We all know that dungstones can be used as an antidote. As the head of Slytherin, it was easy for him to find out any information he wanted. He was ostracized in Slytherin because he was half-blood, while Hermione was ostracized because of some personality issues. Hermione's heart is now completely focused on Xuan. Just now, Hermione was wondering if she and Xuan would do the same thing if they were in the same situation as Professor Snape and Lily. Hermione asked, eager to know the answers to the remaining two questions. Just as Lily Evans illuminated Professor Snape's world, Xuan also illuminated Hermione's world like a sun, giving her light and warmth. Therefore, whenever Hermione does something attention-grabbing, Snape will turn a blind eye or even criticize her, hoping that she can correct her behavior. Snape's hidden meaning is probably that if someone is poisoned, they can find a stone in a goat's stomach to cure it. But where can I find anything to relieve my suffering, young master? Geoffrey and his men spotted Xuan alighting from the Hogwarts Express at King's Cross Station. They quickly went up to greet him and had their men take Xuan's luggage. Xuan nodded, then nodded to Hermione before parting ways. They knew Xuan had something to do, so they didn't say anything more. It had been a few days since I last ran into Harry outside Hogsmeade, and now it was the Christmas holidays. Nothing much happened this Christmas, so Xuan naturally left Hogwarts and returned. Next year, though, that might not be the case. Besides coming back to handle things, don't forget, as mentioned before, Oleg and Geoffrey have collected new magical creatures waiting for Lee to return and add them to their little world. Expand the small world as much as possible before Voldemort is resurrected, and make it exceed 1,000 square kilometers. 420 is Xuan's second task besides helping a tie break through to the Bright Moon Wizard. As the master of the small world, Xuan could sense that breaking through this boundary would be of great benefit to both the small world and himself. Let's go straight to the company. Having taken a nap on the Hogwarts Express, Xuan is now full of energy, so he won't go home. He'll go straight to the company to start working. If you want to be a saint in front of others, you have to suffer in private. Controlling a force may seem incredibly prestigious, but it also involves a lot of trouble. Upon arriving at the company's conference room, I found all the senior executives from various companies sitting there, waiting. Over the past 2 years, they have gotten used to it, knowing that every time Xuan comes back from his Christmas holiday, he holds meetings and deals with the backlog of tasks. Therefore, they would prepare in advance, whether it was something that Xuan needed to solve or something that needed to be answered by Xuan. 2 years ago, a senior executive was unprepared and couldn't answer any of Li Xuan's questions, so he was eventually dismissed. They didn't want to follow in his footsteps. Furthermore, the values of a wizard raised in the wizarding world will definitely differ by 4.7% from those raised in the technological world. Sometimes, unless it's a matter of life and death, you should still have a bottom line. However, Newt's was a briefcase, while Li Xuan's was a necklace, and it was even more advanced than the briefcase, requiring only 10 thoughts to enter and exit without having to climb in and out of the briefcase. Don't forget, as mentioned before, the Magic Research Institute has come up with something new. If you get robbed, being skinned alive is the best outcome. Matra rats generally live in coastal areas, and their diet consists mainly of crustaceans and the feet of those that bite their backs. The next magical creature will be plentiful, enough to fill you up completely. Which wise and brave wizard discovered the efficacy of the tumor on the back of the Matra rat? Even though Vice President Matra rat's tumor could enhance resistance to curses and misfortunes, Li Xuan was still unwilling to do so. To ensure that Li Xuan's little darlings could live well, the Research Institute specially bought the adjacent land and expanded it into an ecological park. However, Li Xuan had no interest in tasting the pickled Matra rat tumor. He generally kept his distance from tumors, let alone rat tumors. After taking the red-hatted creature, whose height was almost that of a dwarf, into the small world, there was now the one-legged hinkpunk. There were fewer hinkpunks than the red-hatted creature, only 3. This is clearly not a method that a normal person could imagine. Rats are creatures that people avoid in the first place, let alone eat rat meat. The Matra rat, classified as a danger level XXX by the Ministry of Magic, is a magical creature that looks almost exactly like a rat, with gray fur and a long tail. The only difference is that it has an anemone-like appendage on its back. Therefore, Li Xuan also had to provide a reasonable explanation for their appearance, even if the explanation seemed to have some loopholes and flaws. But thinking about it, it seems that the profession of wizards in the various legends of the technological world has never been a good one. They are the ones who bring chaos and disorder. What kind of extreme taste must a predecessor have been capable of such a feat? Eating pickled tumors from the back of a Matra rat is believed to enhance a person's resistance to curses and misfortune. Perhaps in their eyes, using the back tumors of Matra rats is the same as Li Xuan's usual view of eating boneless chicken feet. This was also a cover for Li Xuan's own little world, since the sudden appearance and disappearance of people like a Tai were bound to be exposed anyway. However, this does not mean that the Matra rat's tumor can be eaten indefinitely. Excessive use can cause unsightly purple hairs to grow around its ears. Moreover, not only did he eat rat meat, but he also accepted the tumor on his back without any disgust and even pickled it to eat. To be honest, when Li Xuan saw the information about Matra rat at Hogwarts, his first feeling was shock. Looking at the red hat that looked almost like a fairy, Li Xuan waved his hand, and the 5 red hats inside the glass case disappeared. My initial investment is finally paying off. It's quite difficult to find so many magical creatures on my own. After all, such a magical spatial alchemy tool was the first of its kind to be seen in the wizarding world, and Li Xuan was no longer afraid that anyone would have bad intentions. This magical creature, well, it's not powerful nor does it have much strength. Its only purpose is the anemone-shaped tumor on its back. It was almost midnight when Li Xuan got home after the meeting. He quickly washed up and went to sleep, as he had to go to Jeffrey's place the next morning to take over the new residents of the small world. The first thing Li Xuan saw was Red Hat and Hinkpunk, whom he had learned about in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class this semester. The next morning after breakfast, Li Xuan went to the Magic Research Institute, where all the magical animals were kept. This saved Li Xuan from having to go back and forth between the 2 places, but that's alright, it's enough. The reason why there are fewer red hats and hinkpunks is that these 2 magical creatures are not usually found in populated areas. They mostly live in sparsely populated suburbs or swamps. Xuan was very satisfied looking at the dozens of amazing animals that had been separated in the ecological park. When Li Xuan saw that the tumor of the Matra rat had such an effect, he thought of the soft-clawed land shrimp he had obtained before. I wonder if consuming the tumor of the Matra rat can help him resist the misfortune brought by the soft-clawed land shrimp. Jeffrey and the others behind him were used to it. They all knew that their boss carried around a portable magical animal sanctuary similar to Newt Scamander's. Jeffrey and his team obtained quite a few of these magical creatures, the Matra rat, about 20 or so this time. If he hadn't written to Li Xuan to inquire, the number would have been even greater. Even though the Matra rat is a magical animal, it is still a rodent, and the reproductive capacity of rodents is well known. Therefore, Xuan didn't need that many matra rats. He only needed to keep a portion and the rest were used for research. But even if only about a third is kept, there are still about 20 of them. After taking the matra rat into the small world, the next glass case contains a huge hollow tree trunk. From the outside, it seems like there's nothing there, but upon closer inspection, you'll find many gray, furry flying insects inside the trunk. Don't underestimate these flying insects. These insects are called sadness bugs, and their danger level on the Ministry of Magic's register is the same as that of the matra rat, both being XXX. This amazing animal likes to build its nest in dark, secluded places, with hollow tree trunks and caves being its favorites. The heartbreaker feeds on nettles, and sometimes these amazing creatures also live in groups in beehives or hives. However, if they live in the hive or beehive, it's not just a matter of harassing the bees. It can even cause catastrophic damage to honey production. However, although this heartbreak beetle can disrupt honey production, it also produces a type of molasses that evokes sadness, hence its name. The dog must have evoked feelings of sadness in people to be given this name. Oh no, I should say it was invented by some potion master. In the wizarding world, healing is done using magic and potions. If Xuan hadn't taken a look at their nest when he put the heartbreak worms into his small world and seen the molasses inside, it would have been easy to mistakenly believe that the molasses was fake and laced with poison. Upon hearing Xuan's question, Jeffrey quickly nodded and replied, "Because we brought it back along with the heartbreak worm's nest, there's still molasses produced by the heartbreak worms inside. Young master, the sad molasses has been brought." Well, this was quite unexpected for Xuan. Before his subordinates brought him the sad molasses, Xuan had already created a habitat for the sad worms in the small world. The entire nest of heartbreak bugs was wiped out. Even the hollow tree they were currently inhabiting was cut down and brought back. Isn't this just fighting poison with poison? I wonder which genius doctor invented this treatment. But this sad molasses still had a faint, grassy fragrance. Xuan had never picked nettles himself, so he didn't know if this was the smell of nettles. Besides evoking sadness, the molasses from the heartbreak beetle can also be used as an antidote to treat hysteria caused by the use of ariat leaves. The molasses we usually eat is sweet and makes us feel happy and joyful, but the molasses produced by this heartbreak worm makes us feel emo. But just as Xuan swallowed, an inexplicable sadness welled up from the bottom of his heart. It was so sudden, for no reason, he just suddenly felt a little depressed. Xuan only scooped up half of the small spoon, about the size of a finger, and put it in his mouth. This sad molasses wasn't as sweet as regular honey, but it wasn't as sweet as white sugar either. Jeffrey handed over a palm-sized transparent glass jar and a small silver spoon for Xuan to eat from. It must be said that this sad molasses is also a very good molasses. Therefore, there are nettles in the small world, but not in large areas of nettle fields. Now that the habitat was ready, Xuan waved his hand again, and the sad worms in the glass dome along with their nests were all taken into the small world, leaving no one behind, not even the sad worms that were feeding on the nettles. The effects of the heartworm's molasses were, of course, a conclusion reached by the wizard after tasting it. Eating molasses is much better than eating pickled tumors from rats, wouldn't you agree? However, it doesn't matter. With Xuan's control over the small world, it's just a matter of a few thoughts. There's a sample in front of the nettle, so the rest is just a matter of following the clues. Jeffrey quickly ordered his men to retrieve the molasses that had been taken out and preserved earlier, while he himself continued to stay by Xuan's side so that he wouldn't miss any of Xuan's instructions. Fortunately, Xuan had prepared beforehand and deliberately didn't eat that much, otherwise he would have really made a fool of himself. However, back then, Xuan planted these plants, which had no particular use, very casually and in a very haphazard way. Xuan reached out and took the molasses. Unlike ordinary golden honey, this sad molasses was pale yellow with delicate green patterns inside. He wondered if it was because of the nettles that 728. Since the heartbreak worm feeds on nettles, if Xuan wants to bring the heartbreak worm into his small world, he needs to find a place where nettles grow. At the same time, it would be best to have some hollow tree trunks nearby, so that when the heart-wrenching insects multiply, they will split up and form their own nests instead of killing each other because there are not enough nests. Knowing that this sad syrup would make people feel emo and evoke sadness, Xuan didn't dare to eat too much. Fortunately, when Xuan had Guy and the others collect plants and animals before, they had collected everything they could, otherwise Guy and the others would have had to prepare another batch. However, the addition of this refreshing and natural grassy scent to the molasses makes it even more unique, distinctive, and memorable. The food is practically right at the door. There are several small but deep caves on the cliffs overlooking the mountain. below which are some sparse trees and a hollow forest of trees, as well as a large area of nettles. Jeffrey, is there any molasses produced from this sorrow? Besides the nettle field at the entrance, Xuan also cultivated several smaller nettle fields nearby, which will surely gradually develop over time. If you love it, then bring its whole house back with you. To cure hysteria, make the patient sad and upset so that the sadness and distress in their heart will overshadow the urge to be hysterical. Xuan wasn't in a hurry. He continued to stand outside the nest of the heartbreak insects and watch, but in reality, his mind had already sunk into his own little world. After taking a small taste, Xuan put the sad honey and the spoon into his small world. He had tasted it enough. There was no need to taste it any further. Speaking of which, Xuan thinks that if the molasses from the heartbreak worm were used to develop a new type of candy, it would definitely be a blockbuster. At least it's no worse than those Birdie Bot's every flavor beans. However, the number of these magical creatures, such as the heartworm, is small and not as common as bees. They also produce a small amount of molasses, so it's not really feasible to use it to make candy. Anyway, Xuan didn't see any candies related to it at the Honey Duke candy shop. Perhaps if the sad worms in the small world multiply too much in the future, it wouldn't be bad to carve out some of them and start a candy industry. Red Hat, Hinkpunk, Motla Mouse, Sad Bug, that's already 4 types and we're not done yet. This semester has been a fruitful one. Next, Xuan arrived at a glass enclosure set up with a forest landscape. This magical animal was probably the most numerous, even surpassing the number of the Matra rats from before. The magical creature before us often appears in novels, movies, and games. That's a fairy. This creature is about 3 to 10 centimeters tall, with a human body, head, and limbs. The only difference is that it doesn't have 2 large, insect-like wings on its back. Some of these wings are as transparent as dragonfly wings, while others are as colorful as butterfly wings. Little fairy, flower fairy, little elf. We can always see this creature in various works, only the descriptions differ. However, the fairies in the world of Hogwarts are not quite what you might imagine. Here, fairies are small animals used for decoration with low management skills, and they generally live in woodlands or forest clearings. You wouldn't believe it, would you? This little guy, rated XX in danger, is actually used as decoration. When Xuan first found out, he was stunned. Later, after checking the information, he learned that the reason for this was due to the nature of the fairies themselves. Fairies are naturally argumentative and extremely vain, so they are very willing to become ornaments. In other words, if you praise them excessively in front of them, they will become very happy and easy to manipulate. If you say you want to pin them on your clothes as decorations, they will not only not get angry, but will actually be very happy. Although the fairy is not very intelligent, she can understand people's praise for her. Xuan wonders if he misallocated her talent points. They have a human-like appearance and can understand the language used to praise them, but they cannot speak human language. They can only communicate with their fellow humans by emitting a piercing buzzing sound. To be honest, this wasn't the first time Xuan had seen such magical creatures as fairies. After all, these magical creatures weren't exactly rare, mainly because they could lay up to 50 eggs at a time. They typically lay their eggs on the underside of leaves, and the eggs then hatch into brightly colored young shoots. The larvae don't grow for long either. When they are 6 to 10 days old, they spin a cocoon to wrap themselves up. A month later, the fully grown adult fairy emerges from the cocoon. The reason Xuan knew so much about this creature was because Hogwarts' Magical Creature Conservation Program included this particular magical creature, and Xuan had even kept it as a pet. These magical creatures, which are not highly dangerous, not very harmful, and numerous, are definitely an indispensable part of the study of magical creature conservation. However, Xuan didn't continue to fleece Hagrid. After all, it wasn't difficult to obtain such a magical creature, and it was best to keep Hagrid's fairy for him. Fairies are magical creatures that possess a kind of magic. Although it is not strong, it is enough to allow them to resist predators such as birds to a certain extent. Fairies, these magical creatures, can be used as decorations, and their wings also have medicinal value and are used as ingredients in some magical potions. Removing the fairies' wings won't harm them, but it will damage their vanity. After all, their colorful wings are arguably the most beautiful part of their bodies. Regarding the fairies, Xuan's role is that of support personnel within the small world. Once inside, they will undoubtedly grow stronger, increasing in both size and magical power. At that time, both the plants and animals in the small world will be able to be managed well, mainly because there are enough of them and their reproduction speed is fast enough. This way, Xuan and a yin won't be without subordinates. After taking the fairy into the small world, only 2 magical creatures remained, Keep going, and wow, this is the golden legend. What came into view were two enormous bulls, their bodies covered in shimmering golden fur. These were extremely rare Riem bulls that Oleg and his men had brought over. The Riem bull is a magical animal with a danger level of XXXX. These animals are typically found in the wilderness of North America and the Far East, but their numbers are dwindling. It could even be described as an endangered, miraculous animal. The reason they are so rare is evident from the description above. They are enormous, with shimmering golden fur, making it extremely difficult for them to hide. Whether they are wizards or ordinary people in the technological world, their first thought upon seeing the Riem bull is to kill it and take it. Xuan had always thought that the Riem cattle were extinct, but he didn't expect Oleg and the others to be so helpful and actually get him too. No, there are four. Xuan could sense that the female Riem cow was already carrying two little lives inside her belly. Great deal. Buy two, get two free. This is a steal. Xuan felt that his decision to lay out plans in the Far East 2 years ago was absolutely brilliant. Many rare and magical animals might still exist in the vast and sparsely populated Far Eastern wilderness, but they might have been discovered in other places. You either have to slaughter them or raise them yourself. Otherwise, it's very difficult to obtain them yourself. These adult Riem cattle stand 3 meters tall, 5 meters long, and weigh several tons. Putting aside everything else, just the amount of meat alone is like a mountain of flesh or a torrential rain in the desert for the resource-scarce people of the Far East. Moreover, the preciousness of this Riem beef lies not in its meat, but in its blood. Anyone who drinks the blood of the Riem cow will have their strength greatly increased. Whether wizards or ordinary people, they are all the same. Therefore, the magical creature Riem is famous not only in the wizarding world, but also among ordinary people. Even today, many legends about the Riem bull still circulate, and people believe that as long as they find a giant bull that shines with gold, wealth and power will be within your grasp. Despite the enormous size of the Riem bull, its blood is very difficult to obtain. One of the most important reasons is that its blood is extremely scarce, which contrasts sharply with its massive size. Don't assume that such a large size means a lot of blood. In fact, a Riem cow weighing several tons can only produce a few dozen kilograms of blood. Don't think it's a lot. When you convert tens of tons to several tons, it's a ratio of 1 to 100. The supply is so limited that it is rarely sold on the open market. People either use it themselves or exchange it with others for other treasures. Selling such a treasure is the only option left unresolved. Unless one is truly desperately short of galleons, no apprentice would choose to do this. After all, the blood of the Riem bull can be used to brew potions that enhance strength. It's not that no one is thinking about raising Riem cattle, drawing blood from them periodically without harming them, thus achieving sustainable development. This was true at the beginning. When the number of Riem cows was still quite large, some wizards foresaw this situation. However, the more the Riem cow grows, the more it eats, and to make up for the loss after the blood was drawn, it needs to take some tonics. As a result, those who want to continue developing the business find that even selling the blood of Riem cattle seems to be less profitable than the costs of feeding and replenishing them. Who would do a business that loses money? Later, these people changed their thinking. Since this kind of farming was unprofitable, they decided to try a different approach. Adult Riem cattle are no longer raised, they are slaughtered directly for blood and meat. The calves born are raised to adulthood, give birth to the next generation, and are then slaughtered, thus creating a cycle. Many modern farms operate on this model. Aside from breeding cattle, the rest are all managed this way. However, people underestimated the growth time of Riem cattle. It's not a few years, but more than a decade. Humans are people who only care about the present and not the future. Even if they know that the future will bring greater rewards, who is willing to gamble with their time? Unless it's a family with a long history, where all the rules and regulations have been established and you just need to follow them. In addition, there weren't too many Riem cattle in the wild at that time, but there weren't too few either. A few would be discovered and captured every year. So they simply slaughtered them all. Live for today, for tomorrow we die. If Xuan didn't have the backing of his small world, he wouldn't have even considered raising Riem cattle. After all, his potential only becomes real strength after it's been converted into real power. Otherwise, he'd just be doing someone else's bidding. A magical animal like the Riem bull cannot reproduce with only 2 heads, Xuan told Oleg, and asked him to continue searching for the Riem bull. These are relatively rare magical animals found in Xuan's small world, and the search continues for more species. Oh, and could you also buy me some bird snakes, whether they are bird snake eggs, bird snake babies, or adult bird snakes? Xuan thought for a moment. There were still quite a few magical animals in the small world that hadn't yet entered a cycle, such as Pomlock and Kappa. However, Xuan had arranged for the others a few weeks ago and had forgotten to find companions for Yi and the others. Don't even mention having a pair, one pair isn't enough. In the future, Xuan wants even more magical creatures in the small world. He has his own plan. This plan was actually formulated not long ago. Xuan has been in the Hogwarts world for several years now. It seems that Voldemort and Dumbledore, who were originally the biggest obstacles, are no longer an obstacle. So it is natural to consider the arrangements for the future. Yes, young master. After Geoffrey noted down what Xuan said, he led him forward. This was the last magical creature left this time. Sebai inside the glass dome was another layer of iron bars, and further inside was an iron cage containing a magical creature with 5 legs, tightly bound in the cage with iron chains. Its 5 legs and neck were locked with iron rings, restricting its movement. Young master, this is the most precious magical creature we've collected this time, McBurn, also known as the legendary 5-legged monster. Because the other side suffered many casualties in their attempt to capture McBurn, they demanded an additional 7,000 galleons, which we agreed to as you suggested. Xuan nodded, indicating that he understood. For him, who was not short of money, it didn't matter whether it was 7,000 or 9,000 gold gallons, as long as it was worth the price, he would give it to him. Like Artie, this creature, McBurn, is classified as the highest danger level in the Ministry of Magic, because this magical creature has a particular craving for humans and is extremely hostile towards them. By the way, Mohammed Boone is a carnivore, do you understand now? Because of the high danger and strength of the Maw McBurn, as well as its particular craving for humans, its only habitat, the Isle of Dries at the northernmost tip of Scotland, is marked as inaccessible on the map. In other words, it's on the same level as Hogwarts Castle, and it's not graphable. An island, because of a single creature, has achieved the same status as Hogwarts, the School of Magic. Just thinking about it makes you realize how dangerous this McBoon is. To be honest, this McBurn might look a bit like someone in his twilight years, as his entire body is covered in thick reddish-brown fur. This thick layer of reddish-brown fur is actually what makes it difficult to deal with, as it effectively protects it from magic and firearms. Each of Maw McBoon's 5 legs has a deformed foot, and the sharp claws on those feet are undoubtedly his best weapons. Given its immense strength, the incredible speed granted by its 5 legs, and its formidable magic resistance, it's easy to imagine how difficult it would be for a wizard to capture a hairy McBurn. Not to mention that Diria Island is also the habitat of the Moorish MacBurns, and there's more than one Moorish MacBurn here. If they make any noise, they might get surrounded and attacked. This is why this particular Mandarin McBurney fetched such a high price. It's easy to deal with a dead one, but difficult to deal with one alive. Fortunately, for Xuan now, anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. However, its scarlet eyes and bloodthirsty gaze made Xuan dislike this magical creature, because its gaze was fixed on food. Therefore, Xuan didn't like this magical animal as much as he did the previous Reem cow, but he didn't dislike it too much either. In my own hands, dragons will lie low to me and tigers will crawl to me. If you have a particular fondness for people, then expose it to your enemies and let its brutality and ferocity remain for them. Matra Rat, Riem Cow, Heartbreak Bug, Now Hare McBurn, Red Hat Hinkpunk, plus the cat-like creatures Flower and Dumpling that were obtained in the Forbidden Forest. That adds up to 9 new magical creatures. As the master of this small world, Xuan can sense that its area has exceeded its limit, surpassing 1,000 square kilometers. Xuan could sense that the small world was constantly undergoing a transformation, which would take time. Therefore, Xuan was not in a hurry to enter the small world. Moreover, he had already prepared himself for this situation. He came to the Magic Research Institute today not just because of these magical creatures. Don't forget, as mentioned before, the Magic Research Institute has some new research findings. Young Master. After seeing that Xuan had put away all the magical creatures, Smollett, the head of the Magic Research Institute, took the initiative to come up from behind. Let's go to the testing site and see your research results. Smollett led Xuan to the testing ground, where numerous targets were set up, and the ground and walls were covered with various scratches and soot resembling those left by a fire. Let's begin. Smollett had already communicated with Xuan through the owl over the past period of time, and Xuan came today to see the actual results. Upon hearing Xuan's words, Smollett gestured to his subordinates, and 2 men stepped forward, each carrying a parchment covered with what appeared to be demonic runes. Seeing their appearance, Jeffrey, who was originally standing behind Xuan, moved forward slightly and stood in front of Xuan, not blocking his view, but able to block and protect him in time if problems arose. Tier. The project on magic scrolls was something Xuan specifically discussed with Smollett, since the wizarding world has the fertile ground for it, the ancient runes. In fact, Xuan also discovered that, although the world of Hogwarts is also a magical world and a wizarding world, it can only be considered a low-end version of the magical world and the wizarding world. There are also research ideas and materials. For Xuan, the fact that Fireball, a spell of the lowest level in most magical worlds, could possess such power was already more than enough and a pleasant surprise. The fireball struck the target precisely, exploding into a shower of sparks. With both burning and exploding effects, it must be said that the magic scroll was quite powerful. This is the wind blade technique. Fast, sharp, and highly concealed. That's right, this is the new invention from the Magic Research Institute, the magic scroll that often appears in novels and games. Once the Magic Research Institute conducts further in-depth research, and they develop forbidden spells such as Thunderstorm, Ice Storm, Meteor Shower, and Meteor Shower that will be truly formidable. Oh, please give me flowers. But magic scrolls don't actually exist. Don't forget, in other magical worlds, Fireball and Wind Blade spells would be considered low-level, basic spells. Having witnessed the power of the only 2 magic scrolls he had researched so far, Xuan was extremely satisfied. If this level of power wasn't enough, what more could he ask for? He stepped forward to examine the power of the Fireball scroll. The steel target already had a noticeable dent, even though it was made of a 2-centimeter thick steel plate. If it was like this, wouldn't it be fatal if it hit a person? Eternal ink is a special ink in the wizarding world. Any writing done with this ink will be imbued with magic, or more precisely, with enchantment. Boom. Because there was no burning material, the fire quickly went out. Such a low temperature was nothing to Xuan at this point. Not to mention, in addition to the impact, there was also a fire attack. Just from a distance, Xuan could feel the scorching heat from the flames. Xuan estimated that the fire was about 400 or 500 degrees. In Xuan's view, ancient runes were simply runes, or more precisely, magical characters, which could be combined to form a spell. This magic scroll is made with special eternal ink and special magic paper, which is equivalent to inscribing a spell on the paper. This cannot be done without the help of magical materials. In the wizarding world, besides eternal ink, there are also self-correcting ink and invisible ink. The latter is easy to understand. It makes the written text invisible unless special magic or methods are used. Xuan also provided a lot of help in making this magic scroll possible, including some ancient runic books and research documents, such as the Dictionary of Runic Script and Advanced Runic Translation. Xuan stepped forward to examine it and found that about a third of the target's thickness had been cut through. If this were placed on a person, wouldn't it slice them in half? As one of the researchers tore open the parchment in his hand, a bright orange-red fireball suddenly appeared in front of him. The next second, following the researcher's thought, it shot directly toward the target opposite him. The wind blade technique is more lethal than the fireball technique. It can be said to kill in one hit, whereas the fireball technique might not necessarily kill, but only leave the target half crippled. Now that the fireball spell scroll has been tested, let's move on to the next one. Don't forget, just now there were 2 researchers, each with a spell scroll in their hands. Magic is far from being able to change the world or destroy it. Forbidden spells and the like simply don't exist. Alchemy can't bring the dead back to life either. Magical potions might be a little better since there's always the Felix Felicis, a lucky potion to keep things going. The familiar action was repeated once again, but this time it wasn't a fireball, but a semicircular, pale blue, transparent wind blade about 30 or 40 centimeters long. This time, the wind blade spell wasn't as powerful as the fireball spell. Everyone only saw a streak of blue light flash by, and the next second, they saw a scratch appear on the steel target. Next, automatic correction ink, on the other hand, is a type of ink that can automatically correct writing errors. Because this magical ink could be used for cheating, it is forbidden for 5th-year students at Hogwarts to bring it into the examination hall when taking the ordinary wizarding level exams. Whether it's the power of magic, the advancement of magical technology, alchemy, or various magical potions and techniques, they're not very good. Point 0. However, if this wind blade technique is aimed at those vital points, it will definitely kill them one by one. It also never fades, which is where its name comes from. Although this eternal ink contains magic, it is far from enough for a magic scroll, and the same goes for the parchment. Therefore, Xuan had Jeffrey purchase the formula for eternal ink. There's nothing you can't buy. If you can't buy it, it just means you're not offering enough. Moreover, many people possess the formula for eternal ink, so it didn't cost too much money, at least not as much as the price of that head of hair McBoone had just bought. The main purpose of this eternal ink is to add the spiritual liquid prepared by Xuan at the end, or you could call it the fountain of magic. This is the spiritual liquid that Xuan condensed in the small world after arriving at Hogwarts. You could also call it the fountain of magic, since it does possess some of the characteristics of this world. The eternal ink, infused with the fountain of magic, possesses even greater magical power, making it more suitable for crafting magic scrolls. The same applies to parchment. The original parchment, known as 860, was a thin sheet of material made from sheepskin, goatskin, or calfskin. The Magic Research Institute improved the parchment based on modern papermaking techniques, adding wood and magic springs that Xuan had taken from his small world, so that the parchment, which was originally only used for writing, also contained magic. During this process, Xuan also read the Research Institute's report and finally understood why he had not found any magical items similar to magic scrolls in the wizarding world. Perhaps they exist, but they are basically not available on the market. Such one-time magical items are not used unless absolutely necessary in a critical situation. They are usually treasured items kept at the bottom of one's chest. The first reason there are no magic scrolls is that there are no suitable materials. Don't be fooled by the fact that this Magic Research Institute seems to have been developed very easily. It was only because of Xuan's support and the various imaginative ideas from the technological world that helped them broaden their thinking. Especially Xuan's support, which is the most important part. In the entire magical world, besides Xuan, who else would be so generous as to offer up liquid magic springs? This is magic completely concentrated into a liquid. Fortunately, it was diluted quite a bit before use, otherwise Xuan wouldn't have been able to withstand it. After all, everyone knows that researching this kind of thing means burning through money. Xuan wasn't afraid of spending money. Don't forget that a few years ago, before he even entered Hogwarts, he went to Gringotts and ransacked the place. Instead, he was sent to Oleg's Far East, and even to the American continent, which is on the other side of the continent and ocean, to sell these things. This was a devastating loss for them. They lost money, manpower, and face. To be able to open a vault in Gringotts guarded by dragons is something that's hardly ordinary. Over the years, some items were sold on the black market by Oleg and his group, so Xuan did not live off his savings. As a result, their vault was robbed. Although the goblins of Gringotts compensated them and even gave them hush money, it didn't mean the matter was over. They didn't care at all. However, if you put Ollivander in the context of the technological world, it seems normal. An arms dealer with considerable power, well, that's understandable, it's for self-preservation. However, Oleg contacted several companies at the same time and sold all the properties he needed to sell at once. Of course, selling these things on the black market earned galleons and resources, which naturally attracted the attention of some people. No matter how cunning you are, you're going to have to drink my foot bath water. So if you want to trick Xuan, you might as well go to bed early and dream about anything. However, they didn't know that Xuan had Oleg do several deals at the same time, not just one, so they still thought that Xuan had unsold goods. Anyway, that wave of selling stolen goods restored a lot of money to Xuan's savings. Those guys originally wanted to set up a sting operation, buying in one wave and then wanting to buy in a second wave, even willing to pay a higher price. Seeing their treasures being taken out and sold as stolen goods, no one would be happy about it. In other words, apart from Hogwarts and Ollivander's wand shop in Diagon Alley, Xuan has not seen any Morning Star wizards elsewhere so far. The key is secrecy, and Oleg is leading a few loyal henchmen. As long as the elite wizards are smart enough, they can do whatever they want. The wizarding world today is not the same as it used to be. After the devastation caused by 2 generations of Dark Lords, many skilled wizards have either died or been injured, and they are now rarely seen. They didn't expect that Xuan had already made preparations, intending to make a quick buck and then leave. Xuan strictly controls one point. Unless something special happens, the consumption of the magic spring cannot exceed its production. At most, it can only be equal to it. Xuan understood one thing: the small world was his true home. Fortunately, this replenishment ensured that Xuan had enough galleons in his pocket to support the research at the Magic Research Institute. Also, the magic spring was diluted before use. Otherwise, Xuan might have really restricted Smollett and the others' research. These people all know that Xuan stole from more than one vault. If they could find Xuan and capture him, wouldn't they be rich? Their actions were being watched by countless eyes in the darkness. After all, Li Xuan's actions a few years ago could be described as a major case, and anyone with considerable power knew about it. Anyway, the Lucius Malfoy that Li Xuan saw diagonally before was only at the level of an elite wizard, and the Aurors sent by the Ministry of Magic these past few times were basically just ordinary Aurors. It was only last year, after acquiring the power of the Morning Star Wizard, that they dared to do this, and even then it wasn't in England. Gringotts' actions were nothing but self-deception. In the end, those factions lost money and face, becoming a laughing stock. Li Xuan mainly bought those gemstones and antiques with legendary stories but no real value, since they were useless anyway. After all, at the beginning, Li Xuan dared not sell those items on the black market because he wanted to avoid trouble and his strength was insufficient. The elite Auror only saw one. Moreover, human nature is inherently greedy. Even though they received compensation from the fairy, who wouldn't want more? For example, the goblins of Gringotts and the owners of those stolen vaults. Even the men they sent to track them were all killed, none of them returned. That's right, Ollivander is also a Morning Star Wizard. Who would have thought that someone with a staff could be as powerful as the headmasters of Hogwarts? In order to have a good fishing trip the second time, they naturally paid very readily. They paid the money, lost their smiles, and in the end, besides receiving a pile of seemingly very valuable treasures, they gained nothing. Li Xuan fully acknowledged and affirmed the power and future of the magic scroll. After leaving the testing ground with Smollett and the others, he held another small meeting. First and foremost, there should be rewards. Li Xuan is a person who clearly distinguishes between rewards and punishments. If someone achieves something, then of course they should be rewarded, rather than just making empty promises. Rewards can be in the form of money, gifts, or the previous contribution points can be used to decide what to exchange for. However, after the rewards were given, it was time to assign tasks. Smollett would then have to lead his team to store as many magic scrolls as possible. Now that the most difficult stage of building a magic scroll from 0 to 1 has passed, it's time to build it from 1 to 10. Having only one fireball spell and one wind blade spell is too monotonous. Smollett and his team need to develop as many different types of magic scrolls as possible, and Li Xuan values the development of healing magic scrolls the most. Unfortunately, there's very little healing magic in the wizarding world these days. Look at other magical worlds, you can find spells like Holy Light, 24 healing spells, curse spells, and even resurrection spells. In the world of Hogwarts, healing is mainly done through potions, which is outdated since potions are not cheap, not to mention that healing potions are monopolized. Healing potions have very low applicability, unlike healing spells which everyone can learn, the only cost is time. If Li Xuan were to successfully develop a healing magic scroll, it would absolutely become a sensation throughout the entire wizarding world. Not just the English wizarding community, but the entire wizarding world of Earth. Of course, magic scrolls are a new invention in themselves, and when combined with healing magic, they create a sensational effect where 1 plus 1 equals more than 2. Since magic scrolls have been invented and can be used even by ordinary people who are not wizards, it means that Li must exercise strict control over them. Could Li Xuan tolerate such a thing? Anyone who tries to steal magic scrolls and conduct reverse research will be betrayed by Li Xuan, who will only end up losing money and giving Li Xuan away for nothing. As for why it's triggered instead of self-destructed, the former is easier than the latter. And secondly, it's to avoid giving anyone a handle to say that the magic scroll was bought but destroyed before it was even used. He should say he's finally able to leave. Don't forget, he had already taken in magical creatures like the Riem Bull, which pushed the small world to its limits, though he had been suppressing it all along. That won't do. Furthermore, in battle, wizards hold a wand in one hand, making it difficult to activate magic scrolls with only one hand. We could even hold a demonstration launch or something similar in the future and come up with some fancy ideas, but let's leave it at that for now. Next, Li Xuan instructed Smollett to continue researching 2 more topics. If these 2 topics were not successfully researched, the magic scroll would not be put on the shelves for sale. The longer the time goes on, the more advantageous it will be for Li Xuan and his team, as technological updates and replacements take time. Li Xuan didn't want his investments to be embezzled, so he put Smollett in charge of managing the magic scrolls. The first one is naturally a combination of anti-cracking, anti-disassembly, and anti-counterfeiting magic runes. It may not be 100% possible to prevent others from cracking the magic scroll, but it can increase the difficulty and delay the time, which is enough. After telling Smollett his requirements and goals, Li Xuan left the Magic Research Institute. Each step of the process was handled by different people. Ink, parchment, and runes were all indispensable, and the only person in charge of coordinating them was Smollett. This also extends to the management of the special eternal ink and the special parchment. Xuan had previously instructed Smollett to divide these three tasks among themselves. Moreover, the most crucial element here is Xuan's magic spring. Perhaps some families or forces possess such liquid magic, but they certainly wouldn't be willing to use it for experiments as casually as Xuan has. However, this is the initial 1.0 version, so it's normal for it to have flaws. The next step is to improve it to be more perfect. Simply tearing open the scroll will unleash a spell that will definitely amplify the dark side and desires in many people's hearts. Even if you can't master this power, you should still steal some of the finished products. Why is it described as exquisitely detailed? Because both the ink and the parchment contain magic, a wellspring of magical power that current magic scrolls cannot fully utilize. Now that everything is settled, he needs to rush back to make a breakthrough. In the coming period, we will increase the production and research of magic scrolls and also monitor them. Of course not, so the future standard is that once a magic scroll is triggered, it will leave no residue, and everything will fuel the power of the spell. This way, resources are used to their fullest potential, increasing the power of the magic scrolls while leaving no openings for the enemy, the best possible outcome. This also allows Smollett to invent more ways to trigger magic scrolls. Simply tearing them open is too basic. If you have the ability and skill, you can prevent or stop this situation before the scroll takes effect. Of course, Xuan wouldn't leave any leverage for others. He wouldn't say things like, "I won't let you study it," or anything like that. Well, you can study it, but once you do, it's like tearing open a scroll and releasing a spell. Xuan needed to nip it in the bud and leave no trace for anyone else. They couldn't even dream of cracking his magic scroll. The second one is truly a self-destruct device, or as Xuan would say, a device that ensures complete and utter destruction. 927 is essentially a combination of the anti-counterfeiting runes mentioned earlier. Xuan wanted the magic scroll to leave no residue or contamination after use, whether it be ink or parchment. Furthermore, leaving behind ink and runes, doesn't this increase the risk of exposure and being hacked? In particular, the use of the magic spring must be documented in detail. How much is received each time, who receives it, and what is its purpose? Furthermore, the entire process from receiving to using the magic spring must be witnessed by video and other witnesses. Therefore, other triggering methods are needed, such as magic triggering, mental triggering, forcefully pressing a certain point to trigger, etc. The main function of this anti-counterfeiting magic rune is that if the magic scroll is not used, unauthorized disassembly or analysis with magic spells will trigger the activation device. Or rather, it can be considered a triggering device. Xuan didn't want to have so much trouble later, so he set the tone from the very beginning. Furthermore, Xuan discovered a problem. After the magic scroll was torn open, there were still some ink residues on the original parchment. That's when the remaining parchment, ink, and runes will appear. That's right, the most important thing to pay attention to next is the monitoring and management of the magic scrolls. No one can resist such extraordinary abilities, especially the ordinary people in the Research Institute. Back at his house on Privet Road, Xuan turned on all the usual protective and alarm devices and then entered the small world. Upon entering the small world, Xuan was able to sense the entire situation within it, a sense of oppression, like the oppression before a volcanic eruption. The silence before a volcanic eruption brings destruction, but the silence of a small world brings new life. Upon seeing Xuan, a Tai and the other magical creatures all gathered around. The anomaly in the small world just now had them in a panic. If Xuan hadn't anticipated this situation and reassured them with his divine sense, and if he hadn't sensed that it wasn't a bad thing, they really wouldn't know what to do. Even so, they were still a little nervous, so Giant Xuan immediately surrounded them. "Don't panic, this is a new beginning for our little world. Come with me to the sky and witness it together." Xuan smiled and said to a yin and the two clingy little balls, who had already scrambled up Xuan's clothes and were now perched on his shoulders. With a wave of his hand, everything, whether it could fly or not, floated up into the air with Xuan. This was a rare occasion, with everyone present, even the dormant evolutionary birds and snakes and owls had awakened. Xuan not only brought Nobta and the others who often stayed in the villa area into the sky, but also the Kappa and Grindillo who lived in the lake, the giants who lived in the forest, and the basilisks in the distance. Xuan's move nearly scared the giants half to death. They were already nervous about the changes in the small world, and this was the last thing they could handle. Not to mention humans, even the animals couldn't bear it. Fortunately, the next moment they saw Xuan and other magical creatures, and their wary bodies relaxed. Xuan hadn't forgotten Pomlock, the unicorns, or the Thestrals. To be precise, he had gained intelligence and was able to communicate with them, so he summoned them all together. As for those who are considered unenlightened, there are many more such as hawkwrap, rainbow ballfish, soft-clawed land shrimp, and shape-shifting lizards. The variety of magical creatures in Xuan's small world is vast, and there are quite a few that are impossible to communicate with. Perhaps spending too much time in this small world will lead to intellectual development. But that's for the future. For now, let's just stay here obediently. Where the wind blows, new lands, new plants, and new terrains begin to appear. To be honest, in his previous life, Xuan was just an ordinary person. He had good grades in school and had been a class leader, but he had never been the CEO of a company or the leader of a power. After entering society, he was just an ordinary worker. To be honest, Xuan was also very nervous. He had been frantically trying to suppress his nervousness while he was at the research institute. With the added support of food from various small worlds, it's no wonder it's so fast. After coming into this world, he had to learn everything from scratch and gradually cultivate his skills. He also consciously improved himself and developed a calm and composed way of handling things. Or it could simply be about squandering the money and then waiting for it to recover, gradually increasing the upper limit in this back-and-forth manner. Unfortunately, such a thing does not exist. Even the mischievous and lively Norbert and little Yin have started wriggling and making silly faces. As for why Xuan didn't create his own cultivation method, Xuan never expected that his own involvement would be involved in this breakthrough in the small world. Xuan had no intention of trying to cripple himself. It was also intentional, probably to make myself more composed and not to act rashly when faced with problems. At the same time, the terrain of the original small world has become more diverse, including mountains, canyons, streams, mudflats, swamps, hills, and forests. The area of the small world continued to expand until it reached 3,600 kilometers before stopping, something Li had never expected. The moment he released the small world, a breeze of spiritual energy swept through it, but some spiritual energy also seeped into his body. This is certainly not poison gas, but spiritual energy. Boom. Perhaps Li will conduct research on cultivation techniques in the future, but he won't do it personally. With so much money and so many subordinates, are they just there to do nothing? After calming himself down a bit, Xuan completely released the restrictions and constraints on the small world. Xuan felt helpless about this method of improving his strength and really wanted a cultivation technique, such as the Heaven and Earth Profound Yellow Level technique, which could improve his strength by 1 level every day. The next second, the entire small world suddenly trembled, and then a gust of wind rose from where Xuan was. And if you looked closely, you could see wisps of emerald green in the wind. But now it seems that 1,000 square kilometers is just the beginning. Even for creatures like Atai with wings, it's the same, because suddenly being able to float in the air without flapping their wings is really quite different. 1,200, 1,500, 1,800, 2,000, 2,200, 2,600, 3,000 square kilometers. The reason why Xuan's strength improved faster than that of ordinary junior wizards was mainly because he was more talented, more diligent, and had a small world as a foundation for faster magic recovery. Under this spiritual energy, the area of the small world continued to increase. After Mao, McBurn, and the others joined the small world, its area should have increased to over 1,000 square kilometers. As the wind swept by, all the plants swelled in size at that moment. When the wind reached the edge of the small world, it did not stop but continued to blow outward. The right way is to delegate the research to your subordinates and reap the benefits yourself. I'm sorry, but Xuan felt that his life was more important. This self-created technique was completely impossible without a solid theoretical foundation and an understanding of the human body. The magic power within my body began to boil and flow continuously. In fact, there is no such thing as a magic technique in the wizarding world. The magic power in wizards' bodies simply increases with age. The feeling of floating in the air and looking down at everything is quite unique for many magical creatures. This is evident from the Hogwarts curriculum, which is also the most difficult aspect for Xuan in order to improve his strength. However, Xuan had no time to worry about the size of the small world or the drastically changed terrain. He and the other magical creatures were now in a mysterious state. At this moment, Xuan was completely oblivious to any other thoughts or ideas. He is currently in a semi-conscious state. As the small world advances, he and other magical creatures receive a gift from it. The spiritual energy seemed to be free, frantically drilling into Xuan's body. The reason why Xuan is said to be in a semi-conscious state is because he can perceive every sensation in his body. Pain, comfort, transformation, growth. I can feel every wisp of spiritual energy penetrating my pores and entering my body, and I can also feel the magic power within my body constantly boiling and flowing along my veins, constantly increasing. As the master of the small world, he could not only sense the changes in his own body, but also the changes in other magical animals there. The transformation of the small world also signifies a great opportunity, a metamorphosis, and an evolution for Xuan and his companions. But now Xuan can only watch from the sidelines, unable to control his own body. If you can't control your body for the time being, then so be it. It's not a bad thing that Xuan knows about it now. Both his current physical sensations and his experience as a bookworm over the past decade or so tell him that this is a good thing. What Xuan hopes for most right now is that our Ulank Ironbelly Fire Dragon 80 can take advantage of this opportunity to break through to the Bright Moon Wizard level. In this way, Xuan can act more freely and boldly on many things and plans. As time passed, Xuan's control over his body was gradually returning. When he couldn't control his body, Xuan wanted to regain control as soon as possible, since the feeling of being a bystander was really unpleasant. I never expected the small world to evolve, and my strength has also increased to the peak of elite wizard, reaching the level of a Tai before. I wonder if the spiritual energy from the evolution of the small world has not completely dissipated, resulting in the land still containing a considerable amount of spiritual energy. There was no rush to land. Xuan was afraid that any movement would interrupt the transformation of a Tai and Zioyi, so he stayed in the air. Currently, besides magical creatures, what Xuan needs to worry about in the future of the small world is probably increasing the number of species to make the food chain more diverse and multi-layered. Xuan specially moved the sniffers aside so as not to stir up a Tai and the others. Xuan then moved the plants. It should be said that he moved the plants over first, and once the plants were grown, the herbivores would run over on their own. Needless to say, the mature plants that have grown to a huge size will sprout within 3 to 5 minutes of being planted. Not all of the remaining magical creatures regained consciousness, seek along with Xuan. With the Blue Star world as its backing and support, Xuan naturally didn't need to worry about the species in the small world. Moreover, the expanded area this time includes all kinds of terrain, making it very complete, truly deserving the title of a small world. Unfortunately, even though Xuan had made some preparations, he genuinely hadn't anticipated that the small world's area could increase so much. Therefore, he had no choice but to cram at the last minute. The surrounding area was completely barren, but now it doesn't look as jarring as it used to. Xuan smiled as he felt the changes in his body. Putting everything else aside, the most important thing was the improvement in his strength. He had jumped several minor levels at once, saving a lot of effort. How could he not be happy? After all, before Xuan made any arrangements, the entire small world was like a disproportionately large desert island, with only the initial 700 or 800 square kilometers in the middle of the island having plants. If the herbivores go, then the carnivores will follow, so Xuan doesn't need to worry at all. The reason we say it's at a Tai's previous level is because a Tai and the bird snake, who are relatively powerful, are still digesting their current state and haven't fully recovered. The only thing that required Xuan to do a little bit of work was the aquatic plants and animals that could only move and survive in water. This required Xuan to adjust them manually. Xuan was able to digest things so quickly because he was the master of the small world. With the help of the small world, he was able to become so powerful. Xuan thought for a moment. There were still a few days left in the Christmas holiday. He decided to let Jeffrey and Guy collect as many small animals as possible during these few days. Even without looking with the naked eye, Xuan could see the changes in the small world. The most obvious change was the explosive increase in its area, which could be described as several times larger. Therefore, we can only increase the base number as much as possible in order to make the small world more active more quickly. Those with weaker strength and less improvement naturally wake up the fastest. For example, Nifflers and Puffy were in the first batch. They are functional pets, so don't expect too much. Now no, I should say that Xuan won't need to do this kind of thing anymore, as the small world is basically able to achieve a basic cycle. It would be quite difficult to fill this, appetite-increasing, little world by relying solely on the natural reproduction of the animals within it. This sudden surge in power is actually making me feel a little uneasy. The land is fertile, and the increased streams and lakes no longer require Xuan to foolishly pump water into the small world like he did at the beginning. From the original 700 to 800 square kilometers to the current 3,600 square kilometers, the area has increased 4 or 5 times. The time it takes to sober up varies depending on how much benefit one gains from this feast. Regardless of what Li Xuan thought, those who were supposed to return still returned, and Li Xuan was probably the first to come to his senses. However, feeling the increase in magical power within his body and the enhancement in his physical attributes, Li Xuan, who had taken the shortcut, suddenly didn't want it to end so quickly. Xuan was happy to see the newly added areas beginning to show signs of life. Although it has only sprouted and has not grown as quickly as Jack's magical vines, it has still saved a lot of time. Now you either need to be useful or Li Xuan needs to like you, otherwise you can't enter the gate to the small world. Taking advantage of the free time, Li Xuan began to plant the various plant seeds he had previously collected in the warehouse, as well as the various mature plants that were originally distributed in the small world, according to their growth habits. They were also curiously observing the transformed little world, while Li Xuan closed his eyes and quietly felt the changes in the little world. Besides the increase in area, Li Xuan continued to sense the changes in the small world and read the information transmitted from it. Li Xuan smiled and opened his eyes. It must be said that this transformation of the small world has brought more than just an increase in area. There are two other changes as well. The first thing is that the speed of spiritual energy conversion in the small world, that is, the conversion speed of the magic spring, has greatly increased. You could say it has increased tenfold. The small world can now generate 500 milliliters of magic spring water per day, which is a very large amount. Just as the magic scroll was successfully researched, it coincided with a critical shortage and massive consumption of the fountain of magic. The previous dosage of 50 ml per day, combined with the need to balance production and research, was rather limited. This is good. It won't affect production or research, and Li Xuan's magic spring treasury will also generate some income every day. Li Xuan roughly allocated the 500 ml of liquid as follows: 1/10 for research, 1/2 for production, and the remaining 2/5 into a slush fund for unforeseen circumstances. With income, there's no need to worry about running out of money. Besides this change, there is another change. The flow of time between the small world and the outside world can now be adjusted at a ratio of 1:2 according to Li Xuan's will. There are two worlds, the real world and the micro world. In other words, the flow of time can be adjusted so that 1 day in the outside world is 2 days in the micro world. Although the difference in the flow of time is not significant, it is still quite good for Li Xuan, who needs time for the plants and animals in his small world to multiply and thrive. Especially for some amazing animals, their growth period is incredibly long. For example, the little phoenix undergoes a rebirth, and it's unclear when it will reach full maturity after normal growth. Now we can at least have the time. How great is that? Li Xuan plans to adjust the time flow of the entire small world to 11:2, except for the small area in the villa area. After all, he often needs a Tai and the others to help him, and it wouldn't be good if the time flow was different. Thinking about it later, it doesn't seem necessary. Separating it out seems a bit strange. If people like Xuan and the others who like to run around, sometimes it's day and sometimes it's night, it's easy for them to get confused about time. This is not good, not good. I might as well just cover everything with twice the time flow rate. Anyway, I've done this before, drawing on the strength of Atai and the others to help whenever I need it, often in the middle of the night. As for the issue of lifespan, apart from those tool-type magical creatures with short lifespans, which are inherently short-lived, other magical creatures don't need to worry about this problem at all. Unlike human wizards in the world of magical creatures, apart from those with short lifespans, the stronger the other magical creatures are, the longer they live. Needless to say, in the small world, one eats and drinks well and has spiritual energy to nourish the body, so there's no need to worry about lifespan. The three major changes, spatial area, time flow, and spiritual energy conversion, should be considered acceptable. Li Xuan glanced at the magical creature that was not yet fully awake, but his mind was still on the other four major gains. That's supernatural power. Do you remember the 5 great supernatural powers of the innate 5-element spirit tower at the beginning? They call them the 5 great supernatural powers, but that's just something they put themselves in front of them. Of course, those things that can be called supernatural powers are not so simple. Look at those 5 supernatural powers before: sword flashes, vine strangulation, water dragon's wrath, summoning fire elementals, and meteor shower. Calling it a supernatural power is a bit of a stretch. It would be more accurate to call it 5 techniques or 5 spells. In fact, the innate 5-element spirit pagoda was also in a state of war damage at that time. Don't think that the innate 5-element spirit pagoda and the myriad beast spirit pearl brought Li Xuan through time and space without any cost. When the two magical treasures merged to form the small world we know today, both of them suffered a significant loss of spiritual power. Now that the small world has undergone its first transformation, the original supernatural powers are no longer relevant. It's not that they're unusable, but rather that they've been replaced by something better. Five-colored divine light, five elements great escape, spatial teleportation, spatial jump. These four new supernatural powers are the ones that appeared after this transformation of the small world. The five-colored divine light goes without saying. It has appeared in various prehistoric novels as well as in the Investiture of the Gods. It is the first five-colored peacock in the world. Legend has it that the innate supernatural power of the peacock, the son of the ancestral phoenix, evolved from its five innate feathers. This five-colored divine light is divided into five colors: blue, yellow, red, black, and white. Within the five elements, nothing can escape its sweeping and destruction. Whether it's magic weapons, attacks, or supernatural powers, as long as they fall within the five elements, this five-colored divine light can defeat and break through them all. For example, if someone were to use the fiery curse, or the fireball spell that the Magic Research Institute just developed on Xuan's five-colored divine light would be completely ineffective against him. The five elements' great escape, needless to say, is also one of the 36 transformations of the Heavenly Gang. He can escape from any of the five elements, including water, earth, wood, fire, and metal. The five elements' great escape and five-colored divine light mentioned earlier can actually be seen as supernatural powers brought by the innate five-element spirit tower. The subsequent spatial teleportation and spatial jump were brought about by the myriad beast spirit orb. Although he didn't know why it was a spatial supernatural power instead of a beast-taming supernatural power, Xuan was still very satisfied. Spatial teleportation is easy to understand. Currently, Xuan can even have two teleportation anchor points, and the teleportation distance is the area of the small world. For example, if the area of the small world is 3,600 square kilometers, then the farthest straight-line distance between these two teleportation points is 3,600 kilometers. By analogy, when the area of the small world reaches 4,000 or 5,000 square kilometers, the teleportation distance will be 4,000 or 5,000 kilometers. Don't think it's a small amount. You should know that the equator of Earth is only 40,000 kilometers long, and Lee has already reached almost one-tenth of that distance, which is not short at all. The last spatial jump is actually similar to spatial teleportation, both involving moving from one place to another. However, unlike other methods, this spatial jump does not require a fixed anchor point. It is only limited by distance. Xuan can freely traverse and jump within a 10-kilometer radius without restriction, which is much more effective than spatial teleportation, a supernatural ability that requires a spatial anchor point over extremely long distances. Anyway, from now on, the world is vast, and Xuan can roam freely. Returning to Hogwarts from Hogwarts no longer requires waiting until holidays. On weekends, you can simply use teleportation or space jumps multiple times, eliminating any hassle. Are you all awake? Then let's go back first. Seeing that all the magical creatures, including 80, had regained consciousness, Xuan didn't rush to check on them. Instead, he took them back to the ground first. Back on the ground, Xuan didn't keep all the magical creatures with him. He let them roam freely, as the master of the small world could sense their specific situation in an instant. The first person Xuan looked at was undoubtedly his greatest reliance at the moment, Ulank Ironbelly 80. In fact, Xuan now believes that 80 is no longer the Ulank Ironbelly Fire Dragon, but rather the Iron Fire Dragon. The term Ulank Ironbelly originates from the region where these animals first appeared, while the following words describe their characteristics. Originally, the Ulank Ironbelly was the world's largest fire dragon with a body size of 793. It could weigh up to 6 tons when it grew up, with a round body, especially a chubby belly. Its heavy size also means slower flight speed, but its metallic silver-gray scales represent extremely strong defense. Coupled with its highly venomous long claws, the Ulank Ironbelly Fire Dragon is also a top-tier existence among the fire dragons. After Xuan brought a tie to the small world, as its strength continued to improve, its physique also continued to optimize. Its weight did not decrease but instead increased. However, its round body began to change into a strong, perfect, and streamlined shape. Previously, 80's forelimbs were completely connected to his wings, and even the fleshy membranes on his wings were attached to his back. He had sharp claws at the tips of his wings. After this transformation, the dragon's size increased dramatically. Now, it is 17 or 18 meters tall just standing on the ground. If we calculate based on a floor height of 3 meters, That is about the height of a 6-story building. This is why Xuan believes that 80 no longer belongs to the Ulank Ironbelly Fire Dragon race, but rather to the new Iron Fire Dragon 4.6 race. But that's enough. The point of view from 0 to 1 has always been what Xuan values most. After all, 0 multiplied by any number is 0. Only by breaking through the shackles of 0 can we talk about anything else. Having discussed the changes in appearance and strength, the next crucial change is in level. Such a behemoth, its weight alone is enough to crush a house, not to mention its immense strength and sharp claws. Perhaps it was the result of years of hard work and accumulation that allowed Atai to break through to the peak of the early stage of the Bright Moon Wizard. And there were no bottlenecks to speak of. Once he consolidates and familiarizes himself with his current strength, he will be able to break through to the middle stage of the Bright Moon Wizard. It can also form a thin layer of iron armor on its body, but it cannot do other things, such as launching an iron spike from a distance. Its deep red eyes, if you look into them, seem to see a flame protruding from the pupils, and its breath is accompanied by sparks from time to time. Xuan firmly believes that as Atai's power increases in the future, its mastery and power in the iron element will definitely not lag behind that of the fire element. As Atai's breathing rose and fell, if Xuan hadn't told Atai to tone it down, the scorching heat would have been unbearable for most people. But now, Atai's wings are wings, and his limbs are limbs completely separated, making him undoubtedly the Western dragon in Xuan's memory. They say 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, but now Atai is even worse, 6 legs. Although the newborn forelegs are not as strong as the hind legs, this is a qualitative breakthrough for 80. Because the previous Ulank Ironbelly Fire Dragon skillfully utilized its wings, it retained its original forelimbs during evolution, only separating the lower half of the wing membrane from its back. Now that he had some free time, Xuan carefully observed the changes in Atai and marveled at how completely Atai had transformed since he first brought him out of the underground vault. Whether in terms of appearance, physique, or strength, the current 80 is completely unrelated to Ulank Ironbelly. The fiery red, magma-like patterns on its body allow 80 to be covered in flames. These flames don't harm 80, but they do provide defense and inflict burning effects on its attacks. Therefore, it can be said that 80 now has 6 legs, and each leg is flexible and has sharp claws. With its wings spread, it could easily cover 30 meters. Now standing in front of it, Xuan looked extremely inferior. It can be said that Atai's strength has made a super breakthrough this time. But what made Xuan even happier was that Atai had not only simply broken through to the early stage of the Bright Moon Wizard. However, this new power is still relatively weak compared to the fire element. Xuan just had Atai demonstrate it. Currently, all he can do is metallize claws and teeth. Long periods without sunlight, coupled with malnutrition and pale skin, and now the fine scales covering his body with wisps of red demonic patterns on them. Currently, the application of iron is limited to iron itself and cannot be used to bless others or be launched as a spell. Flame was originally a power that 80 controlled, but now the word iron is no longer just a noun but a power. More importantly, Atai, who originally only had 1 pair of legs and 1 pair of wings, has now grown 2 new legs under his wings. Xuan felt that the current 80 was no longer the same race as the Ulank Iron Belly. Xuan thought it should be called Ironfur Dragon or Ironfur Giant Dragon. Fire is naturally 80's ability to control flames. Now 80 can do more than just breathe fire through his mouth. After his transformation, Atai gained control of the elemental power of iron in addition to fire. But 80 showed no arrogance. Instead, it obediently lay down, its eyes filled with respect. It still remembered the days of suffering in that dark and gloomy dungeon, when Xuan rescued it and gave it unparalleled power. After its originally emaciated body was restored, and with the help of the small world, it transformed into its current form. Now, Atai's size is equivalent to 5 or 6 of its previous size. Furthermore, in the underground vault, let alone maintaining combat strength, they couldn't even get enough to eat, so all the silver-gray scales on their bodies fell off completely. You can use anything like Flame Claw, Fire Dragon Wings, Fire Dragon Elbow Strike, and Exploding Fireball. It is obvious from the changes above that 80 has definitely broken through to the level of Bright Moon Wizard, otherwise such a big change would not have occurred. Aside from Atai, the one whose strength has increased the most is Xuan. He has now reached the strength level of Atai before his breakthrough, which is the peak of the Morning Star Wizard. Xuan can be said to have made a huge profit. His small world has undergone a transformation, and his strength has increased the most besides Atai's. However, unlike Atai, who was just 1 step away from breaking through to the Bright Moon Wizard, Xuan's strength at the peak of the Morning Star Wizard is still somewhat weak. His improvement was too fast, and Xuan needs to consolidate his strength. Anyway, my current strength has already fully met the original strength improvement plan. It won't be a problem if my strength doesn't improve and remains at this level for the next 6 months or even a year. However, Xuan estimated that about 6 months would be more than enough. It seems that Xuan may break through to the Bright Moon Master level before the start of next school year, before the three-way battle for supremacy. At that time, Xuan and Atai will definitely give our socket hero Voldemort no Mr. Tom Riddle a proper welcome. Besides Atai, Xuan's original 5 main forces, namely Bird Snake, no, it should be said that Fei Yi, Xuan, and Xiao Yi have also improved their strength quite a bit. Previously, they were at the early stage of Morning Star Wizard, just like Xuan. Later, due to the awakening of their bloodline and their recent slumber, their strength before the transformation of the small world increased to the mid-stage of Morning Star Wizard. This time, taking advantage of this opportunity, the acidic and stagnant blood in my body has been completely awakened, and I will no longer need to remain dormant to improve myself. Sour and Little One have 4 wings, 6 eyes, and 3 legs. The 6-legged, 4-winged fat remnants Xiao Xiao San, Xiao Si, and Xiao Wu. This time, like 80, they are no longer the bird snakes of the past, but entirely new acid and fat remnants. Now, if we take 80 and Xiao Yi out and say that Ulank, Iron Belly, and the bird snake are there, do you think anyone will believe us? Like Xuan, Xiao Yi and the others also reached the peak of the Morning Star Wizard level. Although their strength was the same, they did not improve as much as Xuan. As for the remaining magical creatures, Xuan mainly looked at the ones that were the main combatants and didn't manage the others, since even if their strength increased a lot, they wouldn't be of much use. Furthermore, Xuan didn't know why, perhaps because non-combat magical creatures lacked the desire to fight. This resulted in their strength improving very little and very slowly. Xuan couldn't figure it out either, and he was too lazy to investigate further. After all, many of the magical animals that Xuan brought into his small world were just to make up the numbers and expand the size of the small world. Let's talk about the current strength of the magical creatures in the small world. First, there are the Grand Wizards, which was originally the most numerous level, including Basilisk, the A-Tide Spiders, Norbert the Norwegian Ridgeback Dragon, River Trolls, the Strals, and Unicorns. After this round of upgrades, many changes have occurred. Nobta, the River Giant, the Unicorn, and Iron have all been promoted to Elite Wizards, surpassing their original peak status as Grand Wizards. Some people broke through on their own merits, while others broke through this transformation. But it doesn't matter as long as they all break through. Of the remaining Strals, a third have also broken through to the level of Elite Wizards. Although they barely made it, they are still a force to be reckoned with. Currently, there are about 70 Strals who are still at the Grand Wizard level. We were born not long ago, but we also took this opportunity to improve ourselves as Little Phoenixes, Kappa, Grindylow, Evil Bird, Sulfur, and the A-Tide Giant Spider at the peak of the Grand Wizard level. Among them, creatures like the Kappa, Grindelwald, the Evil Bird, and the Big-Headed Hairy Monster were all newly added to Xuan's combat roster. The Big-Headed Monster came later. It's normal that it wasn't in the previous battle sequence. As for creatures like Grindylow, the Wicked Bird, and the Kappa, their absence from the battle lineup last time was purely due to their weakness. They were only at the wizard level. Therefore, Xuan did not include them in the count. Xuan is not without power now, so there is no need to send out all the wizard-level people to support him. The standards Xuan has set are that in order to enter the combat ranks, one must have combat ability and at least reach the level of a Grand Wizard. Grindelwald and Kappa can be considered the naval generals under Xuan's command. They were not strong enough before, but now that they are, it's time for them to show their strength. Their fighting ability in the water is not bad. Now that they have been upgraded to the level of Grand Wizards, they have gained the ability to manipulate water. While we can't create things like waterspouts, playing in water at home, facing opponents of the same level in a 1v1 match is not a big problem at all. As for the Evil Witch Bird, it's simply a matter of strength. Its combat ability goes without saying. Xuan wouldn't actually let the Evil Witch Bird rush up and fight the wizard hand-to-hand. Instead, he valued its cry that could make people lose their minds. The shrill cry of the Evil Witch Bird is so powerful it can make you dizzy, and it's incredibly useful as an auxiliary weapon in battle. They weren't afraid of accidentally harming friendly forces. People like Jeffrey might be affected, but Atai and Xiaoyi, who were also in the small world, wouldn't be affected by the Evil Woman Bird's calls at all. It wasn't because Atai and Xiaoyi were powerful that they were unaffected, but because they had also signed a contract with Xuan, which is why they were unaffected. Xuan felt it was like the mobile game he used to play in his previous life. where hero damage was not effective against his own teammates. Having finished discussing those who were still at the Grand Wizard level, next up are the Elite Wizards. Compared to last time, the Elite Wizard team has expanded considerably this time. 193. The newly added Nobta, River Giant, Unicorn, Iron, Riem Bull, Moo McBurn, about 30 the Strauss and Basilisk. The remaining monsters are the Basilisk and the three-headed dog Lue, who were previously at the Elite Wizard level but have now reached the peak of the Elite Wizard level. In a way, Riem and McBurn were lucky. As soon as they entered the small world, they witnessed its transformation and were given the opportunity to do so. Speaking of which, another member has emerged as a dark horse this time, and that is the snowy owl that Xuan mentioned before. Don't forget, besides the little ones, the snowy owl also reverted to its ancestral form. Compared to its previous snow-white feathers, the school now looks even more eerie. The snowy owl, to be precise, should now be called a tigress. Its 2 feet became 1 foot, its tail became like a pig's tail, and at the same time, wisps of eerie blue light flashed on its snow-white feathers. The creature that walks on its tiptoes can be described as a plague beast. Li Xuan always believed that if Xiao Yi and Qizheng were released and their restrictions were lifted, they would definitely become a natural disaster. Drought, plague, and the bizarre, any one of these is creepy enough, let alone all 3 combined. By the way, Qizheng's strength has now reached the peak of Elite Wizard, which is truly astonishing. Earlier, I said that Li Xuan had made the greatest gains and breakthroughs, but now it seems I have to take that back. Li Xuan truly hadn't expected that an owl that was originally a messenger could at most be said to have some magic power within it, and it would be a bit of a stretch to place it at the level of a wizard apprentice. Of course, having spent so much time in the small world, Li Xuan's snow owl had at least acquired the strength of a wizard apprentice. However, after it awakened the heel-standing bloodline, its strength soared, leaping through 3 major realms: Wizard, Grand Wizard, and Elite Wizard, and nearly double-digit minor realms. How terrifying is that? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a meteoric rise. Even though it took almost a year from awakening the initial stage of the bloodline to full awakening, it was still quite astonishing. The mountain troll, who is already at the pinnacle of elite wizardry, was taken into the small world when Li Xuan entered Hogwarts in his first year. This breakthrough to the Morning Star wizard level means that Li Xuan has gained another powerful general. The mountain troll's round belly had completely disappeared after breaking through to the Morning Star wizard level, and its previously bloated figure was no longer there. His entire body is covered in bulging muscles. That's what a muscular brute looks like. At the same time, his IQ has also improved a lot, and his eyes are no longer filled with clear stupidity, but instead look very intelligent. In other words, he couldn't speak. Otherwise, he could have chatted with Li Xuan for a while. According to Li Xuan's estimation, he would be at least the age of an 11 or 12-year-old child. With this transformation, the power in Li Xuan's hands also received a qualitative improvement. Li Xuan roughly estimated in his mind that this time, there were 78 Thestrals of the Great Wizard level, 7 Kappa, 8 Grindylows, 9 evil birds, 5 big-headed hairy monsters, and 63 A-tide giant spiders. Good heavens! If you do the math, Xuan has 170 magical creatures at the Grand Wizard level alone. If we switch to wizards, that means Li Xuanguang alone has over 170 subordinates who are at the level of a great wizard. Goodness, Li Xuan thought that even Voldemort's returning army wouldn't be this powerful. Most of them are probably high-ranking wizards, but there are also quite a few who are just pretending, right? Not to mention that besides those 100-odd grand wizards, the remaining elite wizards, including Li Xuan, are by no means inferior. 38 Thestrals, Norwegian Ridgeback Norberta, River Giant, Unicorn, Iam, Riem Bull, Harry McBurn, Big and Small Basilisk, Cerberus Lue. Well, 47 elite wizards. In addition to Morning Star Wizards Mountain Trolls, Xiao Yi and the other 4, and Moonlight Wizards Atai. Expansion.jpg. Li Xuan felt confident he could be arrogant. With this kind of strength, he might not be invincible, but he could at least easily defeat any wizarding world right now. Even the Ministry of Magic combined with Hogwarts wouldn't faze him. After all, Li Xuan and 80, both high-end combatants, could easily take on Dumbledore one-on-one and even defeat him. Li Xuan also has 6 Morning Star Wizards and quite a few elite wizards and arch-wizards. Not to mention, besides the magical creatures of the small world, Li Xuan also has the strength of Jeffrey and Oleg. Therefore, Li Xuan's statement that he was not afraid of Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic was not a joke. If Li Xuan hadn't yet broken through to become a Bright Moon wizard, he would have boasted even more. For example, Hogwarts plus the Ministry of Magic plus Death Eaters, the strongest white wizard of the era plus the second Dark Lord, Li Xuan wouldn't be intimidated. Today, Xuan will be arrogant just this once, so what? Well, these are all just Xuan's own thoughts of happiness, just passing through his mind, and he's not actually that arrogant. The wizarding world is full of strange and bizarre things. Xuan has only been in this world for a short time, so he dares not say anything and is not afraid. As long as others don't provoke me, there's nothing to say. If you provoke me, you'll regret it. Go die. Moreover, he's the kind of person who eliminates enemies completely, and Xuan never holds back when dealing with them. To be honest, Xuan only truly felt safe after a tie broke through to the Bright Moon wizard level this time. Whether it was his experiences before transmigrating or the world he arrived in after transmigrating, Xuan was okay in terms of loneliness, but he never felt a sense of security. There was no way around it. The environment Xuan lived in his previous life was completely different from this world. Being called the safest country in the world is no joke. As long as you live a basically law-abiding life, you will not encounter any major problems. No one will suddenly come out with a submachine gun and start shooting at you, or use a magic wand to kill you with Avada Kedavra. Unlike his previous life, this is a world with extraordinary powers, and Xuan is in England, not in the familiar Eastern Empire. Those with great power can completely control the life and death of others at will. Power, wealth, and status are all part of the law of the jungle. It's not that there wasn't anything before he transmigrated, but that had nothing to do with Xuan. But after arriving in this world, he became a child. If it weren't for the small world as a cheat code, Xuan definitely wouldn't have lived such a comfortable and happy life after arriving in this world. Even though Xuan is a transmigrator with a soul that doesn't match his body, he still has an understanding of the future. However, his identity after transmigrating restricted him. He was just a child, without an identity or household registration, essentially an unregistered resident and also of Asian descent. Even before traveling to the 21st century, the West wasn't that safe, let alone now. Especially after Xuan became successful, he came into contact with some things and saw some situations, realizing that reality is often more exaggerated than imagined. I can't help but feel grateful that I have a cheat code. Therefore, Xuan's eagerness to open companies and recruit talents, as if someone was chasing him, stemmed from his lack of security. Having transmigrated here, he naturally understood how important the power of money and the power of arms were. If you only had the former, you would be a pig waiting to be slaughtered. Someone can take you down with just 10 words. My neighbor hoards grain, I hoard guns. My neighbor is my granary. Xuan always remembered those words. He didn't want to be treated like a leek to be harvested. Xuan has been frantically improving himself, developing his company, building an armed force, and setting up a magic research institute, all in order to protect his own safety. A sense of security is something that no one else can give you. You can only give it to yourself. Otherwise, Xuan wouldn't have been working so hard these past few years. Now he can finally breathe a sigh of relief. It's like nuclear weapons. If others have them, you must have them too, so you can ensure you're a player and not just a pawn, feeling incredibly safe. Xuan happily spent a few days in the little world. There was no way around it. This advancement in the small world had truly made him incredibly wealthy. The 5-colored divine light, divine power, the 5 elements great escape, divine power, spatial teleportation, spatial jump, and the spiritual energy conversion that has been increased tenfold, as well as the completely transformed Fei Yi, Xuan Yu, and Qizhang. A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and Xuan put some magic scrolls that he had rushed out in the past few days into the small world. Since I'm not in sales, I don't need to wait for the full version to be released for my own use. These past few days, Xuan has been staying in the small world. Besides accompanying a Tai and the others to familiarize themselves with their new powers, he is also getting to know the small world and putting the plants and animals that Jeffrey and the others have collected into the small world. Taking advantage of my free time, I transformed into a diligent little bee. Amidst the clanging of the Hogwarts Express, Xuan and Hermione concluded their Christmas holiday, feeling somewhat as if they had returned from another world. On the way back to Hogwarts, Xuan looked at the scenery rushing past the window and suddenly had this feeling. The scenery I've seen over the years has suddenly become somewhat unfamiliar. Later, when Xuan got off the train and stepped into Hogwarts, he understood why he had this feeling. That's strength. After this incident, no one can be above Xuan. At most, they are equals. However, as time goes by, it will not be a problem for Xuan to surpass them. Some people become arrogant when they gain such power, and Xuan was no exception. However, his life in his previous life gave him a moral compass, allowing him to know what he should and shouldn't do. In addition, he wasn't the arrogant type by nature, so once he got through the first few days, he returned to his original lifestyle. There may be changes, but they won't happen overnight. It's not the kind of thing that happens drastically after gaining power. Xuan doesn't belong to that category. Moreover, power is different from money. If Xuan suddenly became rich, he would definitely go on a shopping spree to retaliate, replacing everything he eats, uses, lives in, and wears. But power isn't something you can just show off in front of others, especially when it's not wartime. Let's see if anything fun or interesting has happened at Hogwarts these past few days. Look at my fist, as big as a sandbag. I could kill you with one punch now. Are you all right? They are opinionated, insightful, and have their own standards for doing things. The largest of these groups and the central figure was none other than Ron Weasley. He was now surrounded by people who were chattering and asking him questions, with exclamations of surprise escaping his lips. Because Ron was surrounded by people and was also showing off to others, he didn't see Xuan and the others walking in through the auditorium doors. Moreover, they also learned about Xuan's abilities and businesses from him. To be honest, even if Xuan had asked them specific questions, the two of them probably wouldn't have been able to give them any answers. Before tomorrow even arrived, Xuan had already changed the moment he stepped into the academy. Xuan's unusual behavior was noticed by Hermione and the others after they met on the Hogwarts Express. But seeing Xuan's expression, they didn't know how to bring it up for a moment. Moreover, the entire auditorium was chaotic and noisy, with everyone engaged in heated discussions, forming small groups centered around the students who stayed on campus during the holidays. But even if we saw it, so what? Whether it was Hermione, who was the same age as Xuan, or Penelope, who was a few years older than Xuan, they all knew that Xuan was different from ordinary boys. Xuan looked down and saw that these were Hermione and Penelope's little hands. He had produced quite a few of them himself. How utterly brainless must one be to do something like that? This is why the two women didn't pry into the matter along the way. They knew what was going on. Whether they were students who stayed on campus during the holidays or students who had just returned to school, most of them were in the auditorium. Even if Xuan didn't ask, the young Ravenclaw wizards would tell him what had happened. The two women who had been watching Xuan closely could clearly see that Xuan's entire demeanor and the expression on his face had changed. No matter what, even if I can't help, I should at least know why Xuan is like this. It turns out that during the Christmas holidays, Sirius Black once again entered Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Turning back to look at them, seeing the worry in their eyes, Xuan couldn't help but smile and shake his head, indicating that everything was all right while feeling a warmth in his heart. Do you think you'd dare give him the cold shoulder? Or are you going to come and provoke him or show off? If he was still confused just now, he has now completely transformed, full of vigor, and has become the same Xuan he always was. A few minutes later, Xuan finally learned from others what had happened during the Christmas holidays. No wonder the main character today was Ron Weasley, and everyone was surrounding him. No, to be precise, it's not something that Xuan's mental age should be able to do. It's more likely that someone of Ron's age would do it. Don't assume that children this age can keep any secrets, especially something that everyone knows. However, their original plan was that if Xuan was still like this tomorrow, Sebai would take the initiative to ask. This time it was even more terrifying than the last. They went directly into the Gryffindor common room and even into Harry's dormitory. Just as Xuan figured it out, both his hands were suddenly gripped tightly by a soft little hand, and Penelope asked him a question from the side. Along the way, Xuan and his friends greeted their familiar classmates and friends. When they arrived at the auditorium, Xuan found that most of the students were there. Xuan didn't need to actively inquire about the news. In such a noisy hall, there was no need to ask too many questions. He could understand what was going on by simply listening for a while. After comforting the two girls, Xuan led them into the academy. They weren't in a hurry to return to their dormitories, as they hadn't been back for a while and naturally wanted to spend some time in the Great Hall, the gossip hub of Hogwarts. There's no way around it. This is the benefit of being a good person. Or unleash full power, mobilizing all the magic within and unleashing the might of a moon master. Perhaps it was Sirius Black's undisguised malice that made Ron, still half asleep, feel a stinging sensation on his skin and wake up from his dream. When she woke up, she saw a thin, middle-aged man with messy hair standing by her bed. Holding a sharp dagger in his hand, he stared fiercely at Ron, startling him so much that he screamed, which also woke up Harry over there. Seeing that Harry and Ron had both woken up, and remembering Ron's scream that had startled Sirius Black, I realized that. For some reason, the other party didn't continue attacking Ron and Harry, but instead turned around and left. Ron boasted that Sirius Black was terrified by him, and that when Sirius Black woke up, he saw someone standing in front of him and immediately took out his wand and attacked. A curse. He knocked Sirius Black off balance, and then he and the awakened Harry chased after Sirius Black. If it weren't for his speed and his skillful hiding, Harry and I might have been able to capture him and bring him to justice. Everyone knew that Ron was talking nonsense, but sometimes when you state the facts plainly, it's not very interesting. This kind of added content is what everyone likes to hear. Regardless of whether it's true or not, at least it's entertaining. Of course, everyone also asked Ron why Sirius Black was standing by his bedside trying to hurt him instead of Harry, since it was common knowledge that Sirius Black wanted to assassinate Harry. The reason, well, after this period of fermentation, has spread throughout the entire wizarding world, unlike when Arthur Weasley had to whisper it to Harry right after summer vacation ended. Ron explained that the dorm room was too dark, Sirius hadn't turned on the lights, and he hadn't known their bed assignments beforehand, so he might have mistaken them for each other. Only Xuan knew that Sirius Black had not made a mistake in his target. He was looking for Ron, not Harry. To be precise, it was Ron's missing rat Scabbers. It must be said that Peter Pettigrew knows Sirius Black quite well, so he wouldn't have started hiding his tracks after learning that Sirius Black had entered Hogwarts. From the moment he left the Gryffindor common room to the moment he discovered that the other party had begun to try to break in, he immediately fled, creating the impression of disappearing or being eaten. But as long as he remains at Hogwarts, Sirius Black will not leave, not to mention now that Lupin also knows of his existence. During most full moons, they would find a secluded place to hide, tie themselves up, and avoid hurting others. Of course, Lupin did not rely entirely on finding the Marauders map. He had already searched Filch's residence but found nothing. As for why, that stems from the third reason. That is, most werewolf wizards lack martial ethics. A werewolf wizard teamed up to kidnap a potion master who could concoct wolfsbane potions, forcing him to concoct the potions for them without paying a single penny. They even made him pay for the potion ingredients himself, basically fleecing him to death. Please give me flowers. Even if it is successfully refined, sales are not very good. If it weren't for the help of Snape and Dumbledore at Hogwarts, Lupin would have rarely taken wolfsbane potion outside. Then let's go for the hard way. When it comes to finding people, nothing is more professional than Marauders map. Some of the more precious magical materials were secretly taken from their family. Even if the area is limited to Hogwarts Castle, that's enough. At least Hogwarts Castle can be ruled out for now. The creation of the Marauders map was a collaborative effort of 4 people, and Lupin could still recall the process and materials needed even after so many years if he thought carefully. The problem is that some materials are hard to find, and in addition, galleons are needed. Lupin is currently short of funds, so this matter is still progressing slowly. If Lupin didn't lose control when he transformed into a werewolf, he would definitely have used his werewolf's keen sense of smell to find Peter Pettigrew. Then these guys started taking risks. To be honest, the reason Lupin hasn't made a move lately is because he's been searching for the Marauders map that he and James Potter left at Hogwarts. Lupin's life after graduating from Hogwarts has not been good in recent years, mainly because his werewolf identity has been a constraint on him. Moreover, the selling price was only slightly higher than the cost, yet it ended up in such a state, which made werewolf wizards even more unpopular. However, werewolf wizards were ostracized by the entire wizarding world, which resulted in the vast majority of werewolves being poor and destitute.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.